Duck down, but duck down. Hey, shoot like motherfucker down.
Start with the mass shooting in River North. 4 people were killed, 14 others hurt.
It was 2 mass blickings back to back in the same 4th of July weekend, right after Mellow Bucks. It's crazy, gang. Do your homework. Do your homework, shorty.
New video just into our newsroom showing the moment a car drove up and people inside it started firing.
Ain't nobody shoot back though. I know all be trying to tweet it.
Alright, folks, when y'all troll like that, don't go throw no album release party the same day.
I agree with that.
That's too big-headed.
I agree with that.
What's good, YouTube? It's welcome back to
It's
the
Chicago.
video.
You gonna whack your ops, troll your ops, and then throw an album release party the same day, the next day, and drop your location?
Now, today we got back-to-back mass shootings going on in Chirac.
So let's get right into it.
So yesterday I made a video about streamers getting involved with the Chirac drill war.
Right.
And today it seems like things took a turn for the worse after multiple mass shootings happened in Chicago within a span of only 24 hours.
Crazy, bro.
It started after one of YFG Fatso's homies, who goes by Drills, was shot and unfortunately passed away.
Oh, see, I didn't know that was YFG Fatso homie that died. I didn't know that. I want to put y'all on to some of the easiest money you'll ever make in your life. Freecash.com is a website that allows you to literally get paid hundreds of dollars just for playing video games on your phone. All you need is an email and a password. Follow the directions on each of the campaigns and you can earn at least $100. My personal favorite game to play was Sunrise Island, and when I clicked on it, they had a $370 bonus. I got $370 just for playing a video game on my phone. On average, it only takes about 17 minutes for most people to start earning money on freecash.com. So if you need some free, easy, extra money, go to freecash.com, click the QR code right here, or go in the description below and start getting that bag. You did? I don't even know where YFG Fatso is really from, but I ain't know that was his homie though. So now it's
Allegedly sliding on his ops. After the news broke that Drills passed away, Chucky, along with other known faces in the Chicago drill scene, went on to troll him in the comments section. Chucky would continue to troll, making a post saying, "I don't even do this, but what the fudge? Was y'all drunk or something?" Drench Gang Varo posted and wrote, "Drills died on a drill."
Oh, he died on a drill?
Baby Splat wrote, "I hope your family got money for your funeral. Drills got left on a drill." Later that same night, female Chicago drill rapper Mellow Bucks was throwing an album release party where all of her closest friends and other well-known gang members would be in attendance.
Later that same night? I don't see, okay. See, I'm thinking, like, okay, it's getting stupider and stupider. First of all, I told y'all the 4th of July. I told y'all that whole weekend was gonna be crap. You feel it? Now I need to hurry up to get this video done so I go get my thorn, go get my grabber leaf, roll it up in some loud and skate. Y'all know I love grabber leaf. Like, I love grabber leaf. Like that shit has made me so much more excited about getting high. But this is just dumb.
Including her boyfriend. Little did she know this would be her last time turning up with them. These are some clips from the party before everything went downhill.
Video posted by 2 of the girls who passed away. Damn. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, not the Shrek. Not the Shrek.
It's your
And this is one of the last videos
just
that was
wasn't
taken
smart, bro.
outside of the club moments before the shots were let off.
Y'all outside, like, come on, bro. How many times this gotta happen? Y'all outside, y'all just smoked the op today. Earlier today. Y'all outside like this right here, yeah. It's one of them nights. Like, what the fuck? What? How many times do this gotta happen? Y'all straight niggas, bro. Y'all in an active war right now.
Inside of the video, you can
get
also
it,
see
gang.
one of the females who ended up losing her life, who went by Ava, which is the girl who recorded the last video at the party that I just played.
Damn. She don't even know she about to pass away. That's crazy. That's scary, bro.
Gang no. That's blood. That's blood. That's gang no. Gang blood. You know a whole lot of gang.
Damn.
Only a couple of minutes after that post, over 20 shots would be let off by what sounded like a Draco that would take the life of 5 people and injure 18 others. In this video
Dracos,
captured by
man.
someone who was leaving the party, you can hear the sound of the gunshots right
He
when
was
it was
leaving.
happening.
They was leaving the party.
What club that is?
They said, what club that is? That's an old player. Listen to 102.7 on a late night. That's one of them old players. Look, he just happened to be live.
I need love. I got love. I've been having love. Look.
I know exactly where they at. That's the crazy part. It's a Walgreens right there. It's it used to be a Hooters on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
Woo!
Look down.
That light, yep, I know where they are. I think that's, is that Roosevelt State or is that Michigan? One of them damn streets. This prime time Chicago, though, like this is the middle of downtown, so the fact that they came sliding like this is crazy.
And this is footage of the actual car that was involved and people scattering away as the shots were fired.
Damn. They was chasing them
Here
down.
are some clips of the aftermath.
I was just sitting down, y'all. Oh my God, they just pulling bodies out of there.
Great.
Y'all, it was just a drive by.
Now this the one we already, it's a whole nother one that happened out. I'm trying to get to that.
Was supposed to.
Put your hands right back, right?
Hey, CC, record this.
Just come out to it. Just go ahead.
For my safety, I just do this. You can search me blunt.
Go ahead, I'll put your hands in. Come on,
People who unfortunately lost their lives in this horrific situation.
Damn. Mellow
Rest in peace to all of them, and condolences to their families.
It's crazy.
Chief Keef's close friend, who goes by No Limit Doo-Wop, was also shot that night as well.
Yeah.
Mello would then mourn the loss of her friends and her boyfriend, making a couple of posts saying, "My heart hurts so bad. Vontae, baby, I'm sorry. We was having so much fun in our private little life. We couldn't leave each other alone, glued to my hip every day. It's not a night we ain't spent together.
Damn.
I am so freaking angry. You were woke. I held your hand until I couldn't no more. You talked to me clearly. I don't get it, boo. I'm messed up. Prayers up for all of my sisters. God, please wrap your arms around every last one of them.
Now, remember, like I said, the same shit that'll make you laugh and make you cry, boy. All that trolling y'all was doing to your ops, now they can do that to y'all. You see what I'm saying? Now they can do that to y'all and have y'all feeling the same way y'all had them feeling.
I need you. I am not going to lie. I'm messed up. I feel like everything is just weighing down on me. All I can do is talk to God and pray.
Yeah, that's crazy though. I ain't gonna lie.
My heart is broken to so many pieces right now. This stuff is unbelievable. Why is this happening to me? Tay, I can't believe you, sister.
Now, when it comes to the why is this happening to me, we gotta take some kind of accountability, gang. You can't keep hanging around street niggas, dissing dead ops, doing this, doing that. You've been street, block, hood, block all your whole life. That's why it's happening to you. Because Jake from goddamn State Farm is going home to his wife and he's not, his friends are not getting killed. If his friends pass away, it's car accident, goddamn diseases, shit like that. Or they die, they pass away when they older. You know what I'm saying? Y'all in the streets every day, all day. Y'all on the block every day. Y'all throwing up GD. I seen females, dudes dropping GD, gang, this, gang, that, dissing the ops, F the ops, this, F the ops, that. Like, y'all know why this happening to y'all, gang. I feel like it be kind of like fake delusional to think it's something else going, like, you know? Like, you can't be in the middle of a war and you pick this life. Y'all, at the end of the day, y'all girls, folks. Y'all females. Go to fucking Skims and Ulta and Sephora, go get y'all hair done, come to the crib, drink y'all some wine, get wine drunk, and cry and talk about boys. That's what girls supposed to do. Y'all ain't supposed to be outside with all the street niggas throwing up GDK and all this. Y'all ain't supposed to be doing that.
Wow, what a bond to break.
Shit, like,
my heart is so freaking heavy.
crazy,
I love you all dearly. I am so sorry, Ava. My freaking crew.
4 people were news.
now I'm trying to get to the other one though. Like I ain't never heard nothing about this one. Let me see.
Saying,
Go, investigators.
right after it happened, YFG Fatso made a post saying, "Talk about it now."
Talk about it now. Clap, clap, clap with a bunch of laughing
drills.
emojis. Big drills. Now they trolling.
Fatso's homie, who goes by Risky Bands, posted right after as well, playing a song by Fatso, in which the lyrics would eerily match what happened on the night of the mass shooting.
That's crazy.
They jumping out, car strap click, killing all they play cause they with it. Strike mode, BLW missing. First to drop, how you know I was with it.
He said kill an op if she claims she with
posted
it.
a cryptic message to his ops.
Fourth canceled if you were
telling them
smart.
that they should cancel their 4th of July plans if they were smart.
Nah, for sure.
Fatso and Risky Bands continued to post, showing respect to the girls that passed away that night, writing, Rest in peace to all the ladies and innocent people that was harmed last night. Never was cool. If you're in a war, stay from with these women and innocent people. It's not fair to them.
Nah, for real though.
A couple of hours after the first mass shooting took place,
You in the middle of a war and you around a bunch of females and innocent people. You ain't supposed to be doing that. And the females and innocent people ain't supposed to be around you. Like both
another
ways,
mass
you know?
shooting went down inside of a hood known as BNG. Chucky went to his IG and reposted the news with a fire emoji on top of it.
Like, why you putting fire? And y'all got the nerve to say, me, Mac Moolah, y'all say, I glorify the streets? This shit is stupid as fuck. This is dumb. Y'all be delusional. Y'all must not know. I got 1.2. I got 1,200 videos, 1,200 reactions on this channel calling this shit dumb every video. Y'all silly as hell. And this nigga gonna repost this and put a fire emoji? Like it's just cold. Like, yeah. Damn, that's raw. Damn. Sounds silly as hell,
Then
bro.
YFG Fatso went on live trolling Chucky and the mass shooting situation.
Back in that Risky Road head type wasn't ready. When I was in jail, y'all let them say me. I'm out, I'm gonna show them something.
You go troll, you gotta keep trolling. Right now.
Drill up. Put your hoodie on.
Drill up, baby.
Drill up. Big drill.
That sound like all type of dog barking.
Little buck said, all that whooping like you got so make everybody out there lay the down. Dude, tell everybody to clap. Woo! Easter and 2 week best scoring. They goof. Caught another one. Come on now, dog.
Oh, no. Caught another one. It's crazy.
You talk about Adam down.
Oh.
Put it to the wood too. Come on, man. Right now. First grade, I just woke up to roll up. I don't even feel like getting up. I'm still a little hungover. I don't even feel like getting up. But I'm gonna wake up just to roll up.
I didn't even want to go to sleep.
Then I'm gonna lay back down. Just to flame the outside with a red lighter.
Yeah, with a red light go.
That's my pocket.
I'm using that all day.
Flame the outside with a red lighter.
Hey, what?
We gotta go get like 5 red lighters real quick.
Again, the same way he trolling is the same way your ops gonna troll when it's you or yours. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it go. So it's like I said, it's dumb as hell on both sides. Especially when, you know, niggas is not getting killed over no money, bro. People are getting killed over trolling. It's not, people are not going to war over drug locations or drug territory and $2 million worth of money, and if I don't kill you, you gonna keep goddamn getting all my money and I'm losing $5 million a week. Like, it ain't them ain't the problems, bro. The problems is like, y'all niggas is getting smoked over trolls and tweets and IG posts and shit, bro. And it's weird.
I went black again.
I went black for like, he say 2 weeks. For like 30, 45 more minutes. After big dude. Ooh. Don't drop no album. Keep that week. Hey, weekend art. All inheritance with that weekend. Keep that. Don't drop that week album. Up the music. We don't want to keep shaking that. Nobody want to keep shaking our head.
What?
Hey yo, what the? Keep that. You didn't go legit. You ain't go legit. Nobody went legit except for you know who. I'm on that. And when it's back on our side, I ain't crying. When they come back on our side, I ain't crying. We just scoring back. Ain't no crying. Drill up. Go get in that car and spin. My man check, I ain't crying. Before they check, I ain't crying. Hold your breath till you clap something. What should be talking about? Hold your breath. Oh, I did, girl. Hold your breath. You know, when you crying, you a kid, your OG be like, hold your breath. Before I give you something to cry for. Hold your breath. You sitting on the counter eating chicken, trying to drop the album. Hey, drill up, sonny. That we get up, somewhere. Go. This was just trolling. It's our turn. Everybody got to switch. It's our turn. Everybody got to switch. Ain't nobody shoot back, though.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen. Drunk, they get shaked at that. Going to Dr. Phone them all up. Damn. You think this game drunk, shaking that Again, cool. More happen too though. If you know, you know. After that though, you know what I'm saying? Hey, tell that redhead bitch who always following behind no limit. You trolling, that ain't in your hood, but go check on them though. You goofy little boy. You know who I'm talking to. You wanna be a cop? You a little boy. You ain't what he say? Who always following behind no limit. You trolling, that ain't in your hood, but go check on them though. You goofy. Oh, you talking about Chucky? You know who I'm talking to. You wanna be a cop? You a little boy. You ain't either. I can't wait to catch him again. I'm beating his.
Damn, I was just gonna show you something. I can't even find it now. I know what I went on.
It's bad, bro. Showing him someone else just
You ain't
bad.
see this, did you?
Another.
They laughing at another body. They said 4 of them got company. Oh my God. They just found out somebody else died. And they laughing like, oh yeah, he got company
Tell me
now.
that when I woke up though, bro. I was grabbed, I was asleep, but I hear you talking.
Yeah.
I heard you say that when I woke up.
Damn, it's going down in Iraq right now. Riding down Rodeo.
I was just finna say that. I'm in Iraq right now. I'm riding down Rodeo.
Stop mentioning Vert in the same category as brother.
And you know how many funerals it was in Iraq this week? You wouldn't imagine.
Oh my God.
No boy.
And they think this shit is funny. They think it make them cooler. They think this shit is like, oh, it's like they unlocking new levels of just, I don't know, bro.
After that live, one of Chucky's homies, who goes by Bloodbath Row, responded to Fatso asking why is Fat mad because his homie Drills slid on his hood and lost his life.
This drill up. What? How is he mad though? I'm trying to figure out how he's mad. Cause your homie died on the drill. You mad at us.
Drill.
Why is your homie trying to push up on us doing rookie? Don't push up on us if you're rookie. You ain't ready for it, blood. Like, then you all out of town. You all this whooping blood. We not trying to hit none of that game. Your homie died on the drill. Don't get mad at us. It's a goofy. And we smoking it right or wrong.
But I don't think he mad at y'all. Okay. This is why I say all this shit stupid. He said, don't get mad at us. Your homie died on the drill. Your homie came to our hood. I do agree with that. But that ain't necessarily what the problem was. And you got people using shit like, look at the comment. City turned this fuck. City dumb as hell. This ain't people like, especially in Chicago, bro, when shit like this happen, it's almost like people get excited. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, it's cracking out here. What's going to happen next? I can't wait to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird, though. That's weird to me. You know what I'm saying? That y'all find this much entertainment in, like, y'all want to be a part of niggas dying? Y'all want to be outside and y'all want to, like, I don't get that.
Oh, no, I'm waiting on the drill. Oh, bro. You see you waiting on the wood. You waiting on the wood. I'm finna flame his right up, gang. I don't give a. We out of town. We in Iraq right now. Going on right now. We in Iraq right now. Spanking, stumping on. Stop playing with us, boy. Tweaking, folks. Now they just blew me, blood. Ain't gonna lie. You know, all that bapping, folks, trying to make it seem wild for the net. Don't be out here for real in them cars. Don't be through the rack. I don't be seeing where the y'all be at, blood. Drills got killed on drills. Go get back, y'all. Y'all have parties. What y'all celebrating for? Y'all don't need to be celebrating. Bro, y'all tweaking. VDA just blew me with that blood. Talking about some, like, what? Y'all mad at the wrong people. Be mad at y'all homie them for leaving dude in the car, left it in that, yeah. Be mad at dude them though. Don't be mad at us.
Oh,
don't be mad at us.
They touched him.
Bro, they left him in the car. We didn't come with him. They left him in the car.
Downtown?
Don't be mad at us, bro. Go gang. I hate to do that. You want to get on the world talk crazy. You whole out of town. You not even in Iraq. What's going on right now? Where is you at?
Right now for the poppers.
Don't even worry about it though. Little goofy shorty from YFG gang. Little boy, yo, go get your feet wet. Little boy, yo, need to finish rapping. It's going on in Iraq right now. Yo, need to keep rapping. You mad at us because your homie died on the drill. Who fault is that?
They got hit. What they hit?
He a grown man. Why is you down as a grown man? Why is you down on the drill, blood? You grown as hell. How you died on the drill? You supposed to been like, what is you doing, blood? Yeah, y'all so goofy and lame. Y'all think that
Anybody can die on the drill, bro. Y'all seen what happened to Lil Jeff? Just because you got 35 bodies don't mean you can't die on the drill, bro. Like, unaliving people don't make you bulletproof, gang. Anybody can die on the drill. Just like anybody can get unalive. Anybody can get shot. Anybody can get hit. Anybody can get smacked. Anybody can get touched overall. Anybody can go to jail. Anybody get their jaw broke. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this shit goofy though. Like, this is some of the goofiest shit in the world. You feel me? Like, even the fact that you talking about grown man, you a grown man on live talking about illegal activities, putting the streets in real life and like giving details and shit. Y'all hold on, let me say.
Writing.
Y'all shot all them girls, niggas, just for real. Get out the car and get up your target. Innocent women and kids ain't no points. Flats, but you niggas ain't have no structure or big homies, so y'all born goofies with no guidance and gonna die the same goofy you been your whole life. I agree with him on that, you know what I'm saying? If you really a gangster like that, bro, follow your ops home. Follow him, see what car he get in. Hop out and get up on your target, you know what I'm saying? Don't blick no goddamn crowd down, bro. That's the goofiest shit in the world to me. You know what I'm saying? Don't blick no crowd down just because you sad your homie died and you mad and you come blick the whole damn crowd and more innocent people die than the people who you looking for. You feel me? You ain't getting none of the niggas that was trolling. You got 2 girls, Mellow Bug's girl, boyfriend, and somebody else. It don't even seem like y'all got nobody who y'all wanted. Y'all just put some pain, but you got to, at the same time, it's like all this shit goofy, so it's like you can't really tell nobody to play by the rules that you want them to play by. You know what I'm saying? That ain't how the streets and war go, bro. War is war, bro. And however I can, this is how people think when they in the war. However I can get a up on you, however I can get the ups on you, bro, whether that's get your sister, whether that's get your friend, whether that's make you cry, whether that's make you scared. Niggas don't play by the same rules, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's war at the end of the day. So niggas is gonna do whatever they gotta do to try to win the war. You feel me? And if that's blick up your crowd, that's blick up your crowd. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with it, but I also don't agree with none of this shit. All this money y'all getting, and then y'all don't even have enough sense to get on YouTube live. Y'all don't even have enough sense to put a podcast together. If YFG Fatso would do a podcast with his ops and talk crazy to his ops and yell at each other on all that on a podcast, they would make tens of thousands of dollars a day doing that shit. They on Instagram for free, talking about this shit for free. They on Instagram for the free ski, bro. They killing each other for free. Ain't nobody paying them to do this. Instead of collabing together and making millions together, they rather smoke each other. This shit sounds stupid as hell, right? But this what they doing though. You feel me? This what the streets is. This is why I call it goofy. Because none of these people involved in any of these stories are rich. None of them. Not one of them. They all broke, busted, and disgusted, gang. All of them. None of them got $2 million they can just go grab and give it to you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Most of their parents still live in the hood. Most of their homies still live in the hood. They want to be rich. They want to get a little bit of money and come back to the hood every goddamn day. Like, that's something. You feel me? Motherfucker getting smoked over nothing, bro. So I'm just trying to show y'all the streets is dumb as hell, gang. It's dumb. And unfortunately, this shit gonna keep happening. It ain't gonna stop. And channels like That's Wild TV, channels like Mag Moolah, channels like Drills on Wheels, channels like 1090 Jake and the Family TV gonna keep making millions of dollars off of this shit. Cause y'all gonna keep being stupid.
This is Edgar Delgado. And just seconds ago, he fatally shot an innocent man.
Were you with what happened?
I don't know who is the man who's shot. Can you tell me the name so I know if it's him or not?
I don't know.
I was with Omar.
And is Omar the one that was shooting?
I don't know.
What did you do?
Hispanic. He has beard, he's light skinned, he's Mexican.
What was he wearing last night? What color shirt?
I don't know the shirt, but he's wearing a hat.
All units be advised. We received reports of a shooting at Hard Rock Casino in Lake Tahoe. Get on your knees! Get on your knees!
County, all units. Just received an update. He got some information that the suspect possibly left in a white Toyota 4Runner with a Hispanic female adult about Senegal.
Did you know that guy?
I didn't know. I just remember we were talking for like a while, you know, and then that's it.
At 2 a.m. on March 25th, 2023, Edgar Delgado enters Hard Rock Casino and meets 32-year-old Omar Garcia, where they spend the next 6 hours together, drinking and having a good time. But by 8 a.m., something begins to anger Edgar. The tension rises, an argument bursts out, and Edgar grabs Garcia. Worst of all, he pulls out a pistol and points it directly at Garcia's head multiple times. But Garcia resists, knowing his life could end at any time, and physical altercations ensue. Then, for one last time, Edgar grabs Garcia by the neck and whispers something in his ear, to the extent that Garcia stops resisting. Desperately, Garcia tries to disengage, knowing that this fight is not worth his life. But Edgar sees his chance and pulls out his gun before Garcia even has a moment to react, and seconds later, a single gunshot rings throughout the Hard Rock Casino. Garcia had little to no chance of survival. He was shot directly in the temple, and every passing second meant a step closer to death. Soon after, panic erupted in the hotel. Employees and residents scrambled to get a hold of authorities as dozens of 911 calls began pouring in. Immediately, a team of 100 officers was put together from multiple police departments and sent to the Hard Rock Casino and Hotel.
Okay, well, let's go. We gotta go to the south stairwell.
Let's go, Coach.
2 or 3, we're heading to the south stairwell now. South stairwell.
Important to note is the fact that officers have almost no information on the situation itself. All they know is that there was a shooting, and now there's a man lying dead in front of the bar. They also know that the Hard Rock Casino is a massive complex with over 670 rooms, and that gunman could be hiding anywhere.
Hey, Matt, Keenan. Brian's gonna take us second floor because the stairwell's on the outside. Brian's taking us right here, second floor. We'll hit our stairwells up. Hey, where are we going? Brian!
In an active shooting, officers always need to establish control over the situation the moment they arrive on the scene. That's why this team immediately moves in to secure the stairwells, because they lack security and connect to several parts of the building, which provides an easy escape route for the shooter. With that said, the shooter's identity is still unknown, and the officers need to treat everyone they encounter as a potential threat until confirmed otherwise.
Where's your room at? Get back in room and stay in there. Okay. Clear. Go ahead.
Hold there. Put your baton right here.
After quickly confirming that these are innocent civilians and not the shooter, officers can now move towards evacuating them.
Hey, you got two coming down. Two coming down. Keep your hands up, soldiers. Go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Hands up. Let's go. Thank you. What's going on? You're good. Keep going all the way down. Somebody. You're good. Take a deep breath. We're going to have every floor, so we'll call out.
While this team is clearing this part of the stairwells, another team on the casino floor works on securing the crime scene and providing life-saving assistance to the victim.
I ended up with you guys have fun. I'm currently at where the name was. Yeah, one here, one was
Although emergency services were quick to respond and Garcia was transported out quickly, it was far too late to save him. He was pronounced dead within minutes. Worst of all, the killer was still on the loose, and every second wasted meant that officers were further away from catching him and more innocent lives were in danger. That is why the team on the casino floor immediately starts gathering witness statements to try and figure out exactly what happened. The first was someone who was able to get a closer look at the crime scene immediately after Garcia was shot.
Was that the only shell casing you found that was spent?
No, the spent one's right here next to this. Here, hold on.
That's the only spent one you saw?
Yeah, so the word was that they were struggling.
Yeah.
Holding the arm down, and then I guess got free. One shot.
So one shot.
Yeah, that's why I think the guy's still alive.
Where was he hit? The stomach? Oh, it was in the head.
Yeah, that's brain matter.
Oh, you're right.
The next witness was a girl that Omar was on a date with just hours before the murder.
Hello.
Were you with what happened?
I don't know who is the man who's shot. Can you tell me the name so I know if it's him or not?
I don't know.
Okay. I was with Omar.
And is Omar the one that was shooting?
I don't know. What happened was I came in here after my work with a man named Omar as a date.
What did Omar look like?
Hispanic. Handsome.
Did he have a beard? What's that?
I just met him last week.
So you
or
don't
2
know if he
weeks
has a
ago.
beard?
I just met him, but I know he's like close contact with a lot of people in town.
Okay.
I know that he's very important in town as a person.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
Just
everyone loves
as a
him.
description though, does he have a beard?
He has beard. He's light skinned. He's Mexican.
What was he wearing last night? What color shirt?
I don't know the shirt, but he's wearing a hat. A backwards hat or black baseball hat.
Okay.
Even though this girl was praying that it wasn't who she thought, she does not know yet that it was in fact Omar who was shot and has even passed away. Although tragic, officers cannot spend any time on grievances. They have no clue what the killer looks like, what his escape plan is, and who he could possibly harm next. This is where they begin executing the last step of their response, chasing the shooter down, which begins with multiple SWAT teams initiating a wide search of the entire building, checking every hall and every corner.
Okay, hold. Keep pushing.
Take a deep breath.
Yep.
Good job.
202, we will be on 49.
Hey, just your hands.
Show me your hands.
I'm the one that calls you guys.
Show me your hands.
I've been crying.
Show me your hands.
I've been crying.
Turn around.
Hispanic guy, beard, gray shirt.
They're right there.
Down here. Down
They
here.
got him.
Down here.
I called him. Call me. I would.
Both of you step over here.
Okay.
Step behind us.
Yes, sir.
God, you guys are crazy. They have a plane where it happened. I ran into the car and I saw the guy on the floor.
Hey, listen to me. Hey, both of you. He's in a hotel somewhere. One at a
I know
time.
that's why we stayed.
Okay, you guys need to get into the stairwell.
Okay, let's stay.
Sheriff's office, come out now! It's your hands.
Come out.
We thought it was our kids. Our kids are in a couple rooms
Okay,
down.
listen to me. You guys need to stay in this room. Don't come out for any reason, okay?
Okay.
Keep it going. Do not come out, okay? There's an active shooter right now. Stay in the room.
At this point in time, officers do not have access to any of the CCTV footage, and it is difficult for them to find out who exactly the man is, let alone where he went. But getting their hands on this footage should only be a question of time. The security of casinos are often incredibly high, designed to quickly de-escalate dangerous situations like this, as we will come to see later in this video. The reason for this is part because of a shooting that happened back in Las Vegas in 2017. Due to the failure failure of that casino hotel's security, they were forced to pay out over $800 million to the victims of the shooting, ensuring that security would be increased on all casino hotels, much like this one. Actually, it's very common for hotels, casinos, or other companies to be forced to pay out settlements like this. That's why I partnered with Morgan & Morgan, the company that fought for many of the victims of the 2017 shooting, helping them win over $800 million. You're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. With over 1,000 attorneys, Morgan & Morgan will fight to give you the best results. And unless you win, they do it all for free. In just the past few months, Morgan & Morgan has helped hundreds of people. One car crash victim in Florida won a verdict worth $12 million, and another in Philadelphia, $26 million. That was 40 times more than their insurance offered. So if you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions. And it takes only a few minutes to see if you have a case. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by visiting www.forthepeople.com/insanity, found in the description. With that said, police at Hard Rock Cafe received intel that the suspect likely fled into one of the 5 apartments nearby on the 1st and 2nd floor. Fortunately, this team you just saw cleared out the stairs and hallways, meaning more teams can rush into these apartments and look for the suspect.
Sheriff's office, open the door, show me your hands.
Keep your hands up.
Hey, we had a shooting downstairs. We need to make sure who's in here and who's not, okay?
Go ahead, step right here. Keep your hands up. Just you two?
Yeah, I'm good.
You close it. Yes, you need to stay inside, okay?
Clear.
Hello. I got this one. Hi, we're Sheriff's Office. Everybody good in here?
Yeah.
How many people?
4.
4? Y'all here?
Yeah.
Okay, can we just check, make sure everybody's okay? Nobody's hiding? Awesome. Thank you, ladies.
What a day, huh?
Everything's all good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Unlock the door, open it slowly with your hands up.
There you go. You no clothes on, of course. Yeah, all right, so we have anything to come on.
Just come out for a second.
Right here, we'll get you some pants, okay?
Anybody else in the room?
Okay. Anybody else in there?
No. All right, stand up there.
Can I ask what's going on?
We'll talk to you in a second.
Shooting.
Holy fuck, son.
Clear, coming out.
Am I okay to check out?
Just go in the room and hang tight.
Although the Fourth Amendment bars officers from warrantless searches under most circumstances, this scenario is an exception as it is classified as an exigent circumstance. Exigent circumstances exist in situations where people are in imminent danger, where evidence faces imminent destruction, or prior to a suspect's imminent escape, much like in this active shooting. But even with this privilege, officers need to pick up their pace, because only 2 of the 5 apartments on this floor have been searched, and the killer could be in any one of them.
Sheriff's office. Open the door. Can you see your hands? Anyone else in there with you? No, just you? Great. Is anybody hurt in here? No. No? Okay, cool. We gotta watch. Just go and stay in your room. We just gotta make sure. We just gotta make sure. Nobody hurt in here.
No, I don't.
They're gonna shoot on the Mexican floor, so. Sorry. Thank you. Sheriff's office, open the door. Okay. Let me see your hands. Open the door, let me see your hands. Thank you, open the door. Oh, shit. Who else is inside? My son. Alright. Clear. We had a shooting incident at the hotel. Can you make sure there's no suspects in there, okay? Put your hands up. You guys alright? Yeah, we're. How many are in here? Just 2 of you? Just me and my son, yes, sir. Okay, everybody's accounted for? Yes, sir. Good. Start moving.
Even with such extensive manpower, SWAT is having a difficult time tracking down the killer. But they had 1 more apartment left, and the individual they came face to face with was someone who could very well be the killer.
Sir, open the door. What's up? Sheriff's office, open the door.
We're finishing this one.
Open the door, I'm gonna break the door down and come in. Okay? We have a shooting, we're checking for people, so please open the door.
There's me and my son's in the shower right now.
Okay, open the door.
You're not going in the shower.
I understand. Open the door, please.
What do you want to do?
We're searching to make sure everyone is okay. Okay. Yes.
Did you just turn it on?
Yes.
What's wrong?
It's on.
It's on. So I need you to open the door, sir.
But if you're coming in with SWAT gear, like, I've been sleeping. I just
Okay,
woke up.
my gun is down and it's holstered, okay? I just need you to open the door so I can talk to you here and I gotta make sure everyone's okay that's inside the room, okay? We got an active shooter on the casino floor.
Everyone's okay in here.
Okay, I need you to open the door so we can make sure.
Are you looking for somebody?
Sir, I'm really trying not to make it difficult.
I'm not trying to make it difficult.
You are making it difficult. All I need is you to open the door.
You're not going to break down that door.
I'm not going to break down the door. I just need you to open this door.
You're not going in there when he's naked in the shower.
I'm not going in the shower. I just need you to open this door.
Then why do you need to open this door? You're not telling me much. Do you have any reason that someone did that?
We don't know. We had an active shooter on the floor, so we don't know. We're checking every single room, right? So far, out of all the casinos, out of every room guest that we've been to, you're the only one that's not opened the door.
You have a problem with us to come in here.
Refusing to cooperate in an active shooter situation is one of the worst decisions this man could have taken. To make things worse, he mentions the presence of someone else in the apartment. This is why officers have to be incredibly careful in dealing with this situation, because for all they know, behind this door could be someone ready to shoot at them.
I'll wait. If you want me to wait till your son gets out of the shower so I can talk to him. Thank you, sir.
You're not coming in toe and breaking down the door to go in the shower.
I'm not going to break down the door to go into the shower, okay?
It's my kid, he's in the shower, there's no reason for it.
I told you 4 times, we're just checking the room to make sure no one's in there with a gun. Just let him through.
This guy's got a gun.
Yeah, in case there's another guy in the room with one.
Please put the gun down.
It's down, sir, okay?
It was pointed at me.
It's pointing down. Okay? Do you have ID, sir?
I do have ID, I don't.
Okay. Who else, besides you and your son, who else is here?
Nobody's here.
Okay.
You see.
Okay. Can I come in and look on the other side of that over there?
Yes, you can come in and look.
All right, thank you.
Fortunately, the apartment seemed relatively safe for officers to enter, but the suspect's behavior causes them to think that he might have been in contact with the shooter and need to interview both him and his son.
And you're the only two that are in the room?
We are the only two that are in the room.
I want to wait right here. Can you ask your son to maybe just off the shower, put on a towel, and stick his head out so I can verify he's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing, sir? Good. Good. I'm Sergeant Sork with the Sheriff's Office. Sorry for the rude awakening. We had an active shooter on the casino floor, so we were going room to room, making sure everyone's okay, no one was shot. There's no one that's tried to come in, get in your room. Okay? It's just you, just us, right?
Have you apprehended the suspect?
That I do not know yet.
Am I
so no.
Believe or not?
So we're asking people to shelter in place right now. We're pretty close to being done, so I say give about a half hour, call down to the front desk and ask if it's okay to come on out.
A shelter in place is an emergency protocol deployed to protect citizens in case of an emergency. By staying put in safe places like their apartments, any threats are deterred from being able to harm individuals. For now, though, this man showed no proof of being affiliated with the shooting, so officers decide to move on. But even with the 5 apartments searched, there was no sign of the killer. The only option officers had left was to begin searching even more rooms on the higher floors, but this would cost them precious time that they did not have. This is why they turned to the hotel's CCTV footage in hopes of getting a lead on who the man is and, most importantly, where he ran off to.
I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm taking her upstairs to look at the camera.
Fortunately, this proves to be a big breakthrough in the case, as officers soon find footage of the man running off from the crime scene. Officers had finally had an image of what the suspect looked like, and it was soon sent to every single team in the hotel. And not even minutes later, officers get a lead, a man in the lobby who matches the image exactly.
Get on your knees. Get on your knees! Down! Get on your knees! You two, get the out of the way! You, out! Up against the wall! Up against the wall! Up against the wall! Turn around against the wall!
You got him? Hey.
Where are you coming from? Huh? What room?
Yeah, you got it.
I don't know. No, hey, get the out of here!
Cover down, look at this.
Coffee up. I got it. Hands on. Put your hands back.
Cross-referencing the image to the suspect, the two are almost an exact match. However, officers are still not entirely certain and need to have a closer look before taking the next step and arresting him.
Hey, I'm take his cap off.
Do you have any tattoos, buddy? Yes. Where are your tattoos at?
Behind my arm.
Take off his screws jacket now. Should check your tattoos, right? Check out the side.
Check his right. Let me see his right arm.
Here's quick.
Have we talked to Elvis this way?
This is what we're looking for, buddy.
Dude's got similar styles.
So that's why it is what it is.
Unfortunately, this turned out to be a dead end. This was not the man that the officers were looking for, and the frustration clearly began to grow.
Were you out at Singapore before you came out? We were at the restaurant and then went straight to the room.
Their surveillance guys did not know anything about this when I went up there. Zero. I gave them the picture when I went up there.
Always south side with the guy. Right now. That's the last thing they are.
That was 10-15 ago.
Yeah.
Let's get you out of here.
It is around this time that officers make a crucial breakthrough in the case. By digging deeper into CCTV and tracking back the shooter's movements, they discover that their man is not a visitor, but a tenant named Edgar Julian Delgado, who checked into the hotel the day before with his girlfriend, Savannah Tatapale. Right after the murder, Edgar is seen rushing to his room and coming out with a handful of bags. Savannah soon joins him and they exit the hotel. Edgar, along with his girlfriend, were now on the run. Despite the fast response from police, Edgar was able to escape because no one had a description of the suspect yet, and as we would later see, he even had a close call with an officer before he escaped. Immediately after finding out Edgar had escaped, all roads and highways in the state were placed under heavy monitoring. They were not going to let a murderer escape, and while they waited for Edgar to fall into their hands, they began interviewing hotel employees to understand the motives behind this murder, starting with a security guard who was present at the time of the murder, Robert Bells.
And as he and I were finishing the cigarettes, we heard a loud boom, like a shot. Within 10 seconds, the dispatcher, who was Santos Nunez, said someone has been shot at Center Bar.
And he relayed that information over the radio?
He relayed that information over the radio. I heard the information.
Okay.
I stepped into the center hallway and proceeded down towards the Center Bar when I saw a rather large man, about 6 foot, 6'1", walking in my direction.
Okay.
My thought was, this is a guy who just shot someone at the bar, because he seemed a little agitated walking. So I immediately turned around. I stayed far away enough till he exited to the left going towards security podium. That's when I walked out. I'd overheard earlier the traffic that somebody had been shot at the bar. And that's when I walked over and I saw a man laying there in a pool of blood at the bar.
From what Robert says, the killing itself was quite a big scene at the Center Bar, yet the response was so slow that Edgar was not only given the time to escape, but pack his belongings before doing so. To make matters worse, Edgar actually walked in front of the security podium, the point at which the entirety of the casino's security cameras were managed by guards. Security likely decided that pursuing an armed suspect, especially one responsible for a shooting, was not a wise decision to make, and rather opted to keep tabs on his whereabouts. Regardless, it is unfortunate that Edgar was given enough time to escape comfortably. At this point, officers move on to the next employee, Noble, who gives more insight into what the two were talking about before Edgar pulled a gun.
Were you able to hear what kind of conversations they were having, what they were talking about?
Not exactly. I wasn't really processing. It was still kind of early for me. It was kind of background noise to me, but
okay.
They were, there's...
Now, well, as they're being loud, was it a loud argument? Were they just being loud, laughing, joking?
It seemed more like just kind of tough buddy stuff, I guess. More joking, I would think.
In what way would you describe that tough buddy stuff? Comments?
Like, they did mention they were starting to, like, oh, joking, like, I could kick your ass, no, no, you can't type thing.
Okay.
And that's when, they started just scuffling up a little bit.
Do you remember who told who initiated that type of conversation?
No, I can say for sure.
Friendly banter turning into a murder is something highly unusual. There is a crucial piece of the puzzle that detectives are missing out on, and the only person who can give it to them is Edgar himself. But in order to catch him, officers have to be patient. They already know what his car looks like from the CCTV footage, and checkpoints have been set up on all roads leading to the Hard Rock Casino. This meant that it was only a matter of time before Edgar fell into their hands. And sure enough, hours later, Edgar's vehicle would approach one of these checkpoints near Highway 50. There was no escaping anymore, and officers could finally get the answers they've been so desperately searching for.
Turn around for me, Edgar. No, towards me now. Edgar, my name is Steve Schultz. Yep. It's nice to meet you. What's your last name, Edgar? Delgado.
Gallardo is my maiden name, so I don't go by that too much.
So you go by Edgar
Delgado.
Yeah. Got it. Edgar, I'm going to want to talk to you back here in the town of Southlake. Okay?
That's fine.
So the sheriff's department here in California is going to bring you back so that we might be able to talk to you.
I don't have my glasses, so I can't see.
Where are your glasses?
I have no idea. They might be in my girlfriend's car.
That's your girlfriend's car?
Yeah. Savannah.
What's her name?
Savannah.
Savannah. I understand. Okay, so I'd like to meet with you. I'm just going to have my partner take a couple of photographs of you. Where did Kruger?
He is in Nevada or California?
I'm a Nevada detective. So I'm from the state of Nevada where the casinos are.
Yeah.
You're being held right now
in California
by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office.
Even though Edgar was arrested in California, he'll still be charged under Nevada law because that's where the crime took place. In fact, California police will need to send Edgar back to Nevada through a process called extradition. This is required by the extradition clause in Article 4 of the U.S. Constitution, which states that if someone commits a crime in one state and flees to another, they must be returned to the state where the crime occurred to face trial. This ensures that Edgar is tried based on laws of the state where the crime happened. And in Nevada, first-degree murder results in either life without parole or 50 years with the possibility of parole after 20.
Now, I understand that I can smell that you've had a little bit to drink, okay?
Yeah, a little bit.
So I'm going to give you...
I've been drinking since, we got into over there at, 1:30, and I'm drinking till, 7 a.m.
Okay. So what I want you to do is I just want you to have a seat in that car. We did you a solid, right? Got you out, let you take a pee. Right? You okay?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good for now.
It is chilling to see Edgar act so nonchalant after taking the life of someone who wished to be friends with him. But this explains several of Edgar's mannerisms. The slurred speech, the lack of understanding, his stumbling while escaping from the casino, and most importantly, his sudden impulse to shoot Garcia. Although aggression to this extent stems from an individual's personal decisions, alcohol can often act as a catalyst. According to the NIH and WHO, alcohol is the most commonly associated drug with aggression compared to others that affect body function. This means that Garcia was murdered at the whims of a twisted drunkard, and Edgar needs to give them answers. But before an interview proceeds with him, detectives decide to interrogate his girlfriend, Savannah, in order to understand Edgar as a person, possibly giving them invaluable evidence to charge him with murder.
Hi, Savannah. Hi. My name is Nadine. Nice to meet you. Jenkins is my last name. Nice to meet you as well. I'm a detective with the County Sheriff's Office on the Nevada side. I would like to talk to you about what happened over at the Hard Rock that kind of led up to you being contacted by El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Take me from the time that you arrived in Tahoe until the time you left Tahoe, and tell me everything that happened from the beginning to the middle to the end in as much detail as you can.
So we got here, we went straight to the Hard Rock. We parked in the front, we walked in, checked in, moved. After we checked in, we went and we parked in the parking garage, and then we went to our hotel. We went up to the hotel room, and then we went down to the casino area, and we had a few drinks, and then I was not feeling well, so we went back up to the room, and I was puking, and then he left. He said he was going to be back in 30 minutes, and then I fell asleep on the bathroom floor.
Okay.
And then I woke up to him calling me, saying, "Let's go, we need to leave." And I kept asking him what happened, and he just kept saying, "Let's go." I was getting frustrated. I was like, "Why? I'm hungover. I want to sleep. What's going on?" And he just kept saying over and over, "Let's go, let's go, let's go." And I assumed that he had been gambling and he lost money and he was mad. And so we grabbed our stuff and we walked to the car, and that's when we saw cops pulling up, and the cops told us, they said there's someone with a gun or someone got shot, and then he turned around, faced them, put his hands up, and I looked at him, I was like, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Babe, let's go." They just said, "Someone has a gun, let's go." And so we went to the car.
It is likely that Savannah genuinely did not know why she was being rushed to leave in the heat of the moment. Unfortunately, due to Edgar's horrible decisions, she is now an accomplice in her boyfriend's escape. So either she tries to defend him and risk being charged as an accomplice in murder, or fess up and answer every question honestly, especially the ones about his past.
How did you meet Edgar? How do you know him?
We went to high school together, but we were never talked in high school. And then I started working at a bar, and he is my boss.
Okay, it's your boss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you know about him and his history before meeting you?
Nothing.
Okay, don't really know anything.
I just know that we went to school together.
Okay. Do you know anything about Edgar, his life, things he may or may not have done in between when you knew him in high school and then when you knew him as your boss at the Red Room? Okay, have you guys had, some couples don't really have the, "This is my history" talk. Some do.
We have not.
You have not had that talk?
No.
Okay.
For now, the detective believes that Savannah isn't comfortable enough to reveal details and decides to take an alternative approach. By explaining the trouble she's in and mounting some pressure, there is a chance that crucial information can be squeezed out of her.
You have to understand that when you know somebody has done something illegal or have a suspicion of it, or they are giving you that hint, and then if you help them escape, that's a crime. So by driving him away from the scene, you put yourself in a really bad spot. Okay, help me help you, right? I need to know everything. I'm gonna be blunt with you. He shot that guy. I have a video of it. I watched it with my own eyes. Okay, because you got yourself wrapped up into a mess. So let's go back. He calls you at some point. Take me from the time he called you, and please, Savannah, be as detailed as you can about what he said to you, because I can see him calling you on the surveillance video. I can see him on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So what did he say to you?
He said, "Grab the bags, let's go." And he just kept repeating that over and over. Just grab the bags, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Okay, so then he gets up to the room. Be super specific. What is everything that happened from the time he walked into that room until the time you guys walked out of the room? Tell me everything.
He just said, "Let's go, we need to go." And I was asking him why and what's going on, and he seemed upset. But he just kept saying, "Let's go, we need to go." He also said, he said, "We need to go to Mexico."
We need to go to Mexico.
That's what he said.
Okay, so he said we need to go to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The time that he walked into the room, all right, so you guys get your stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. He says we need to go to Mexico, keeps telling you we gotta fucking go.
Mm-hmm.
You guys leave.
Mm-hmm.
You walk out to the parking structure and you're contacted by the police.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you say that the police approached and he put his hands up and turned.
Mm-hmm.
And you started to tell me what he said to you, and then you stopped.
Because I don't really remember exactly what he said.
I don't need verbatim. Give me the gist of what it was that he said to you.
I really don't. I had just woken up. Everything was a blur.
Okay.
I genuinely
Don't remember. Okay. So I'm picturing it in my head because I wasn't there, but I don't want to get it wrong. So when you say, like, can you give me a demonstration of what he did when the police approached? Like, what did he do body language wise? What did he do?
Well, I'm pretty sure he dropped his hat on the ground and he just like put his hands up.
What does his backpack look like?
I think it's a Jordan backpack. It's black. The only other things in the car were my bag, which is green, and he had another black duffel bag.
The bag that Savannah mentions contains several of Edgar's items, including the weapon he used to kill Garcia.
The black barrels towards me.
And then it looks like the mag and the gun are separate.
Slide is open.
Okay. And there's a magazine with it.
So let's watch for trace evidence or anything on the barrel or anything like that.
Got it. It's a 26.
So it's a Glock 26?
Yep.
This information is what the detective uses to not only make sure that Savannah is telling the truth, but to find out whether this murder was premeditated or not.
Do you know Edgar to carry a firearm on a regular basis? Did you know he was carrying a firearm?
I knew that he had it with him.
Okay.
I didn't know that he had it when we were like in the casino.
Okay, so you were not aware of that?
No.
Does he generally carry it on his person when you guys go out?
No.
I guess I'm trying to wrap my mind around, you know, sometimes people, like, for me, for instance, law enforcement, I carry it everywhere I go, nature of the job, right? Some people only carry it sometimes if they feel like there might be a problem, or they feel threatened, or it's a bad environment, or something like that. And other people carry it all the time, just in case, right?
I know for a fact he doesn't have it on him all the time.
Okay, so he doesn't have it on him all the time. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea what would have prompted him to carry it today?
No.
When he came back to the room, did you see the gun in his possession?
No. I saw it when we were leaving the hotel room about to go to the car.
And where did you see it at?
I think he put it in his, like, box. I don't know if it's like a gun case or what it is.
Okay. So I'm sorry, say that for me one more time. You saw it when you were leaving the room?
And yeah, from the room to the car.
Okay, so
he stopped it and he put it
in a box.
I think it's his gun case.
Under normal circumstances, it would not have been odd for Edgar to carry a weapon. This is because he worked as a security guard in Santa Cruz, and due to the nature of his job, one would expect him to be safety-oriented. If this were the case, detectives likely would not think that the murder was premeditated. However, the reality was that carrying a weapon was unlike him, as his girlfriend testifies. If anything, this has dug an even deeper grave for Edgar, since there are grounds to charge him with first-degree murder. But Edgar somehow makes this situation even worse for himself with the interview he gives one of the officers who arrests him. This would also be where we finally see Edgar's mental state during and after the murder.
It's important for you to be able to tell your side of the story about what happened back there, and I want to listen to it. And I didn't necessarily want to do it here in the back of a police car, but since you mentioned that you have a gun and that it's in the car, I think it's important that we have the conversation. So
none of that is like, you know,
why don't you
hold accountable to me because you didn't tell me that before, you know? But all I gotta tell you is like,
why don't you tell me your side of this? How did this happen?
In the long run, she knows too, like, I know that she's been wanting to do it for a while. She's been wanting to become like a police officer, you know?
Okay. So we're okay talking? Yes? You're willing to talk to me?
A little bit.
Okay, a little bit. And like I said, anytime you want, Edgar.
If I don't want to talk to you, that's it.
You can say anytime during this conversation. You can say, "Hey, Steve."
Like I've had family members that are gay members, you know, and like I know the way it is.
I get it in the streets. So I understand that you've had a life, right? I get that, and it's important for you to get your side of this out, what happened, why it happened, and I'm willing to listen to that.
Immediately, the detective sets up a safe space for Edgar to talk. Considering the facts that he is drunk, these sort of questioning tactics have an instant effect on him as he begins to open up.
Did you know that guy?
I didn't know him.
You didn't know him? What happened?
I just remember we were talking for like a while, you know, and then like That's it. Like, I just remember we met up. He was like, oh, like, I'll teach you how to, like, fucking snowboard. I'll teach you how to skate. I'm like, I know the way she is too, you know? Like, I was like, oh, like, yeah, like, it's fine, you know?
Did he do something that made you shoot him? I don't know. I can't escape that. I just know that one thing led to an next, and we were just trying to get out of the parking lot real quick. And I realized she was asleep the whole night. She was asleep the whole night. And I wish I was asleep that night too.
Are you an armed security guard when you're a bouncer, or no? No? So, why did you have the gun on you today? You don't know? I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. I think it's important that you just get it out. Tell me the whole thing about what happened, what was said, why it happened.
Slowly but surely, Edgar begins to crack. The tears begin to flow, and his consciousness starts to catch up to his actions.
This seemed like, from what you described, it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Something happened. I'd like to know what.
I wish I did. I'm not one to just like react like that, you know?
React like what?
I don't know.
How many times did you shoot it? You remember?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't know. I don't remember any of that. I just remember talking to someone about snowboarding. I remember talking to someone about skiing. And I just remember like leaving, like, you know, telling the rush. And I just remember a bunch of ARs put it everywhere. And I remember like earlier, like in the night, like once we got here, cause like we had out of sight, cause like pretty late. We had out like probably like at 9, you know. Sanctuary is like 4 hours away, 4 hours and a half away. And my girlfriend was one driving. Like, look at the miles in the car, you know. Okay. We were bringing in that car, we had a good time.
Okay.
Fucked it up again.
How did you meet this guy? Just talking in the bar, something different?
Just there. Like, I had taken my girlfriend up to her room, to our room. I had taken her up to our room. And she was like, you want to stay down there? And I was like, I don't know. Like, it's Nevada. Like, they don't have, like California, you know? You can't serve alcohol after 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And I was like, all right. Like, I mean, it's Nevada. Like, I've never experienced that. I've never experienced Vegas. I've never experienced any of that. Like, it would be nice to experience that, like, for once.
Okay.
So then she was like, I was hoping you're out there, because she was, like, throwing up. She was, like out of it, big on, and, like, because, like, she was driving the whole night, and I was like, I'll take care of you, you know? I decided to go back down, and I don't know what happened. I just remember it being, like, fucking pissed up there. Like, now, like, I remember I was just leaving, I don't know.
You always carry your gun with you?
I don't.
You don't?
My dad hates it, my mom hates it. My mom hates the fact that I own a gun. My dad hates the fact that, like, there's a gun in the household. I've never been raised with the firearm like that.
With no plausible reason for his actions, there was no escape for Edgar. His actions were downright horrible, and nothing more than him doing whatever he felt in the spur of the moment. Edgar's girlfriend Savannah went on to admit to the destruction of evidence, as she lied about the presence of a gun when the two were arrested. She was granted a suspended 364-day jail sentence. As for Edgar, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and faced additional charges for the use of a deadly weapon. He was sentenced to a maximum of 55 years.
You open that. Fit in here. I mean, she's in there. Oh, she's in there.
Police department. Police department. Hi, how's it going? Are you Patricia? No, I'm her daughter, Chris.
This is 50-year-old Carol Ray. She lives with her mother, Patricia, and her 3-year-old daughter.
Is Patricia here?
No, she's not here. No, she's my sister.
Okay, I'm just asking because someone was worried they didn't know where she was at.
My son John and him and her are having a little bit of tiff because he owes her quite a bit of money. And he's been trying to call her for 24 hours now. And I gave her the message yesterday.
This made sense to the cops. Carol's mother, Patricia, didn't want to deal with her greedy grandson and decided to move out and ignore him. Or at least that's what Carol claimed, because at this point, police are completely unaware of the horrifying secrets that lie just feet away from them inside the house. And over the course of the next few days, this simple missing persons report would turn into hands down the most gruesome and disturbing case that they had ever worked on.
And then I get a text message from Carol's mom, but it doesn't read like Carol's mom.
My grandma just texted me again.
Okay. And then comes to my house again. My grandma's not at the house.
It's clear that you're not telling us the truth. Where is she at, Carol?
Following the interaction with Carol the previous night, John would call the police again, slowly becoming more concerned that something had happened to Patricia. So at 11 a.m. on January 22nd, officers would arrive at Carol's house for a second time with the intent to find a conclusive answer to John's worries.
Grandma's Patricia, Mom is Carol. Hi. Are you Carol? Yes. Is Patricia here?
No, she's not. She's getting her B12 shot or something like that with Dr. Positive.
It's not written down anywhere in here?
Maybe on, no, it's written down with Dr. T on the old calendar.
This little girl.
This is my daughter, Allison, her granddaughter.
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Does she live here with you?
Yeah, we live together.
Your grandma?
Yeah.
Or your
my
mom?
mother.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's been staying at her sister's house for a couple of days because we just got diagnosed with pneumonia and got home from the hospital. I had diverticulitis that ruptured.
Okay.
So
she's back here though, staying here primarily now?
Well, I mean, all of her clothes and everything are here. She came by yesterday and she was here not last night, but night before last, and she was here yesterday until about 5 p.m. and picked up her medications and fresh change of clothes and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, the reason we're here is because your children are concerned about your grandma.
My son John, yeah, he sent you guys over last night, which I contacted my mother about because she had a fit, and I was going to go down to the Lisbon Police Department today about it. Well, there's a little bit of a financial money issue between my mother and my oldest son John.
Okay.
And he borrows a lot of money from her and doesn't repay it. He's got a truck in the backyard she bought him, a car in the garage that she bought him that she took back because he won't pay the insurance on it. So my mom is a very finicky woman, so she got pussy about that. Now call him when I goddamn ready to call him. I got things to take care of.
Right.
Okay. My mom
How old's your mom?
I said she's 69 this year.
Based on Carol's story, Patricia is back living at her house and is currently at the doctor's office getting a monthly shot. Everything lines up. Patricia temporarily stopped communicating with John due to a financial dispute. However, John, being a caring grandchild, got worried something more sinister was at play. It seems like it was just miscommunication. However, officers decide to get all of Patricia's information and check her room just to ensure nothing's off.
All right.
Where's her room here?
And it's right back here.
Can we just look at it?
Yeah, if you want to see where her clothes are and everything. You want to show us? I'm sorry, baby. You want to show them where Grandma B's room is? This is the last one on the right. Allison's is the first one on the left here. Yep, we were letting Allie sleep in this bedroom since Grandma B spent the night over here. So that she can have her stuff on.
And all her clothes are in there?
All her stuff is right there. Fresh clothes that she just washed.
Okay. All right. We're good. We get the call, and then there's one side of the story, and then there's the other. So if he's got everyone worked out, like he said, he might call, someone else might call, and you don't want us showing up here a million times. So we want to just see her in person. Hey, you're fine. That's all we need to do. Okay? Alrighty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
The officers have one simple task to wrap this case up. Simply confirm Patricia is okay with their own eyes. To do this, Officer Pelt decides to call the doctor's office where Patricia is apparently being treated. However, the call doesn't go as planned.
Hi, this is Casey from Woods Cardiology. How can I help you?
Hi, this is Officer Pelt with the Roseville Police Department. I'm just calling because I believe you have a patient in your office by the name of Patricia Bennett. And she has some family members that are concerned about her and are trying to just make sure she's there.
Nope. She's not here. They might have got the date mixed up. Her appointment is February the 13th. But I'm gonna go ahead and ask a couple of my colleagues just to make sure, like, did she come here or anything like
Is
that?
she planning on coming there?
Nope. She's not supposed to be in today. Nobody's seen, like, she hasn't come in yet or anything like that. But we can watch out and contact you.
Suddenly, things are starting to misalign. John insists that he thinks Patricia is missing, and now the only person living with her is lying about her current location. Something is definitely not adding up, so officers decide to speak to John again to further investigate the strange situation.
I just don't get why my grandma would make a Facebook post saying she's at home. You guys show up and she's not there.
And that was literally 2 minutes. As soon as you pulled away, she texted my dad that.
There may be other circumstances that we're not aware of, or the family's not aware of.
I hope I just had a pissed off.
So what your expectation is that this woman here who's your mother, is hiding your grandmother from you?
Yeah.
For what reason?
For months.
She's trying to take the money from her that you think is entitled to you?
No.
Okay, I don't know.
No.
Your grandmother, what?
Our grandma raised us.
Raised you, okay. Okay.
So, generally, yes, I'm really concerned
about in and out of her
where
life.
she's at.
Right, okay.
You know, our mom was never in her life.
And I just don't want my grandma to be passed away and she's collecting, or hopefully she's just hiding her because she's sick and my grandma doesn't want to know. I really have a pissed off grandma that's missing or dead.
Well, if she's dead, then, I mean, if she's got a body hiding somewhere or is done away with her, I mean, and then trying to collect Social Security or whatever she receives, I mean, that takes some effort.
My grandma has fraudulent
police reports on her.
Yeah, police reports on her.
When was it? What,
A couple years ago.
A couple years ago?
back.
Okay. And what happened to those charges?
I think my grandma decided to not pursue them.
Okay.
Fully, to have, like, lock her up because that's her daughter, but...
I'm not trying to get her in trouble, but why would you keep lying? But so that's why I'm thinking that nothing's adding up. My grandma just texted me again.
Okay.
And no cops to my house again. My grandma's not at the house.
John's claims are frankly terrifying. Not only does he suspect his mother of stealing from Patricia and using her money, but he thinks she may have even murdered her. Accusing your own mother of committing such a terrible act is something officers need to take seriously. However, there's no evidence to suggest that Carol had even harmed Patricia, let alone killed her, so these claims feel drastic, unfounded, and premature. Officer Jerebick seems to have felt these claims were over the top as well, so he would lead John to the station to file a missing persons report. Additionally, he wants to learn about John's history with Carol, and why he thinks she may have killed Patricia. Alongside John would be Carol's ex-husband TJ, who claimed to have important information that could help solve the case.
Just gonna record you and I. All right. So when did you physically last see your grandmother eye to eye?
Probably after Halloween, beginning of November, before I went to North Carolina. I came back from North Carolina at Thanksgiving, so didn't see her. Went there on Christmas, didn't see her. I've been calling her and asking her to call me. I need to hear your voice, or have my mom have you call me, I need to hear your voice, or I'm going to do a welfare check. I threatened that a couple weeks ago. All right, yesterday I just cracked and finally called me in.
And now you haven't had any voice contact with her since Thanksgiving?
Somebody's been texting me off her phone or off her Facebook. I know it's not her just because of the words they use. It's not how my grandma talks.
When was the last time you saw Carol?
Last time I saw Carol, period.
Not Carol, Patricia.
Oh, okay. I'm like every time I drop my daughter.
yeah. We're like Patricia. Contact with Patricia, yes.
Yeah, it was around Halloween time. I did receive one text message the other day stating that she was sorry for holding up Carol. Carol and my daughter were supposed to hang out because it was my birthday this weekend. Came around 6 o'clock, so I texted her. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? You know, it's my birthday. We're supposed to be celebrating it and blah, blah, blah.
You, Carol, and Allison are supposed to be celebrating on Sunday, your birthday.
Right, and then I get a text message from Carol's mom, but it doesn't read like Carol's mom, but it says, sorry, I'm holding her up, signing over the cars and giving her title to house and insurance stuff so she can get that stuff fined Monday. It gets kind of, when Carol types, a lot of times it comes up kind of misspelled. It's because she doesn't wear glasses and stuff like that.
The only contact that you've had with her was from
a random message, and she said that she was with my aunt. So I did some research. I went there today and spoke with my aunt. She hasn't spoken with my grandma since 2015.
Remember how Carol said that Patricia moved over to live at her sister's house?
Is Patricia here? No, she's not here. No, she's with her sister.
John visited that house, and Patricia's sister claimed that she hasn't seen Patricia in over 5 years.
And she was messaging me today while we were there with the cops, saying that she was home, and messaging my dad that she was home when we know she wasn't there because the cops were there. My dad screenshotted them all and sent me those messages.
Okay, can you email those to me?
One thing I do know, and I mean, in this type of situation, I would hope it's more true than it is the other, is I've known Carol since I've been 20. I mean, like boldface, like you can show her, like, here's a picture of you and a half. Here's a picture of you doing this and da-da. It's not me. I mean, so she's always been a chronic liar, especially when she's off her meds. Because she does take lots of medicines, longer than I think when we were together. I mean, I'm sure you can get her a list of medicines that she was taking, but I guess she lost her therapist, so she has not had medicine for the last couple months. And when that happens, things get kind of wonky with her.
Any other conversations?
I've been calling the house phone, social media, off of Messenger, calling her that way, texting her. Nothing. And then on 12th of January, my mom texted me off her phone saying, Grandma B is sleeping, getting over pneumonia here. I was like, have her call me. I need to hear her voice. She never does this. She always calls me. And there was no response.
These interviews help clarify why John would go as far as saying Carol had killed Patricia. She's been lying to them for months. Nobody's been able to see or speak to Patricia, and she happens to have a decent surplus of cash that the family has been pulling from. And remember, on top of all of that, Carol lied to police about Patricia's whereabouts at the doctor's office. The evidence makes it abundantly clear that Carol's not telling the truth and trying to hide something, and it's likely something horrifying. So police try and visit her house a third and final time, but this time, they are leaving without answers.
Hello. Hi again. Is she here now? No, she's up at the Liver Cancer Institute getting her B12 shot. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be gripey with you, but where is she at?
We're just getting conflicting information that's lying.
The doctor's office that you told us she went to, she's not there.
With cardiovascular is where she goes. Dr. Takazi is who treats her lymphocytic white blood cell cancer. Not the white blood cell cancer.
Okay, because you said she was at Woods Cardiovascular.
Because she has a lot of doctors.
What's your daughter's name?
That's Allison.
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 Yeah, so just getting conflicting information from.
It's a nice balloon. Thank you.
I hate all of it. Woods Cardiovascular is where she's been treated.
Yeah. So
it's where she's been treated for a long time with Dr.
How did she get there? How did she get there?
Her sister drives her, or I drive her.
You didn't drive her today, so today.
And sometimes her neighbor across the street.
How did she get there today, though?
I believe her sister.
Her sister?
Yes.
The sister that lives in Warren?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have your sister's number?
I don't talk with my or my.
Well, last night,
okay.
She stayed over there.
When the officer came here,
she did not speak directly to her. No, she spoke to me.
Okay.
Because she was at maintenance. She was here, right before last.
Is that your phone?
She was here. Yes, that's one I just gave you.
Listen, we just want to know where this lady
I
is.
don't understand, but you guys are upsetting my daughter and you're upsetting me.
She doesn't look upset.
That's
okay? Because you don't hear what she says when she leaves. I just went through a really bad domestic violence divorce situation and CPS up my butt for the past 2
We're not here, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to find out if your mom's okay. We got a bunch of people who are concerned about her, and no one seems to know where she
My
is.
son's father, my son, and his brother, which he's got his brother on high alert now, which his brother's wife was just here yesterday morning while my mom was laying on the couch to pick up $200 to do her tabs for the car, for my son's car.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can show you a picture of my daughter and my mom.
She's
sitting on
sending
the couch.
messages telling everyone she's here.
She's currently here.
No, she's coming back here because she just called.
She just called. Why don't you call her right now? While we're here.
Yeah. And she's on her way, then shortly we'll be able to resolve this.
Can I turn this back on to her?
Yeah.
You can see
That's
that I'm
fine.
actually. Oh.
You want to put it on speakerphone? Will she answer you?
I don't know. She went up there to get her B12 shot.
Notice the drastic change in Carol's demeanor when she was directly asked to call Patricia. She's no longer deflecting, but rather soft-spoken and deliberate with her choice of words. Pay attention to Carol's body language as she's asked more of these direct questions.
I know she's supposed to be calling John because John's the one that started this 3-4 nights ago, threatening to call if she didn't talk to him. Yeah, if she didn't talk to him by noon the next day. I had her call before she went to Sam's Club. It was like 11:45, 11:50.
Is it possible then that she could just speak to John? Directly.
Yeah.
Well, then why hasn't she?
Like face to face, so that they're at ease.
She's not answering.
We're sending messages to
Do you
each
want to
other.
call her again?
And we were just concerned.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She was talking, you were talking, the phone was ringing. What did you say?
Why can't your mother directly speak to John? Not through a message, not through text.
She can't.
FaceTime.
I don't have nothing to do with her and John, though.
Well, that's why we're here.
I'm getting stuck in the middle of it.
Yes, and so are we.
So are we, and we have to figure it. We have
We're trying
to
to get
see her. We're gonna just try to call her again. What's the doctor's office she's at?
Which car are you? No, the Weber Cancer Center is behind Macomb Hospital.
Coincidentally, Officer Peltz would call this doctor's office, and yet again, Patricia was nowhere to be found. Officer Pelt knew something was off and decided to call in Detective Jarabex to question Carol officially and confront her about her growing list of lies.
Grandson doesn't live here.
Okay.
If this does go downhill and she starts making any admissions, let's stop, get her to the station. We'll do a search warrant, whatever we have to do for the house. But if she starts,
want to do a consent to search first, so we can gather her at the house first. We should consent.
yeah, let's start out with that.
She's already let me go through the house.
Did you go through the garage?
I've not been through the garage.
Just check the cars.
No, I just went through the house. Let's pick this side of things. So she's at her drinking.
Okay.
This is Detective Gerowitz.
Excuse me.
Yes. Hi. So we're gonna, if you don't mind, we'll get consent from you to search the house to see if there's anything that would lead us to think of who she may have went with to help you out, figure out where she went.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't tell you otherwise, right? You're under the impression she was supposed to be with her sister.
Yes.
That's what she told you.
Yeah.
Who lives in the house?
I do. My mom and this little girl for her older.
Has she done this in the past?
My mom doesn't tell anybody what she does.
But your son seemed pretty concerned that she was in there.
What's on John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she tells you that she's with her sister.
That's got me.
It's concerning, correct?
That's got me worried. I'm not worried, but
She's
aggravated.
not answering her phone calls. The people that she says she's with, she's not.
Mm-hmm. That's got me
concerning.
aggravated.
I won't feel right if I leave this house without looking for anything that can point us in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do my job properly and make sure that, and I guarantee when she walks back in this door and she finds out that I searched for her stuff to help try to find her, she's probably going to be okay with it because that's what most people will be okay with, correct?
I'll open up her bedroom door so you can see her stuff or whatever. I'll unlock the car for you so you can look at it and whatever, or whatever you want to do. I don't want to sign anything and get in trouble.
Okay.
There's all of her things.
Okay. When your mom left, did she take like a toothbrush, a bag of clothes?
clues? Like she was spending the night anywhere?
Well, she's a person. I mean, her things.
Yeah, does she normally sleep over people's house without,
Well, she does. She did this time. And she has in the past. Puzzles, right?
She does have,
She's doing.
obviously, medical issues.
Oh, yeah, she's got medical issues for a while. She takes
What I'm saying is that that's also, when we're looking at somebody being missing, it's concerning because anything can happen. She's had COPD, she's had a stroke already. You understand, she's
out there.
You don't seem very concerned. I'm more concerned for your mom than you are.
I am concerned. I've talked to her and seen her in the past 24, 48 hours. But now I'm frazzled because she's lied to me about talking to and I don't know why she would do that.
So, I mean, we're concerned because your mom left, but she didn't even pack a bag to go, you know.
For an overnight, she probably won't. Even when she came up to my trailer that I was remodeling up on Paul Road.
So for like an overnight, you don't pack like just a toothbrush, a change of clothes, underwear?
Any teeth?
Obviously, something's going on here. We're fairly certain something's going on. We need to start fresh, and we need to tell you. We need you to tell us exactly what happened.
Your story's not adding up.
Your story isn't adding up.
Through it very quickly.
You're extremely nervous.
Well, yeah, I had the police here last night and today. Yeah.
Carol, obviously, something probably happened to your mother, right? You know something that you're not telling us. That's apparent to us. We're trained investigators. We know when something's not right and something isn't right. You have many people outside of you that are concerned about your mother's whereabouts. Where is she at, Carol?
I don't know, because she honestly said was what she told her when she left here.
The detectives haven't cracked Carol yet, but they're extremely close. If they can get verbal consent to search the property, they may be able to find clues to further solve the case or get Carol to reveal more information.
All right, listen to me.
Few things.
You're lying a lot, okay? I'm now at a point where I don't believe anything you're saying, okay? Well, I've now confirmed another part of your story that's wrong. So you need to come clean now. Let me know where your mother's at. If she's in this house or in your garage, that she passed away from natural causes or whatever it is, and you didn't want to do anything because maybe you needed some extra money for Social Security or whatever it is, we can get through it. But right now, what you're doing is you're hiding somebody who's possibly dead, okay?
Absolutely not.
Carol, she hasn't been in this house in 2 months, 3 months.
She has. She's got dirty clothes in the laundry room. She's got clean clothes hanging right there.
What does that have to do with anything? That's neither here nor there.
No, I mean...
What's going on? What's going on in your life?
Her hair
that we have to
in
be
the bathroom.
Yeah, that's odd because she left for the night. Wouldn't she want to brush her hair in the morning?
Carol was caught lying through her teeth multiple times. However, despite all of that, detectives couldn't get the consent to search her property. This leaves them in a tough situation. It's clear Carol is lying and hiding Patricia's whereabouts, but with no solid evidence, they can't be certain of Carol's involvement in the disappearance. But luckily, the police had a trick in mind, involving Carol's current boyfriend, Ricky. Since Ricky has been living in the house with Carol, he has the authority to give consent to areas of mutual access. In this situation, that allows officers to search the majority of the property despite Carol's objection to the search. As long as Ricky doesn't have any involvement in Patricia's disappearance, he would have no reason to object to a search of the property.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
How about yourself?
Not too bad. Are you Ricky?
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna step back here. Some of these detectives want to talk with you.
Detectives?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, they'll talk with you.
When was the last time you saw Patricia? Like physically saw her in person?
Physically saw her, it's probably been about a month.
Would you mind coming to the station with us so we can just sit there and talk?
It's just,
well, we're trying to we want to find Patricia, but we're getting...
She's not at her sister's house?
No. How long?
She's lied on me and...
Who's lied on you?
Carol.
Carol?
She's cheated on me, yeah. Because she's the one that told me that she was at her sister's house.
Thankfully, it seems as though Ricky has no idea of the crimes. More importantly, he would agree to a search of the property, granting them access to most of the home. If they discover anything serious, they'll need a search warrant to investigate it further, but a cursory look around the property is now fully legal. They begin by searching her backyard and cars.
Someone's got to search the inside. Who's with her?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, house with her. Just be my.
After coming up empty in the backyard, they check the last remaining spot, Carol's garage.
Boyfriend's here.
Just want to look up here real quick.
You open that.
Fit in here.
I mean,
Bloody.
oh, all right. Bloody towels. There's in here. It's all. She's in there.
She's in the house.
Oh, she's in there.
Oh, wow. Let's see.
Well,
hold on. I don't know. Hold on. Well, hold on.
I don't know. I'm not just.
What?
Nah. No, he's looking. He's looking at it. Nah, nothing. I think I opened up that grave then and it's full of bloody towels. It stinks like a dead body.
Hey, King.
Swear to God.
You gotta get the search warrant.
Huh? For what?
If it's in there, Bodecker wants
For what?
if they're
searching for the body.
Yes, if there's
a bloody pillow in here. Sorry? Yeah, there's a body. Yep.
Where?
You see the legs from the far corner.
Okay.
Goes back. Sure. I'll go pick the thing up there.
Somebody said he was back here. He needs to. Everybody needs. That's a boyfriend who just showed up. They've been looking for him.
Oh, okay.
I just opened up a big plastic storage bin and it smelled really bad. It was full of blood and towels, and you can see a body in there. So that's kind of where we're at. All right.
We hook her, bring her in. What about
Everybody was saying, people, the brothers, we need to find out what they were telling officers, because they were saying he was like in the back there yesterday. He was coming and going. Somebody noticed it.
There's
Yeah.
still moisture on the top of that. I opened it, there's still moisture on top, so that's not been in there long.
And they were somebody we got to talk to over there. They said, yeah, you know, the door was open yesterday and he was coming and going, and then all of a sudden his car was gone.
This dude? Whose boyfriend is it?
This is the
Carol's mom, dad's daughter.
I say we bring this in.
Yeah.
Not only had they found Patricia's deceased body in the storage bin, but the body still wasn't dry, meaning the murder couldn't have been more than 2 months ago as John originally suspected. This terrifying scene couldn't have made the truth more clear. Carol Ray had killed her mother and had been covering it up for weeks. However, she may not have been the only one involved in this. Ricky had been staying at the house for months now, and the cops believe he had to have known about the murder if he'd been living beside it the entire time. With this in mind, police place Carol under arrest immediately and detain Ricky too.
Carol, go ahead and stand up for me. Wrong, James back, okay? I think you know where we're going, but I suggest you think about what you need to tell us, okay? I might have my knife on me over there.
Following Carol and Ricky's arrest, both would sit in a jail cell while they waited for detectives to arrive at the station. Multiple hours later, they would bring Carol in for her first interrogation.
Obviously, Carol, we're here to talk to you about what's going on here.
The further we let this keep rolling, the further it's going to get without you being able to,
shed some light on this, okay?
The goal for this interrogation is not to get Carol to confess, because she obviously did it, but to determine a motive and figure out if Ricky was also involved.
You might say something and it comes out wrong or something like that. You want it because it was an accident. I'm just controlling yourself. I explain the process.
You explain the truth and it will come out as the truth.
I don't believe so.
I'm not, I can't give you advice, but if you want to tell your story, you can tell it how it is. I don't have to ask you any questions. If you want to get it out, you can do that. At the same time, once I tell you your rights, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk.
That night, we were sleeping between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, and I heard loud banging. My daughter and I were sleeping, and I was in the back, and my mom was sleeping on the couch. Anyway, there was a big crash, and it sounded like someone was breaking through the glass window or breaking down the door in the living room. I grabbed my gun. I went running down the hallway and had my finger on the trigger like an idiot. I went not running, but walking fast down the hallway. And I did put my right foot into the looked at that hallway, making my hand like this, and it went off. Doing it when I shook her shoulder, and then I heard gurgling. And I screamed, Mom, and pulled her on the floor. And I noticed that she had blood coming out of her mouth. But I thought somebody had broken the window or something like that. There was a huge, loud crash.
If a suspect is highly emotional when recalling an event, they will often have trouble remembering certain details in that moment. You'll often notice the suspect unable to form full sentences and stuttering in their speech. But Carol shows none of this. While crying, she manages to form a detailed timeline of how she killed Patricia. This implies that her story of events may be inaccurate, and the murder wasn't a mistake like she claims. Now that they've heard it, however, the detectives would be able to search for evidence that explicitly countered this story, and that didn't take them long at all. The very next day, they brought Carol back out of her cell and into the interrogation room again. Throughout this interview, see if you can spot the information that the detectives found specifically for this conversation, and watch how they use it to break her story apart.
Going off of what you said yesterday, I know you said you're walking down the hallway, brother, that you heard a noise at the gun and the Ruger. You're walking the owls right there, you tripped. The gun, you get your finger on the trigger, and the gun went off, correct? Okay. You saw your mom bleeding, and then, I think you said coming out of her mouth.
I ran away and I went on it, and it freaked me out, and I dropped it, and I screamed out at me, and I went, I don't know much about it. I heard my shoulders, all my name, all your name. It was just like, I was gurgling sound, and it was something trickling out of my mouth.
The cops are clearly trying to come across as understanding and compassionate to Carol, but if their main goal was to make her feel comfortable, they wouldn't have sat her in the corner of the room and positioned themselves between her and the door. They want to eventually make her feel so cornered and pressured that she lets go of the truth. So for now, this nice guy demeanor is a complete act for the detective to build rapport, as he tries to get her to talk as much as possible.
So after that happened, obviously you found your mom in the container in the garage. Now, obviously my concern is kind of understand how she got there, but you gotta explain to me, because to me it seems with your back, everything that you can do this by yourself. So can you walk me through? I understand, obviously, panic, everything's unsaid, you're freaking out, and it's your mother you love, right? And so, he was waking up. Okay, can you kind of walk me through the minutes after all that happened? Let me ask you this, was Ricky there that night? Why don't we bring you you don't have to, you know, you can walk down.
Remember, an important part of this interrogation was to figure out if Carol's boyfriend Ricky was also involved to any extent. At the moment, Carol is claiming that he wasn't on the scene at all, as they'd recently had a number of arguments. The cops would have a chance to interview him later on, but for now, there's one question regarding him that they just can't seem to get their heads around.
Cynthia Soils was sleeping with you
Ricky wasn't there. Kind was, here's the baby waking up. What happened, Brian? Did you leave your mom on the couch? Did you move her somewhere else? I understand that. Very hard to understand. Obviously, Robert and her panic, right? I mean, I can picture myself in a situation, panic, you got your daughter there. Where did you move her from the house to where first? We found her in the garage. She moved anywhere before the garage. Directly in the garage. I mean, so this is where I'm concerned with Ricky, your mom. And I know this is a hard detail to get through, but picking up your mom, there's no way you're picking up. How did you do that by yourself? You're saying Ricky's not there. Did Ricky come over and help? Did you have him help you go? Are you afraid to tell us? You're afraid of Ricky? You know, if you're afraid of problems, you're scared, right?
Carol remained completely silent for almost 30 seconds after she was asked this question. The cops are right to assume that she's scared, but it might not be for the reasons they think. She could be scared of Ricky and the consequences of implicating him in the crime, but she could also be terrified of the situation she's in. She's going to jail for a very long time. There's no escaping that anymore, and that's a scary reality for her. Whatever the reason is, though, the cops are still doing their best to give her a moral excuse or justification for what she did, so she'll talk a little more. She panicked, and anyone would have done the same. The best thing she can do to make things right is to tell them exactly what happened.
I mean, all people panic and people make mistakes. Yeah, I mean, you know what happens most often that when you flee from an accident, it happens all the time when people panic, right? Or say someone gets in a car accident, they smash into a car and they take off, and that person ends up dying. They hear them on the news, and then the lines keep going, and they're like, shit, I should have stayed, but I didn't, right? That's a mistake that you made, I should have, but I didn't. I don't want to keep reusing, but I have to. How did you get the toad out of the house? Computer fence, all that stuff in the garage. Is it possible somebody else can move it forward?
The cops are really focusing on Carol's inability to physically move Patricia to the garage, as to them, it was a clear sign that somebody else had to be involved. But at this point, they're not getting anywhere. Unfortunately, this isn't conclusive enough evidence to implicate anyone else, and it's not getting Carol to talk. But that's okay, because the detectives have one piece of evidence that they've been saving for this very moment. That could prove without a doubt that everything Carol said so far has been a total lie.
And the other thing you want to bring up is, obviously did an autopsy on your mom. They found some puncture wounds in her neck, 3 puncture wounds. Not a old scar, but actual fresh puncture wounds in her neck. How did those get? Nothing at all. Never was anything after the fact. And not saying you were killing her, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, I don't know, maybe grab from the street, she was suffering or anything like that. Because here's what I don't want to get caught. Is that once they tell us exactly how deep they were, if it was a cause of death and it should get a cause of death, it can be really bad. So we have to get everything out here now to try to do something with those wounds that don't cause those wounds or anything like that. So I want you to think right now, what could have possibly caused those puncture wounds in her?
I don't know if she had tucked in or anything like that. I didn't hear anything that was very
preliminary, it looked like knife wounds. And it's fresh, like fresh, but like a puncture with the end of a knife there.
A gun accidentally going off and killing someone. Unlikely, but believable. But 2 fresh, deep knife wounds that Carol hasn't mentioned a single time? It's going to be extremely hard to explain this one away. Not only does this imply the murder was completely intentional, but the fact that Carol hasn't mentioned it means that she knew that was the case and wanted to try to cover that part up.
Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, don't want you to implicate anybody that's not implicated. That'll get you in more trouble. That'll get you in more trouble. As we investigate and continue to investigate in the days and weeks, months to come, more things are going to come out. I'm pretty certain of it. To bring know eventually what happened.
That's something else.
The red your mom was in that. And
Did I know I didn't tell you?
say anything to that would lead you to believe that he knew? Did you actually not have a mistake? Did you actually mean to kill him?
I did not mean to kill him.
Well, I'm not saying that. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, do you understand where, when these things can be answered, it's kind of odd. Right? Can I ask you this? Let's go back to control. Did you freak out after you shot her and she was still breathing and you wanted to make sure that at this point, no good for her to be like this?
Absolutely not. I don't want to know. Absolutely not.
Did you kind of help her to see, like, it sounds terrible, but like, is she alive? Is she out? Okay.
At this point, the interrogation has been going on for over an hour, and Carol clearly doesn't intend to deviate from her story despite all the new evidence. The detectives are still no closer to obtaining a confession or any information about Ricky from her, so they figure they've got no choice but to speak to the man himself. So later that day, they bring Ricky in for an interview of his own and attempt to get the truth out of him, whatever it may be.
Do you have any idea what's going on?
No, I don't.
You have no clue?
Somebody at the house said something about Patty is not at her sister's house where Carol was telling you that she was at.
When was the last time you physically seen Patty? You guys call her Patricia?
Yeah, Patty and Patricia. I don't call her Patty. I physically seen her about, I think it was like a month and a half ago. It was before Thanksgiving.
How often do you stay at the house on this?
Every day. I've been there except for, if it was like the night before home, my mom's house.
So you've been staying there every day?
Yeah.
Already, Ricky is being much more open and giving much better answers to all of the detectives' questions. He also seems exceedingly calm and as though he's just trying to help the officers out. Right now, he definitely isn't coming across as a murder accomplice or blackmailer, but there's still plenty of time for the cops to catch him out.
What about Carol? Does she have a job? Does she go anywhere? What does she do with most of her days?
Most of her days, keeping Allison busy, cleaning the house, doing what she can. She needs some major surgeries.
Any financial issues with you or Carol or Patty or anything?
Carol took care of the bills.
Do you know where she had the money to? She's not working?
She said she had a joint bank account with her mom.
Carol been acting strange or suspicious to you or different?
She's bipolar, so I always said that she was the world's greatest actress because I can't tell when she's being sincere or not. That's in addition to bipolar. They're compulsive liars, and I've been caught in a lot of her webs before. I've been telling her she's been feeling more distant.
Ricky, I mean, I don't really necessarily know you, obviously, but you seem pretty nervous to me. What's going on? Is there something you're nervous about?
I'm not nervous about anything.
Where did you sleep in the house?
Mostly in the bedroom with Carol.
Carol's bedroom? Where did,
sometimes on the couch.
Where did Allison sleep?
Mostly in her bedroom.
Let me ask you about the garage. You ever go in the garage?
Yeah.
Ever?
Hardly ever.
When the last time you think you were in the garage or on the premises?
I think we went to go look for a screwdriver. Jeez, I think it was early December. It's been 4 weeks.
Did she have you go look for her?
No, she's been with me.
Compared to Carol's interrogation, this one seems extremely laid back and relaxed. It feels as though there's a big chance Ricky genuinely just doesn't know what's going on. However, the cops do pick up on the fact that he's a little nervous. He's finding it hard to look the detectives in the eyes, and he seems a little soft-spoken. So, to clear things up fully, they decide to put the pressure on big time to see if he breaks.
Ricky, we got a problem. We got a real big problem. I think you know what it is, and I think you need to be honest and upfront with us. So we're going to give you the opportunity now. Tell us what really happened. That's what happened. What happened? What I told you. I'm not talking about the little details we've been asking you. I'm talking about with Patty. Patty, she's been at her sister's house as far as I know. We know Patty's deceased. Patty's got a gunshot wound to her, and she was found in a tote in that garage. So you have to tell us everything you know so you don't implicate yourself anymore than history. Because here's the thing, Ricky. There's investigative tools we have. We're going to find out exactly when she died, where you were when she died, which I'm betting you were in that house, and you know exactly what happened. Nobody knows. I never had a problem with Patty. I'm not saying you had a problem with her. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you know something. I don't know anything. I swear. You don't know this woman, Carol. She has fucked with my head. She has cheated on me behind my back without me knowing about it. The only way I found out about it was tripping over stuff, finding it on accident. Her showing me something on her phone, and then all of a sudden, I love you too, baby, pops up on her phone. Why are you with her? We went through counseling this year, tried to make things work, because I love her, I love the house, and so she's like, oh, I really do.
This is not the reaction a guilty person would give in this position. He's never defensive and he never gets annoyed. He just tries to explain things exactly as they are. He's not upset that he's been caught. It feels like he's upset that he'd ever be accused of this. He also gave a few pieces of information that could be backed up by the detectives, such as the facts that Carol had been cheating on him and that they'd been in therapy. In just 5 minutes, detectives went from assuming him to be the main accomplice to completely discounting him as a suspect. Carol, however, completely stayed in the spotlight, and it was eventually assumed that she acted alone and with intent in Patricia's murder. It was determined that Carol killed Patricia all the way back in November and hid her body for roughly 2 months before John had caught on to her act. Although Carol never verbally confessed to the crimes, she was charged with first-degree murder, felony use of a firearm, and larceny of $20,000 or more. She faces life in prison. Ricky was let go with no charges.
Is she okay?
Do you see where she's hit at?
No, it's on the side of her head. They're saying she's pregnant too.
Take a deep breath.
This woman was just informed that her daughter, Tiara Harris, was shot in a gang-related incident and is in critical condition.
They just were shooting. The blood just started dripping from her head. Like, she ain't no the ambulance. Like, I can't even talk right now, bro.
Her boyfriend rushed her to the hospital, but sadly, it was already too late. And the worst part, Tiara had nothing to do with the shootout. She was an innocent bystander. A simple mix-up left an innocent, pregnant mother of 2 dead, her children now motherless, and her family absolutely heartbroken. The police now face a grueling investigation. However, with everyone involved supposedly being gang members, catching the killers would prove to be much harder than anything they'd done before. We've been in touch with Yolanda, the mother featured in this video, and are proud to share that half of the video's profits will be donated to the Akron-based charity First Glance Student Center. At 7:29 p.m. on April 14th, Akron Police Department would receive multiple calls reporting dozens of gunshots being fired out of 1492 Rockaway Street. Witnesses would describe what seemed like a gang-related shooting, with multiple cars speeding away from the scene, one being a silver 4-door Chevy. Police managed to quickly track down the Chevy, following it as the driver sped across back roads in Akron. However, the Chevy wasn't actually running from the cops. It instead would pull over somewhere that concerned the cops even more: the hospital.
in the car still.
Hey, hold up. 5807. 5807.
Go ahead and shut the car off. Shut the car off. Shut the car off here. Go ahead and put your hands on top of your head, all right? Hands up, nope. Hands on top of your head. Step up. Step up.
Oh, do we have someone checking Main Street?
All right, man. Here, step back here to the back of the car. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back.
With the incident being reported as a gang-related shootout, police would assume the man driving the Chevy to be a gang member, meaning he would be very unlikely to talk to them. So instead, they decide to stop him in the back of a patrol car for later interrogation. As this was going on, dozens of additional 911 calls would ring in, witnesses would arrive at the Akron Police Department to give their testimonies, and more cars would arrive at the hospital. Most importantly, though, 4 miles away, a young woman would be placed in an ambulance under critical condition with a bullet wound to her head. Turns out all of this would be connected to a large group of reckless shooters. It's at this point that we need to step in. This is one of the most complex and mysterious cases we've ever covered, so we need to break down some details first in order for you to fully understand the case itself and how well the police handled every single step of solving it. At 7:22 p.m., a car arrived at 1492 Rockaway Street carrying a number of people who started hanging out with some friends on the side of the road. This group included Javier Small, Lanier Worthy, and Jonte Smith. Everything seemed fine until 7:29 p.m., a black vehicle reversed into the street carrying Tiara Harris and her boyfriend George. Her boyfriend recognized some of the people on the sidewalk and wanted to back up and say hi to them. At that very moment, on the other end of the street, 3 men emerged from an unrelated vehicle and started firing bullets. These men were Zaire Saunders, 17-year-old Antonio Whitaker, and Darion Rackley, all affiliated with the gang BBM, a notoriously violent gang active in Akron at the time. There was also the driver of the car, Jeremiah Williams. Their shots scattered the group on the sidewalk, with everyone running for cover. In the panic, Jonte and Javier drew their guns and began to shoot back. Bullets went back and forth, and everyone went into a panic as they realized their lives were at risk and a bullet could strike them at any moment. Seconds later, the dust settled, and the BBM members Zaire, Antonil, and Darion fled the scene. However, a grueling silence would ring throughout the street as Tiara's boyfriend, George, realized Tiara was the sole victim of the shooting. With BBM splitting up and running in different directions, George flooring it to the hospital, and everyone on the sidewalk either heading inside or preparing to head to the hospital too, cops would begin the grueling task of figuring out what just happened, and who, ultimately, was the one that fired the killing shot. Now that you understand exactly what happened, we can join the police as they try to figure out what just went down and how to solve the developing mystery. Remember that all the cops have received at this point is a phone call alerting them to the shooting and a description of the silver Chevy they've just pulled a gang member from.
There's another victim that's at we don't know where that victim's going to go. There's a possibility that victim may be deceased.
Yeah, they got shot. Okay. Someone's got to go check.
Two of the officers ran over to the front of the hospital and discovered Javier Small and his girlfriend in complete distress.
He can't go with you in that room.
Because you gotta go get checked out.
As it turns out, another girl was also hit in the shooting, that being this man's girlfriend. Luckily, she was only shot in the leg, but he was still extremely distraught and horrified about the whole incident.
Bro, I'm on house arrest. I gotta go to the hospital with my girl, bro. I'm gonna come back. I'll tell you. You gonna be I don't know, bro.
Despite how distraught this guy is, he was a passenger in the Chevy, which they just found multiple firearms inside of, so police promptly arrested him.
Hey, Palfy, we'll take him over here.
Across town, however, there's someone in a much worse position. Tiara Harris, the passenger in the black car.
Alright, they're saying she's pregnant too. How pregnant is she? How far along? 2 weeks pregnant. Okay. 2 weeks. 2? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
44, is there anything firearm? I think the ballpark.
Am I allowed to ride in the car with her though to the hospital? Not right now. I'm sorry, man.
Yanni just got shot. I mean, she just got shot. Bro, just in the car, just driving down the street, and Kim were driving from over there, and they just were shooting. None of the glass broke, but she wasn't like moving or talking. So I just brought her, and the blood just started dripping from her head. Like, bro, we in the hospital. She seen the ambulance. Like, I can't even talk right now, bro.
Tiara was immediately rushed to the local hospital, and her boyfriend George was brought in for questioning. He wasn't a lead suspect, but police did find it odd that he just happened to arrive at the site of a violent shooting right as it all went down. He would claim to be innocent and actually provide a detailed description of everything that went down that night.
You turned off here, so
boom, no, I didn't. I came this way, and I said, "What y'all got? Like, what y'all got going on over here?" Like, I'm like, basically, saying y'all good. Right. As soon as I said that, somebody from down here got to just shooting a gun that just kept shooting. That's all I know. I didn't hear nobody.
So you're right there, and then you heard how many shots did you hear?
Man, I can't even recall. It was a lot. And then as soon as I
so you were facing this way?
No,
you literally back all the way.
Say I'm coming down here in this way, and this Rockaway. Like, this would be Rockaway.
Okay.
Now I backed up.
Oh, so you back? So the back of your car was facing that way?
Yeah, and I'm like, is y'all? I'm like, what y'all got going on? Like, I look out just like that.
Like out the window?
Like, as soon as I even it should have been me. Like, you feel me? Because I'm the one that looked straight out the window. Like, are y'all all right? Y'all good? Type stuff.
The cops asked him why he was even there in the first place, to which he just said he knew a couple of people on the street and that he had absolutely no involvement in the shooting. He's claiming that when he peeked out the window, his friends mistook him for the shooter and began to fire bullet after bullet directly at his vehicle. According to him, it wasn't an accident, but a misunderstanding, making the whole situation even more tragic. With George's statement, they were a little clearer on the whole situation, but they'd made no progress into actually solving the case or tracking down the real perpetrators. That was until they returned to the scene and spoke to a number of witnesses who had watched the entire event take place.
It was 2 African Americans. So they run young kids. They come from back there across this backyard next door and out the driveway.
They hopped the fence?
Black. He had a face mask on and at 9mm. And then the other one had a semi-automatic rifle, and they were almost to the corner of the house running this way, and they both jumped the fence. Like when kid he jumped the maroon hoodie jumped the fence, he dropped the semi-automatic rifle in the driveway.
I was just out back cutting some stuff, and all I heard was just a barrage of bullets, fully auto. It wasn't 3-round burst, 4-round. It was fully auto.
Coming off fast.
Oh yeah, hopped in loud and fast. And then I saw 2 guys. When I was out back, I could see through the backyards, through the fence. I saw a silhouette of 2 guys running up towards that street, returning single shots as they were running away.
Okay. There's casings up here.
Oh, you found something?
Yeah.
I got more.
Okay.
How many did you hear? You think
It was like 30.
where all these cones are at? Probably that amount.
30 or 40. But this happened over there all the time.
Where's over there?
Right there, the house right there.
I heard a lot of gunfire, but when I first heard it, I thought it was a backfire because I saw this car sitting over here where all the cones are. He had his lights on.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought he was working on a car and it backfired real bad. Then I saw them loading people into cars to take them to the hospital, and I knew it wasn't, because this has happened so many times before. I'm just I don't know what we're supposed to do.
Right.
We can't go outside. Nothing.
Even with all this new information, though, the cops are only slightly closer to figuring out what happened. They were now at least able to confirm that one group of shooters rolled up and started the exchange before another responded, causing a huge exchange of bullets throughout the neighborhood. But they still had two major questions. Who were the shooters, and how was Tiara involved? Well, the cops had just spotted another witness that might be able to answer their questions. A woman who was actually on the street the moment the bullets started flying.
So you don't live here?
I'm not even from here.
Oh,
I was visiting.
So who owns the house?
Anitra now.
Anitra? She is? Okay.
She was out to eat when I called her.
Okay. Everyone's okay though, right? The kids?
The kids, yes.
Yeah?
The kids
Okay.
are okay. I got them in the back watching TV.
Okay.
There was another girl outside. I think she got shot in her thigh or the leg. I think they took her probably to the hospital.
Okay.
She definitely got hit.
Okay. So what did you see?
I'm sitting outside. To be honest, we all family. So we're all outside prayer wrapping, like act like we hit each other and stuff. Next thing I know, just heard these gunshots. I'm like, all right, we got a BB gun. Come through shooting.
Yeah.
And it was like pop, 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 and came through again. So I'm running up, I don't even know where the gunshots came from. I'm running up, trying to grab the kids. They came through twice.
Okay. Did the house get hit at all?
I mean, is that a ball right here? I don't. Oh, I don't know. I was really just trying to grab the kids.
You said so. What? They got out. They got out of a car.
They didn't get out of the car.
Or they just started. They were hanging out.
They was
shooting?
hanging out shooting.
Okay. Did you see how many by chance? Three of them.
Now it's starting to sound a lot more like a drive-by shooting, notoriously one of the hardest types of crimes to solve, especially if the vehicle was stolen. The cops are starting to lose confidence that they'll ever find Tiara's killer, but then they decide to ask one simple question.
Ma'am, do those cameras work?
I believe so.
Okay.
She's on her way home.
Oh, she is? Okay, perfect.
There were CCTV cameras on the property, and as soon as the homeowner got back, they'd have access to the footage. So in just a few hours, the cops were able to put together just enough footage to understand exactly what happened. Remember, we already know all of this, but for the police, this was huge. Now they had a detailed timeline of the entire incident, including at what time it went down, how many people were involved, and which vehicles the suspects used. This would be very useful in the coming interrogations in terms of verifying their suspects' claims and pressuring them to confess. Police finally had a solid piece of evidence, and right as their case had started to build some substance, their biggest lead yet would step out right in front of them.
I have video of them carrying the girl that got shot in the car. And that's not the same one that was
She'll send her a link and she just upload it from there.
Right after they took off.
Not only had they seen the entire thing go down, but as soon as they heard gunshots, they started recording. They managed to get this clear footage of a man getting into the same vehicle spotted at the shooting just minutes earlier. Now all they needed to do was track down the car using the visible license plate, and they'd have their first lead suspect. But with that said, these kids were no strangers to running from the police, and the officers would begin the hunt to find these evil teens. While all of this was going on, police had another, perhaps more nerve-wracking situation to handle. Tiara had passed away, and her family had no idea.
There's currently not left too many people in the hospital. Let's step over here and see where all these cruisers are.
My car, okay? I'm
Where's
right
your car
here.
at?
I'm right here because I didn't know.
Or this one?
Right here.
Sorry, which one? Okay. What's your daughter's name? You're here for your daughter?
Tiara Harris.
Kiara Harris. We'll say have you stand right here next to the sign. We'll have some go over to talk to you, okay? Take a deep breath.
Is she okay?
I don't know the names of who they are currently, miss.
Just listen to the cop's tone here. He knows just how bad things are looking for Tiara, and he absolutely doesn't want to break that news to her mother yet, especially when he sees just how emotional she's starting to get. Tiara's autopsy showed a single bullet struck her in the head and remains there. While tragic, this information would allow police to identify the exact bullet type and then gun used to shoot Tiara. If they could find the owner of this gun, they would be able to match it to the bullet, and justice could be served for Tiara and her family.
Hey, come here!
They got a bunch of people showing up.
That's my son and my nephew.
Okay, well, listen, they can't go in. It's going to be you.
Y'all go in the car. Go in the car.
They telling us to wait outside.
No, I'm going in. Go in my car.
The entire family is in distress, with her mom shaking and doing everything she can to stay strong in front of her kids. It's truly a nightmare situation, and it only got worse from there. At around 8:30 p.m., they were informed that Tiara didn't make it. A bullet to the back of the head had ended her life, sending her family into complete grief and agony. Now, police knew that they absolutely had to catch the people that did this to Tiara, or risk letting down her and her entire family. At this point, police had 6 different suspects on the run, all tied to the shooting, and they would eventually manage to track down and get interrogations with all of them. Their start came in the form of a Facebook post by someone named Jeremiah Williams, described as a member of the BBM gang. Apparently, the post consisted of him bragging about being at the shooting and escaping without getting caught. By using his Facebook profile, they'd find his address and pick him up for interrogation. With Jeremiah also being a supposed gang member, he too would prove to be extremely difficult to break. However, by using expert methods, police would actually get him to break completely, to the point where he actually started to cry.
You want some tea? Yeah, that's true. Go on, Jeremiah. Sorry for the wait, man. I'm Detective Smith. This is Detective Davis. Nice to meet you. All right, and so the reason why we had you sitting here talking to us is we need you to think back to April. There's an incident that happened on Rockaway. Remember this? This young lady got shot. Remember hearing about that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so during our investigation, your name's been coming up. Do you know about where you were that day, if you can?
I was definitely at home.
Apparently, Jeremiah also has an alibi, and even gives multiple names over that'll attest he wasn't on Rockaway that night.
You're at home. Yeah. Where was that at Amherst?
Amherst. This was right before my mom moved to Louisiana. My best friend, Rob, talked to her sister, the girl that died, her sister, Diane, or however you say her name. My best friend, Rob, was like in the kind of little
dating?
Yeah, with her sister. It was crazy. We got on Facebook and it was all over Facebook. Her sister had got killed and stuff. And my mom was like, ain't that the girl that came over here the other day? And we like, no, that was her little sister.
Has her little sister reached out to you guys or anything?
We haven't talked to her, and I don't talk to her at all for real, but.
So you were at your house on Amherst?
Yeah.
Was there anyone with you that day?
My mom.
What's your mom?
My mom's name is April.
However, the detectives know this to be untrue. They know he was at the scene from the Facebook post he made. They know he did it, so they want to get a confession, or even better, some information that might help put more people in handcuffs. The thing is, they're initially going to find that a lot harder than they'd hope.
I have to ask, do you recognize this car?
Dude, this was the car that was in that video. That's on Facebook.
So you remember it? Have you ever been in this car?
No.
Do you know who drives this car or owns this car?
I don't know him by name, but I know who he is. His name like Pa or something.
Pa?
That's what they call him.
Do you know, can you describe him?
That's funny because I don't even really know what he looks like. Every time I've seen him with a ski mask on.
Okay.
Like I've never seen him outside of a ski mask.
Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit about yourself, your past. Have you ever been in trouble or anything?
Yeah. I'm actually right now. I got probation.
So like just a weapons possession charge is all you got?
It's like carried in concealed firearm in a motor vehicle.
Gotcha, yeah.
Jeremiah is making a conscious attempt to give as little information over as possible while still trying to seem cooperative. He's smart. He doesn't want to completely close himself off, as that'll make him seem guilty, but he also doesn't want to give up any vital information. The cops ask him who was there, where he was sitting in the car, even questions about the guns, but he refuses to speak, and he's starting to seriously frustrate the cops. But all this talk of courts and investigations doesn't seem to be getting them anywhere at all, so instead, they switch gears. They're going to be as direct as possible and give it to him straight. That's their last hope at getting him to crack.
What do your friends call you? Do you have a nickname or anything?
Jim.
We're just getting to know you, man. Obviously, we can see that you're not a bad person, just the vibes I'm getting.
Yeah, for sure.
But you're in here talking to us for a reason. And it comes back down to this incident. You being honest with us is what we'll be able to work with you. We know that you were there. And we also got your DNA in this car.
If I've been in that car, I would tell you guys I've been in that car. I don't have no reason to lie or no reason to put myself in any trouble.
Your role in it is the driver, because we know you're the driver. Really what we're looking for is why. You're already being charged with the incident. You explaining your actions and what really went down is just going to help with your role in this. So we know you didn't pull the trigger, but you not being honest with what went down is not going to help you. It's going to, the prosecutor and the judge and jury are going to look at someone who's not remorseful.
Drove over there and they started shooting.
So they told you to drive over to Rockaway?
Yeah.
Who was sitting where in the car?
In the front, and Z-Bo sitting behind me, and then Paul sitting out the door.
It worked. The cops actually got a name. It was a nickname, but cops could eventually tie this back to a man named Zaire Saunders, who would be interrogated later. This was huge. They'd actually gotten a gangster to tell on one of his partners. But they weren't done yet. They knew he still had more information, and they weren't going to stop putting on the pressure now.
We gotta go back to who was in the car with you. I know you know Z-Bo. Pa, you say you just know him by Pa. Do you know his real name? Okay. And the third person, you're saying how often have you seen him? Would you be able to identify that last person by a picture?
Jeremiah physically looks defeated. He's avoiding eye contact and is hunched over. He likely never saw himself giving up the names of his partners, but that's exactly where he found himself. The cops, however, are over the moon, even managing to get descriptions of the people he doesn't know the names of. They ask a few more questions before leaving him alone for a minute to prepare their next move. However, on their return, they didn't expect to see Jeremiah, a once tough and unbreakable gang member, to cry because of what he'd done.
Would you say his first name was what? Darius. Is this him? Do you want some tissue, man? I need a verbal yes or no if that's him. Yeah.
If this is the first time you've seen a gang member cry, you're certainly not alone. But it actually happened again in the detective's very next interrogation. While these cops were busy talking to Jeremiah, a breakthrough had been made outside of the interrogation room. Remember this footage recorded by a civilian witness earlier? Well, after 5 days of investigation, they actually managed to track the car down, enabling them to take in another suspect, Antonil Whitaker. Police would quickly realize that Antonil might be even more important than Jeremiah as a suspect. He's a supposed member of the BBM gang, and believed to be one of the suspects that initiated the shootout. The thing is, he's just 17 years old. Since there's still some information even Jeremiah couldn't give them, they figured they might be able to scare him into giving up everything he knows. And their first idea is an unconventional but possibly extremely effective method: a call home to Mom.
Hello, Mom.
This is really, really serious now. You need to put yourself wherever you much as you can, because you can't take the blame for this, and this was not you. You shouldn't be sitting here. They know it's your car. You can't get out of that. You better than this.
Antonil doesn't even seem to feel like following his mother's advice. Despite the fact that they know it was his car, he's claiming that someone else was actually driving it that day. And even more unfortunately, he'd forgotten exactly who. Listen to his story and see if you believe it as much as the detectives do.
You said you were at home? No, wait. Like the whole day? Someone took your car somehow, brought your car back, gave you the keys back or whatever, and then so you could take your sister home. That doesn't make sense, man. You know a jury, you know a judge. They're not. I'll be honest with you. I mean, what you're getting is not even a good state. It's not even a good lie. That's why it'd probably be easier for you to tell the truth.
You see, about an hour after the shooting, Antonil was confirmed to have used his car to pick his sister up from an event, meaning it was clear that he was still in possession of it. But that didn't faze Antonil, and despite how many questions police asked him, he refused to give up anything.
How this works, you might know this from TV, but I mean it's kind of accurate. We're going to compare your DNA to the DNA on the shell casings that we collected on scene. Is there any reason your DNA is going to be on there? Because if there is, you've got to explain that. You said no, or I don't know. You got the car with you at all times. If you're saying your DNA is not going to be on those shell casings, right? And you're saying you weren't driving, who did you let drive your car? Believe it.
I don't know.
But now it looks like it's on you.
They're trying to force a confession out of him by telling him that if he'd been in physical contact with any of the evidence tied to the murder, they would find out and he would get sentenced. And they're not lying either. When you touch anything at all, you leave behind skin cells, sweat, small hairs, or even oils that can quickly be traced back to you. Meaning, if Antonil had touched the car, the bullets when loading his gun, or anything else related to the murder, police would find out. However, as of now, detectives haven't had the time to run these tests to confirm if his DNA was present, meaning they couldn't pressure him to a confession, and they'd have to wait until later. So in the meantime, they move their attention to the next suspect. Remember the man Jeremiah gave up to the cops back in his interrogation? That was Zaire Saunders. Once they had his name, they tracked him down and arrested him. And he would prove to be even more helpful than Antonil and Jeremiah combined.
Did you know of or hear about that young lady who got killed?
Yeah.
Did you know her?
No.
We don't think that she was the one meant to be heard, and I mean, based on what we're seeing. But unfortunately, she did get obviously hurt. Her family's hurt. Right. You know, when we did that search warrant, we got your phone.
Yes.
Okay. And we downloaded your phone. And your location is putting you on Rockaway that day. Nope. Did. What happened that day, man?
I shot a pistol. You shot a pistol? Yes.
This seems like a breakthrough. He's just admitted to being a part of the shooting, and it seems that all the detectives' work has just paid off. But they're not quite there yet. Of the 3 shooters, 2 did indeed use pistols, but one of them was actually yielding the extremely dangerous automatic rifle that can be seen clear as day in this footage here. Instead of jumping this fence after the shooting, the man with the rifle fled directly down Rockaway Street, and that's the direction Zaire's phone shows him running. The good news is, that clears Zaire of being the man that killed Tiara. After all, she was killed with a very specific pistol round. But that does put him directly in the spotlight of being the man with the most dangerous weapon, and one that is directly lying to the cops right now. And they're not about to let him get away with that.
Yeah, video of the incident. You're on camera shooting the rifle.
Is it a pistol that holds, 2 rifle rounds?
Like, I mean, it ain't just... It is big.
Does it have a stock on it? Like something kind of modified type thing?
No, it didn't have a stock on it. So describe it then. I mean, all it is a rifle.
That single piece of information resulted in Zaire actually getting the highest sentence out of anybody involved in the case. Just the use of such a dangerous firearm actually increased his prison time by somewhere between 10 and 15 years. But he still doesn't know that yet. He's still under the guise that if he helps the detectives out, he might get a better deal. So not only did he tell them where to find the rifle he used, he also gave up one of the most vital pieces of information the cops had received in the entire case.
The group BBM, just like called BBM. For real? BBM, yeah.
Zaire just told the cops the name of the gang that was involved. A huge piece of information that will help them track down every last individual that was part of this attack. Now the detectives have just one more final question that'll hopefully put together the final pieces of the puzzle they're looking for.
You've been extremely helpful throughout this whole interview. You helped yourself out too. You gotta ask, whose idea was it?
I know for sure it wasn't mine. They just around, so we'll just say, it was my dudes. But you got different dudes, you got everybody, that's how they is. But they ain't say it right then and there, they said it on Facebook, like. But it was like, I knew they were talking about me, they just didn't say directly to me, but I knew they were talking about me.
He just gave up the group chat where all of these shootings supposedly were planned. With this, police simply had to cross-reference the names in the group chat with the supposed shooters on the CCTV, and the names that had been mentioned in previous interrogations, giving them enough evidence to sentence all 6 of the shooters. But unfortunately, this wasn't the resolution they'd hoped for. After examining all the weapons confiscated, it would turn out that none of them were a match to the bullet found in Tiara's head, meaning they still couldn't tie any specific person to the actual murder. However, there is one puzzle piece we haven't told you about yet. The one that would solve this entire case. Watching the CCTV footage, it's clear that there is one man that directly shot at Tiara's vehicle. If you follow this man, dressed in all black, back through the CCTV, you can trace him all the way back to the driver's seat of this black truck. A black truck that, until now, the cops were completely unable to identify. But then, they received one final piece of footage from a witness, allowing them to track it back to the owner, 44-year-old mother, Kia Brown. Police realized they had to interview her, knowing that whoever was driving Kia's black truck that day killed Tiara Harris.
Hey, how you doing, ma'am?
Help you.
Good. I'm Detective Smith. This is Detective Davis with Acton Police.
Hi.
Hey, we wanted to talk to you or whoever's driving, whoever drives this truck, reference that incident that happened up the street. They were being shot at, and we're finally trying to catch up with them. Looked like a couple males. And have you heard about this?
I heard about what happened on the corner. This is my truck, but my son was driving.
It wasn't Kia, but her son driving the car that night. And after running his name, they'd find out he had ties to a rival gang of BBM. So the detectives had Kia call her son and hand over the phone to the officers.
I have some detectives here right now. The day that we were moving in, the incident that happened around the corner, they would like to speak with you. Do you have a moment? Can you go on break?
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Good. I'm Detective Smith. I'm with Detective Davis with me. Hey, what's your name before you started, bud? Lanier. All right, Lanier. How you doing, man? So listen, man, I won't keep too much of your time. We were wondering if we could talk with you and your mom maybe in person at some point, and we wanted to talk to you about that incident that happened up the street. We know you're over there, so we were hoping you could help us, actually. You're not in any trouble. We're actually hoping you could help us. Would there be a good day for you to... Yeah, Sunday the 8th. Can we do it anytime after 2:30? Okay. All right, man. We appreciate it. We'll see you at 3:30. All right, buddy. Bye.
And just like that, they had an interview scheduled, and this was the final suspect at the scene that they hadn't yet spoken to. The man suspected to be the driver of the black truck and the man they think shot Tiara.
Dad, how you doing? What's up? Appreciate you talking with us. So, I mean, obviously you know why we're here at that incident that happened up the street. So, just wanted to know your perspective. That happened that day. What did you see? That type of stuff. You can run us through that day.
I was standing in the driveway on my phone. Then I heard shots. I got down, ducked. Then when the shots stopped, I ran to the car.
When the shots started happening, you ran and got in the driver's seat, and then Teen got in your passenger seat. Okay.
That was it. Lanier had just told them he was driving the black truck that day, confirming he was the man in all black that drove the truck and hopped in the Chevy. He was the man that fired the bullets. So they decided to ask him up front.
I'm about to ask you something, man. I'm about to ask you from your parents. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask. Did you shoot that day? Okay.
Even though he said no, police already had all the evidence they needed. The car tied to him, his ties to the rival gang, and finally the video of him shooting at Tiara's car. So they arrested him on the spot and brought him in for interrogation.
What's up, man? Here you go. Am I able to have a lawyer with me right now? What's that? Can I have a lawyer with me? You can do whatever you want, man. I'm not here to... Okay. Are you saying you want your lawyer? You don't want to talk? Yeah. Okay. All right.
But in the end, this wouldn't matter, as when they arrested and processed him, they managed to confiscate his gun. And after analyzing the forensics of the bullet inside of Tiara and Lanier's gun, it was a match. Lanier had fired the killing shot. After 5 months of investigation, all the puzzle pieces were finally in place. In total, 7 people were charged in this incident. Zaire Saunders was charged with involuntary manslaughter and 4 counts of felonious assault and was sentenced to 35 to 40 years. Neil Whitaker and Jeremiah Williams got 20 to 24 years on similar charges, while the 4th assailant in this group, Darion Rackley, got 34 to 40 years. It was confirmed Neil's DNA was in fact found on various bullet casings on Rockaway Street, despite his claims in the interrogation room. The next 2 to be sentenced were the ones who shot back at Zaire's group after being rolled up on. They were Javier Small and Jonte Smith, who were sentenced to 4 years and 2.5 years respectively. Lastly was Lanier Worthy, Tiara's actual killer. However, as of this video's upload, he's still awaiting sentencing. Tiara and George were not involved in any of the gangs in the shootout and were found completely innocent. At long last, Tiara and her family could finally be at peace. Half of our profits in this video will be donated to the Akron-based charity First Glance Student to help prevent incidents like this from happening again. The second half will go towards the making of our next video. This is Jason Carrolls, and he's currently being chased by 12 police cars and 1 police helicopter.
We stopped a little bit of traffic here.
The reason is that just a few hours ago, he killed all 3 of his children to get back at his wife for divorcing him.
What's going on?
I don't know that.
Why'd you do it? I think I felt like I was saving them.
However, this car chase would end in a disaster.
Steel bridge coming up. He's swerving.
It all started on Monday morning of June 13th, 2022. The police department of Round Lake, Illinois received a shocking phone call from 30-year-old Debbie Carrolls, who had just discovered her kids unresponsive.
911, attached to the emergency.
I'm Camden Links. My husband, my kids.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I came home to take the kids, and they're all on the bed, and they're...
Okay, all right. How many children?
3.
How were they killed?
Please.
How were...
They're cold. They're cold.
How, okay.
Please.
Ma'am? Ma'am, how were they killed?
I don't know. Maybe he suffocated them or cooked them. They're laid in the bed. I'm assuming he took them.
Okay, where are you right now? Okay, we have officers there. Where are you right now?
I'm upstairs. They come inside. I'm upstairs.
Okay, he's upstairs.
Please, guys, wake up, please.
We gotta get in there with the rescue guys. Let's just go in. Let's just go in. I think I have enough. We're at 42 locations.
Police!
Police department!
Police!
Yeah, coming out!
Coming out!
Let's do what's that. I have blood here.
There's blood all over.
I didn't see her. Is there anybody else in the house, ma'am? Is there anybody else in the house? I don't know.
What is going on? Okay.
Okay, ma'am, do you have any weapons? No, I don't. Okay, come on. I'm gonna have you step out here with me, okay? Come on here.
Step out of the room.
Come on here.
When officers made it to this horrifying scene, they quickly escorted the traumatized mother out of the room, and inside, they found her 3 kids, Bryant, Cassidy, and Gideon, all lying in the same bed, completely unresponsive. As of now, all the information officers have comes from Debbie's 911 call, where she claimed her husband committed the act. However, he is nowhere to be found, so they decide to ask her.
You guys spoke to him at all today? No. Okay.
Where am I coming from? Yeah.
Debbie would go on to explain that she drove to this house to pick up the kids from Jason Carroll's, her 36-year-old ex-husband with whom she'd been going through a divorce. 2 days prior to this crime, Debbie said she had given Jason their 3 kids to spend time with him, not realizing this would be the last time she saw them alive. When it was time to pick them back up, Jason wouldn't answer the calls, making Debbie grow nervous. That's when she decided to check up on her children herself, only to discover the scene Jason left behind. These facts alone are enough to make Jason the prime suspect. Police officers decide to check on the whole house and confirm that the suspect is on the loose and not hiding somewhere at the crime scene.
I want to make sure no one is hiding in the house that we're missing out on. If you guys want to be, I'm going to check the rest of these rooms. Police department! I got a knife in the bathroom.
You got a knife there?
I got a knife in the bathroom. Okay.
Let's through the house.
This address sounds familiar. Yeah, I'll come from over here and look in there. No, I don't see anything in here. So I feel pretty confident up here. I'm guessing we shouldn't have anybody but a rescue come over, right?
Rescue's coming up.
That's it.
It seems like Jason is not in the house. The only thing this female officer finds is this knife near the bloodied sink, along with a bloody razor blade. These could be possible murder weapons that Jason used in this disturbing crime. However, when the medical examiners arrived at the scene and had their first look of the victims, they would quickly dismiss this theory entirely.
So, do you guys see the wounds on the kids? Because there's a lot of blood. I don't want to make you guys touch or anything with the body.
I don't see anything other than blood to the hands here.
I mean, it's nothing that would ever be worth resuscitating at this point because they're just... What I'm wondering is if this is Dad.
I'm not sure whose dad is, but I don't believe it's one of theirs.
The victims had large, strange markings on their necks. The lips, skin, and even nails on all 3 of them were completely blue. It was clear the victims had been choked, but there were no signs of stab wounds or similar on their bodies. This made the officers question where exactly all the blood had come from. In every room the officers would look through, there were pools of it, especially in the master bedroom where the victims were found. This is where one of the officers would find a trail of blood droplets leading downstairs into the kitchen, where she would find their biggest clue yet. A letter to Debbie. Despite the difficult handwriting, there are several clues in the narrative proving that Jason Carrolls wrote this note and left it in plain sight for Debbie to find. According to Jason, their marriage lasted for 7 years before they filed for divorce and fought in court over the full custody of their children. Halfway through the note, it seems that Jason lost the court. And this is also confirmed by the disturbing sentence written in the middle of the note. If I can't have them, neither can you. Finally, Jason ends the letter by saying he would end everything on his terms. Yet it wasn't the most horrifying thing the officer would discover in the same room. She'd find another writing, now on the board. I'm sorry, I loved them too much to leave them behind. You promised, you swore, you lied. This is not just evidence. This is a confession that whatever happened to their kids, he knows the absolute truth. But if he did what he promised to do, then police officers would have more trouble finding his body than his confession. But luck was on the officer's side this time. Something was missing in that house, specifically in the garage. Jason's red 2010 Nissan Maxima, a significant clue that would help them find Jason. Moments later, the Round Lake Beach police would alert police departments across the Chicago area to look for that exact car. The clock was ticking, but it wouldn't be long before an Illinois state officer discovered a car that fit the description perfectly and attempted a traffic stop. They weren't sure if this was their guy until the driver stepped on the gas and sped away quickly. This would result in a major police chase that would draft helicopters and a dozen units, ending in absolute disaster. But before we get to that, we gotta talk about the sponsor of today's video, Morgan & Morgan. If you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. With over 1,000 attorneys, Morgan & Morgan will fight to give you the best results if you become their client. And unless you win, they do it all for free. In just the past few months, Morgan & Morgan has helped hundreds of people. One car crash victim in Florida won a verdict worth $12 million, and another in Philadelphia, $26 million. That was 40 times more than their insurance offered. So if you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions. And it takes only a few minutes to see if you have a case. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by visiting www.forthepeople.com/insanity, found in the description. With that said, let's catch back up with Jason, who just sped away from the officer that tried to stop him. That officer wasted no time in calling all available units to help catch him, including a police helicopter equipped with thermal vision. The adrenaline-pumping chase continued like this for 17 minutes, with police driving as fast as possible, but Jason somehow going quicker, even managing to slip out of the helicopter's vision for a brief time.
You got visual? Westbound passenger. Alright,
130's about following on those state units. Looks like he's got a 1050 on 80 here.
Outside shoulder now, outside shoulder. Right on him now, he's coming up the traffic. I got him too, I got him. Okay. Yep, moving over. Come up on bridge. Outside shoulder.
If Jason had more fuel than the helicopter, there might have been a slight chance he could have gotten away. But suddenly, this happens.
Steel bridge coming up. Steel bridge coming up. Continuing. Vehicles off the roadway. Vehicles off the roadway here at, came all the way down, sorry. Water Street in Duncan. Water Street, Duncan.
I can't see. Can you see? Can you see his hands?
Yeah. Come up. No, I'm not going to shoot you. Put your hands.
Put your hands out of the car. Put your other hand out the car. You got any weapons in the car?
Sir, I don't.
No nice, no nothing.
My plan was to.
What? Laying right now, lacerations up on the arms and hands.
My plan was to drive.
Hey man, can you feel your feet? So really don't move your legs, move your toes right now. Any alternatives? You don't know? Keep your eyes open for us, okay, bud? What's that? That's good, man. It's good news to you, everyone. I mean, it's not yourself.
Further inspection of Jason's state proves that Jason is unharmed, but clearly struggles to stay semi-conscious. But even then, he has enough strength to admit what he did back at the house.
Thank you, very kids. I woke up, and all of a sudden, they were dead. You don't remember what happened?
I mean, I know what I did, but I didn't feel like it was my duty. I don't understand.
All right, man. Well, we're going to get you to help you, okay? Where are you from?
Don't you know? You know what I did.
I've heard some stuff. I mean, it's all kind of new to me. I'm not gathering enough based on what you said.
So, hey, we gotta get him out, but I want to keep control of his hands, you know what I'm saying? Figure this out with the fire department.
For the next 10 minutes, a team of rescuers would be working hard to cut off the roof of his vehicle and get him out safely. Although he looks mostly uninjured, the EMS cannot take their chances and take him to the nearest hospital. It would be an absolute miracle for Jason not to have any damages, especially after a disastrous crash. He somehow survived, escaping death this day. But the person he couldn't escape, no matter what, was Detective Barrera. After being informed of Jason's stable condition, he and his partner were dispatched to the hospital. Their only goal was to get as much information out of Jason as possible about what had happened hours earlier, but more importantly, why it happened. To do this, they'd start with talking about his relationship to his former wife and the mother of his children.
So what's going on in your wife, man? I mean, it's from my understanding that you guys have some issues, or
my side of it is you can go and look back at like text messages, phone calls, like since we met each other. I've always complained about how she makes up things to justify how she treats me, and I put up with it because I have no self-worth. And she's always like manipulating me and they put me down and been mean to me. And the only time like I've really been mean to her is when it's like I'm not even being mean. It's more like if like she said something mean or rude that's not true to hurt me, so I say something mean back because I know if I say something mean, she'll tell me the truth.
Clearly, this doesn't make much sense. It seems like Jason might be trying to portray his wife as a manipulative and toxic partner. However, it's hard to tell if this is a genuine feeling or simply an attempt to gain sympathy from the officer. So Detective Barrera decides to keep digging.
So, what all transpired today? I mean, you guys are married still, from my understanding, or
separated?
You guys are separated, but legally still married.
I found out the day before yesterday that she cheated on me and left me for another guy the day after my birthday.
Okay.
And then she's been keeping the kids from me, but she claims that she hasn't. But the truth is I thought she was keeping the kids from me. But the truth is that she was seeing somebody instead of like calling me with the kids. And you know what I'm saying? Like I found out she was cheating on me, and she was lying, just lying to me. And like I was just very adamant about it because like when you're with someone for 7 years, like you know their poker face. You know when they're lying to you.
I get you.
Like, especially someone that lies as much as she does to me and yourself.
Jason is describing his wife as manipulative, mean, and the problem in their relationship, which seems unlikely given what they know he's done. This conversation is going nowhere, so the officer decides to move on to more important things. What happened to the kids?
If I'm being honest with you, sir, I don't know why I did what I did, but like I know what I told myself when I did it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
What was that?
and it was like that they were that like they deserved to be with me, and that I felt like she was neglecting them, and I wanted myself, and for some reason I thought it was okay to hurt them too. I don't know why I did that. It's like I thought we would be together, like, you know, and whatever's after this life, like, you know, and like the whole time I was trying to get myself at home, I kept telling myself they're waiting for you, you have to be with them.
Was it something that you wanted for her to feel your pain in that sense, or you know?
Yes or no to that, honestly. I don't think so.
Okay. What exactly?
Honestly, I just didn't want to be in pain, and I think I told myself that, and you'll actually hear it in the last time we talked. I told her, it's like, if I'm not around, you're just going to start taking it out on him, and they don't deserve that. And I think I felt like I was saving them. I don't know why.
Saving them in
from going through the pain that I did.
It's almost as though he believes what he did was reasonable, at least in the moment he did it. If this is indeed the case, it's likely he is genuinely mentally ill, which means he had limited control over what he did and can claim that in a court of law. But regardless of if he is mentally ill or not, detectives still need to build a case against him, so they decide to dig deeper into what exactly he did to his kids.
Just kind of walk me through today, kind of what was going on, how were the kids? Were they joyful, playful?
They were awesome.
Yeah? I mean, there wasn't much like frustrating.
Like this was yesterday and the day before.
What was?
I did everything I did. I started doing this morning at 1 in the morning.
So 1 in the morning is when everything happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was going on? Because I know you guys spoke on the phone yesterday, right?
Yeah.
What time did your guys' phone call end?
I want to say about midnight.
About midnight?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys' phone call ends around midnight.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Were you drinking? You say you don't drink, right? Okay. No. Hey. No, absolutely. Okay. So then what kind of happened? What kind of triggered you after the phone call ended? Were kids sleeping or were they up?
Everybody was on TV, and then I had to give him a bath.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, like I just something in my brain snapped because of the things she said to me on the phone.
What was it that she said?
It's weird because she did say some nice things to me in, but it's like she said that was nothing, that I deserved nothing, that I was a terrible father, a terrible husband, and like all these things, and it was like I don't know, like something snapped in me, and I know that makes it seem like I was trying to get back at her. But it was like, it was never about getting back at her. It was about as fucked up as it sounds, was doing something for myself.
Okay.
And like, that's what I told myself.
Yeah.
The detective makes a final note and leaves Jason on a little break before they can continue questioning. There might be something Jason hasn't mentioned yet. Something like a sheet of paper with his handwriting lying on a kitchen table and a short note on the board. Detective Barrera comes back shortly after and informs Jason that there will be cops watching him for the next 24 hours to make sure he doesn't run away or try to harm himself. Barrera then recites the whole timeline to ensure they're on the right track, with Jason making minor adjustments to the story, and eventually Barrera stops to question Jason about one final crucial detail.
One thing I did want to ask was, so I know one of the officers noticed there was a note left on what was in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Now was that when you left the house?
So like something snapped to me. I wrote the letter and then I did it.
Okay. That makes sense then. I haven't seen it, so that's why I was just looking for some help.
I think it starts off like I mentioned about how she swore on the kids' lives that she wasn't cheating on me, and like, you know, and then I said I hope it was worth it. It was like, it wasn't like I hope it was worth it, I'm getting back at you. I was hoping it worth it, like you pushed me to do something for myself. Like,
okay, so she swore on the kids' lives that she wasn't cheating on you.
Yeah.
In reality, she was.
Snap, like, I don't know, maybe like.
So then you, basically in your head, you're saying, you're thinking, and again, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. Any moment, if
I'll admit, part of me thought, like, if she's gonna swear in their lives, they belong to be with me, like, you know, like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
This statement confirms the writing on the board. You promised, you swore, you lied. It seems like his supposed mental illness and urge to, quote, save his children were not his only reasons for doing this. These statements make it seem like Jason partly did this to get back at his ex-wife for cheating on him, leaving him, and taking his children. It almost seems like he did all this to make her feel what he felt. However, at this point, Jason needed to rest, and the officers decided they were best off continuing interrogations the next day. Early the following morning, police officers would escort Jason out of the hospital in a robe and get him to the police station, where he would be placed inside an empty room and left with his thoughts. However, he was unaware that his ex-wife Debbie was sitting in an interrogation area only feet away from him. Debbie is sitting in a room filled with toys, coloring books, and a comfortable sofa, an extreme contrast to that of Jason's interrogation room. The reason for this is that they know for certain Debbie wasn't behind any of this, and that she's likely extremely traumatized and vulnerable right now. Their best chance at getting any information from her is to ensure that she feels as comfortable and safe as possible. Jason, on the other hand, will be put under pressure to confess as much as possible. As of now, Debbie has no confirmation that Jason was the killer. She also doesn't know that he was caught just hours earlier. So now, it's time to break the news.
I know we spoke earlier. I'm sorry, I don't, you know, this isn't part of my job I enjoy. I do have to officially, you know, do this, and I have to notify you that he did your 3 children. I believe it. Did you find him? Yes. Is he dead? No. Where'd you find him? The police chased about an hour and 30 minutes away from here. He's in custody, and we're going to do our best. I'm a detective. I'm a detective unit. Bring a charge as best as we can. We're going to do this right.
Everything Jason said up to this point was nothing but his own version of events. And Debbie, well, she never got the chance to talk about what she saw that day and what it made her feel. As a victim, her voice matters the most, and that voice would be the final nail in Jason's coffin.
I didn't contact them until I was on the way to get them because they had the doctor's appointment today. I went to Walmart to get diapers. I went to Walmart to get some scans for their playback. I got a bathing suit for my daughter. And then I went there and I opened the garage door and didn't notice anything. I didn't really think about it. I walked in and I looked to the right and I saw the door broken off the hinges. And then I saw drops of blood. And I turned around and looked in the garage, and I thought his car was gone. I started calling him because I thought maybe he took the kids or went somewhere. And I heard his phone upstairs. So I started walking up the stairs, and I just saw more blood, and then just started saying to myself, no, God, please no, please no. And I go to the room, and I saw all 3 of them there on the bed. They were waking up. They were so cold.
While Debbie was spilling her heart out, little did she know, Jason was sitting in the room next to her, staring down into the emptiness. Her ex-husband, the father of their kids, and a vicious murderer. It's hard to understand what he thinks at that moment, the memories he had with his children, or the regret he feels for making them leave this world too early. After 10 minutes of complete silence, Detective Barrera returns to the interrogation room for his second and last conversation with Jason, with no idea that he was about to discover a major piece of this story that could have prevented this entire massacre from ever happening.
How's your work situation? Do you work during the weekend?
No, I don't work at all. That's why I felt like I should be watching and seeing them a lot more.
Okay, all right. How long have you been unemployed?
Since December.
Since December? Okay. What did you do before?
I worked at Bobson's Crab House.
Bobson's Crab House. Okay. You still keep in contact with your coworkers there? No? Okay. So, ever talk to any of them?
I did reach out to one of them after I found out that it was cheating because she had claimed that she met him at a bar and that one of her coworkers gave him her number. So I just messaged whoever. I was like, hey, can I ask you a question? And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't get that. I was like, oh, never mind. Like, I figured it out. And then I kind of broke down later, and I was like, I just found out. And I told him, like, everything, because he was the one person that I felt like I could trust.
Have you talked to him since?
No, I had this.
How long ago have you had contact with him?
That was, like, 2 days, or that was, like, Saturday or Sunday.
And so Saturday, the kids get dropped off. Around what time did they get dropped off?
I want to say 1. It was afternoon.
Afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. How were the kids? Were they happy to see you? Joyful?
Yeah, they were happy to see me. Like, well, because the kids were outside playing on the swings and stuff, so like, I started asking her, I was very, calm and I was just asking questions about, who she was seeing, how she met him and stuff. And then, and she would say, she didn't want to talk about it anymore. And I would say stuff like, what do you have to lose? Like whether you're cheating on me or not, it doesn't change anything with the custody battle, because I know the law was, it wasn't a bad
exchange.
It wasn't bad, it wasn't good. It was just I had handled it great until I had got mad and texted her later, and I don't remember what I said in the text.
Okay.
Because I was just so mad that she was that she's still lying to me,
So then you sent her a message, and you
And I was getting upset too, because she kept saying stuff like, you should be spending time with the kids, and I'm like, I'm messaging you because they're sleeping. I'm messaging you because I can play with them and text you at the same time.
With all of these events combined, there would be one last phone call that pushed Jason to his limits. But that same phone call could have prevented this murder, if not for Jason's hatred.
And you mentioned it was the phone call that kind of set things off, maybe?
That's the thing, there was a phone call, and then about a half hour, 45 minutes later is when I started everything. But even the phone call, it ended well. It had a great ending. Even the phone call, she was willing, sounded like she was willing to work with me and stuff. But I think I just didn't believe it. And I just didn't want. I know it sounds dumb, it messed up, but I just didn't want. I didn't want this to end. I wanted to be with them forever. And I felt like this was the only way.
It sounds like Jason actually was close to resolving a lot of his frustration with Debbie. But something after this call and before the attack must have triggered him to go through with this insane and horrifying plan.
I don't want to hurt her, but I'll say some things sometimes to hurt her because she hurt me. But I wasn't doing it to hurt her. That was not my intent. Because if that's what I wanted, I would have. If I really wanted to hurt her, I would have stayed home. I would have waited for her to see the kid like that, and I would have hurt her too. Okay. You know what I mean? I would have.
believe Jason. Yeah, I don't think by any means am I sitting here saying they want to hurt her. You know, I mean, again, I don't want to hurt anybody. Okay. Now let me ask you this. Now you knew at some point she would come and find you guys.
What Detective Barrera just said catches Jason by surprise, because his actions contradict his statements heavily. How could Jason claim that he didn't plan to hurt her when all his actions would ultimately lead to Debbie finding all three of them unresponsive?
It wasn't until about like noon, 12:30, like so 12 hours later almost, that's when I realized like she's gonna be here. And like I can't, like I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to. I can't be here when she's here because I'm just gonna end up hurting her to give myself more time to up and be with them. Yeah. And so like my whole thought process is the only way to get more time to do it is that I'll go drive into something. But then there was just too many cars on the road. I didn't want to hurt anybody else. So I drove to the city, which I don't know my way around. I don't know anything about the city. I've only ever been to Chicago, like, for sporting events, and that's it.
His response to Barrera's question completely falls apart when it's clear his actions left Debbie to discover the gruesome scene, traumatizing her forever. All of this made it clear, not just to detectives, but later a jury, that he was mentally ill and was not fully in control over what he did. In June of 2022, he was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, and in February of 2024, pleaded guilty but mentally ill. This means he will serve a life sentence without the possibility of parole, while also receiving mental health treatment. After the story went public, Debbie chose to start a GoFundMe page in order to raise money for the funeral and court expenses, gaining over $70,000. As of December 2024, she's decided to maintain her privacy, but we can hope she's doing her best to move forward and recover from this tragedy. This is 20-year-old Devon Howard. Devon is sitting in a cold interrogation room alongside his 3 co-accomplices due to their suspected involvement in the brutal shooting and murder of 27-year-old Andrew Janicek. Coincidentally, all 4 claim that they had no involvement in the crime whatsoever, and in fact don't seem to take the situation seriously at all.
Where did you pick her up at? Relax, it's okay.
No, I'm fine. I'm just tired.
Okay.
I was involved in the murder of somebody.
Oh, the time is right there.
What the group doesn't realize at this time is that Andrew's murder was fully recorded on multiple security cameras and shows a man getting out of 19-year-old Alicia Valdez's car before killing Andrew. Even more disturbing is that the same vehicle would drive over Andrew's lifeless body before fleeing the scene. Alexis Ellis, a bystander at the scene, would hear the gunshot go off and rush over to Andrew to perform CPR while her friend Alyssa called 911.
Jeffcom 911, what is the address of the emergency?
I don't know. I'm just at the corner. It's like Sheridan and 20th. Some guy just got shot, and they took off in a silver 2-door Pontiac, and he's on the ground. He's like face down.
Did you see the person that shot him?
Did you see the person with the gun? Alexis, answer my question. Did you see the person with the gun? She said it looked like a little Mexican dude.
Okay, and it was just the one male in that vehicle, or did she see anyone else?
He got into the passenger seat of the car. Okay, he's hit in the chest. He got bullets in the chest. We're flipping him over because he's not breathing.
Unfortunately, Andrew would pass away within minutes. Even more unsettling is that the same car model would be seen at a local gas station later that night, where everyone inside would happily buy snacks, joke, and laugh as if nothing had happened just hours prior. The footage inside the gas station would identify the occupants of the vehicle as 19-year-old Alicia Valdez, 20-year-old Caleb Vigil, and 20-year-old Devon Howard Lopez. While painting these three out to be killers just based on their car make is clearly premature, it's enough evidence for police to file a warrant for the arrest of the three suspects so they can bring them in for questioning to try and determine if the bunch had any involvement in Andrew's death. What makes this case so interesting is the amount of blatant lies and misinformation that would come out during these interrogations. You would think that at least one of the suspects would feel guilty and confess, but everyone involved would fabricate their story and lie to lessen their perceived role in the crime. But at this point, the police have yet to apprehend any suspects. Their only lead is a lifeless body sprawled on the pavement and two shaken witnesses who made the 911 call. Police start by questioning Alexis, the witness who called the cops. Remember, this is an interview and not an interrogation, as currently Alexis is considered a witness rather than a suspect. But there is something suspicious about her that the detectives want to clarify. 3 years earlier, Alexis was charged as an accessory to murder after her boyfriend shot and killed one of his friends from the vehicle she was driving. The detective leading the interview, Nathan Geerdes, would discover this information during a brief preparation period prior to the interview and is curious as to if maybe she had more to do with Andrew's murder than she was letting on.
We pulled up, we parked in the back parking lot. My friend got out to go into the dispensary. Sitting on my phone, playing on Facebook, heard the shot, thought it was a firework for a second. So I looked up and saw the victim face down on the floor. And the shooter, there's a silver Pontiac in front of the victim. And the shooter was in front of the car, still kind of standing by the victim's body with the gun pointed at him. And then got back into the Pontiac on the passenger side. They hesitated for a minute on which way they were going to pull off. Looked like they were trying not to hit him. They kind of looked around the parking lot to see if anyone saw it. I was kind of trying to duck as much as possible. I got out of the car. Once I saw that they were gone, ran up to him. I said, "Are you hit?" He said, "Yes, please help me." Called 911, let him know there was an ambulance on the way. Sounded like he was kind of crying. He wasn't saying anything else. After 2 minutes, the crying stopped. So went to check for a pulse. There was no pulse.
Big neck?
Big neck.
You alright?
Yeah.
Take note of Alexis's posture when discussing the shooting. She's leaned in towards the officer and seems comfortable, showing little signs of resistance. This language presents truthfulness on her behalf, so it's unlikely she feels any guilt, which likely means that her recollection of events is indeed accurate to what she believed happened.
So you hear nothing. The first thing that catches your attention is a shot. Okay? Are you familiar with guns?
That's what I'm on probation for.
How so?
I was dating a guy for 3 weeks. He asked for a ride and shot and killed somebody at the King Soopers on Sheridan Hampton in 2015.
So you heard a gun go off?
Yeah. He was 5 feet in front of me on that one too.
That's some tremendous luck.
Yeah.
Did you get charged?
Yeah. Accessory to a crime, F for it.
How does this make you feel?
I don't know. I mean, it was hard. I was glad I was able to react like that because I didn't react like that with my case. At the same time, I'm not my PO and everybody's probably gonna shoot my ass for it, but he didn't die alone. He knew somebody was actually gonna help.
You shoot her?
Just being around it and being around the situation.
Your fault?
No. But there's...
You know, is it gonna go down?
No.
This interview clearly showcased the responses suspects make when dealing with discomfort. We could physically see her subtle movement patterns and how they coincided with certain emotions Alexis was feeling. Her body language makes sense. She felt uncomfortable while discussing her own criminal history, which is completely reasonable. However, when discussing a crime she had no part in, her demeanor changed significantly, with an open posture and willingness to answer every question. And with this, we should be now more prepared to analyze the interrogation of a less innocent suspect later on in this video. Following this interview, police would continue their hunt to find the whereabouts of the three inside the suspected vehicle, and it wouldn't take them long at all. Just a few hours later, at 4 a.m., an officer spotted a vehicle closely resembling the one described by Alexis driving recklessly and pulled it over. It quickly became clear that this was no ordinary traffic stop.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Hey, Officer Lloyd Different Police. You can't turn left there.
Oh, I can't?
No, it says there's a big sign up there that says "Do not turn left." That's
Oh, yeah.
You don't have a front plate either. Is it up in the window?
Yeah, because
Okay.
my thing is broken, so I got to get a new one to actually hold it.
The bracket.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you have your license, registration, insurance, ma'am?
There's those.
Okay.
There you go.
Alicia Valdez. Alicia, can I have you step out for a second? Don't grab anything with you, okay? Just step on out for me. Yeah, put your hands behind your back. You got a warrant, okay?
Why?
Why do you have a warrant? You probably know that better than I do, but we're gonna do some research and tell you exactly what it is. Yeah, they put out a felony warrant out for you.
A felony?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have anything on you I need to know about?
I don't.
All right. If you wanna watch them, I'll pat him down real quick. I'm just gonna set you down on the curb, okay? You just put your wallet on that top, man. I'll give it back to you in a sec here, okay? Go ahead and just put him right behind. You're not in trouble. You're not going to jail. You're not getting arrested right now. All right. Just gonna patch you down real quick, man. You can put your phone in your pocket. The same thing as your partner. You're not going to jail. You're not getting handcuffed. I'm just doing this for while you're gonna be sitting behind us, okay? Okay. Anything in your hood or in your pockets you know about?
No.
Perfect. Okay. You can go have a seat with him, okay? Is this your gold phone? Okay.
At this very moment, the officer would discover a pistol inside the vehicle. Caleb had just stated there were no guns inside the vehicle just minutes earlier, so the officer quickly places Caleb under arrest so they can safely investigate this increasingly tense situation.
Stand up, man. Stand up. Sheriff, grab your bed. You're not gonna tell me there's a gun in the seat next to you? What? You're gonna tell me that you're gonna try to leave a gun on the seat when you left? That'd be nice to know, wouldn't it? Oh, and a pocket full of bullets. How about this? I'm about to get out of the car. Officer, I have a gun on me. Right? What's that? One more person? They're all hooked. Did you let them know that this is in the car?
What is it?
SCCY 9mm.
All four would be arrested following the discovery of Caleb's pistol. However, throughout the entire process, Alicia, the owner of the car, would stay eerily optimistic, as if she hadn't yet connected the dots that her arrest was related to Andrew's murder.
Just stay right there for a second.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a seat over here in this black chair.
I really appreciate it.
Now that the suspects had finally been secured, detectives would begin the process of individually interrogating all four suspects, with separate preparation and planning made for each interrogation in attempts to get as many differing stories and general information as possible. They would begin with Alicia Valdez, who was allegedly the driver of the vehicle. They sit her in an open room with a large TV to her left and a digital clock behind. This is drastically different from the cold, empty room seen earlier in this video. This is done purposefully. This room is meant to feel welcoming and open. The table creates a subconscious, comforting barrier between the suspect and the detectives, something that's absent in many more aggressive interrogations. The objective is to get Alicia to feel comfortable and willing to speak to the detectives. Remember, at this point, Alicia knows very little about what evidence the cops have. She has no idea that everything was recorded on CCTV, and they know that her car was there. The plan is to set a trap that prevents Alicia from denying that she was at the scene, so the more willing she is to talk at the beginning, the better. That's why they start the questioning off lightly, but it'll ramp up in no time at all.
Okay, just have a seat right there. Want some water?
No, thank you.
Nope. Okay. It's over here if you want.
Okay, thank you.
You all right? Chilly?
Cold. Yeah. It was nice earlier.
Yeah.
The detectives offer her water to immediately try to appear friendly and form a bond. People are much more likely to tell a friend something than they are a stranger, so this is an extremely important step. You'll notice this friendly demeanor slowly fades and changes as the interrogation continues.
Yeah, where do you live at?
Right now, kind of a bit of everywhere.
Okay. Where are you?
In my car.
In your car? Okay.
Keep this fact in mind for later on in the interrogation, as the detectives will use it to prove she was at the scene later on.
We're in the car with you today. It's your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you owned that car?
I've had that car for, I believe, about 6 months.
So 6 months about?
Mm-hmm.
You owned it? Where did you get it?
I bought it from a public auction down in Colorado Springs.
Okay. Okay, so you have keys to the car.
Mm-hmm.
Have you given your keys to anybody else?
No, the only ones that were there are the ones that were in the car.
Okay, so when you bought the car, there was one set of keys?
Mm-hmm. And then I had another maid, but they're together. They're on the same.
Okay.
This is a simple question, and it should have a definitive answer. Based on what she's just said, the facts that the only 2 keys are in her possession, there's no reason for her to be unsure who has access to the car. She's deflecting.
So you say you've been kind of homeless here recently?
Mm-hmm.
You're living out of that car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where else have you been staying?
Sometimes with gentlemen in the green out there.
Caleb?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, talk about who else was in the car with you tonight?
My boyfriend and another young woman I don't know.
Who's your boyfriend?
DeVos.
Where'd you meet him?
Mutual friends.
Okay.
If you haven't noticed already, Alicia is extremely nervous. We're 10 minutes into this interview, and her leg hasn't stopped bouncing up and down the entire time. She's also been moving around in her chair and avoiding eye contact while answering very simple questions. Even without the evidence that they'd already collected beforehand, the detectives would likely already be convinced that she played a part in what happened. Now it's just about exploiting these weaknesses and extracting a confession using everything they know. And the process starts by establishing a timeline.
Who were the other 2 people in the car?
Caleb, I met him through mutual friends, so I haven't really known him that long.
What about the girl? Do you know her name?
I have no idea who she is.
When did you meet her?
Just tonight.
Where did you pick her up at?
I don't know, because I don't know Denver like that.
Where were you at before you left to go pick this girl up?
Caleb's.
Was Devon there with you?
Mm-hmm.
So you were a few hours at Caleb's house, and then Caleb asked you to go pick this girl up, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you picked her up, and you were headed back to Caleb's house when the police stopped you.
We were headed back, but I stopped at the 7-Eleven down the street. So
okay. Which 7-Eleven?
Get some drinks. The one off of Colfax and Ogden, I think.
Okay.
The detectives now have a story that Alicia is locked into, meaning that if anything she says contradicts this, they'll know she's lying, and they can use it to trap her to put on more pressure. Alicia, however, is playing a game of her own, and trying her best to dodge questions and hide certain details from the cops, but she's fighting a losing battle, and the cops know it.
How long have you been staying at Caleb's house?
Not really a lot.
I'm just trying to get a sense of like every other night, every night, 5 nights a week. What? Just give me an idea.
Maybe like 1 to 2 nights.
1 to 2 nights a week. What were you doing today before you went over to Caleb's house?
Mainly just hanging out with my boyfriend. He's trying to keep me distracted off today.
Oh, because of that. Yeah. We all have stuff like that.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, so where were you hanging out at?
Really just everywhere driving.
Driving?
But that was about it.
Okay. Relax, it's okay.
No, I'm fine. I'm just tired.
Okay.
But Alicia is all too aware that the final thing they did last night is exactly what police want to know about, and she absolutely cannot bring it up.
You stayed anywhere else since you come to Denver other than Caleb's or your car?
I stayed at this one girl's house. I don't remember her name. Like I said, I met her through mutual friends. But those friends that I did meet her through are no longer really in contact.
Okay, how long ago was that you stayed at her house? A week ago?
A week or something.
Did Devin stay with you at her house too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
He's with me all the time.
This is an extremely important statement. If they can confirm that either Devon or Alicia was at the scene of the crime, they'll be able to lock both of them into it. The detective immediately realizes the importance of this and forces her to double down on her statement.
Now, has Devin been with you the entire time? Since you've been here in Denver? And since he stayed with you at her house? And he's been staying with you in your car or at Caleb's this whole time, up until tonight? Okay. So, has Devin been in the car with you every time you've been out in the car?
I believe so, yes.
Now, on top of the information from before, the detectives know that wherever her car was, both her and Devon had to have been there too. This is where the second stage of the interrogation begins. They're aware she's guilty, have an extremely detailed timeline of events, and know she's feeling extremely uncomfortable. Now, the plan is simple. They want her to give up as much information about the actual murder and the other suspects as possible, so they can easily implicate everyone else that's waiting for their interrogation. So the detectives take a short break. When they sit back down, they plan to switch gears completely. They're going to heavily apply the pressure and attempt to extract a full confession.
Thank you, Felix. It's pretty apparent to me you're being truthful about things. And it's also apparent that there's some stuff you don't want to talk about. But we've been sitting here talking for a while. I genuinely like you. I think you're a good kid. Well, to me, you're a kid.
I am a kid.
Yeah, you're younger than my daughter. Okay. You're up here from the Springs. You've had some stuff in your life, but now you're up here in Denver hanging with these guys that you've got, some history. Some rough history, not your kind of history, right? You're kind of out of your element up here, all right? I don't know that you got yourself into trouble, other than the people you're hanging with, but these other people have gotten you into a lot of trouble.
Who?
Caleb, for one.
You got me in a lot of trouble.
You just told me we spent a long time. You were very clear that no one else has been driving your car for the last week. Okay? That you and Devon, or you and Devon and Caleb have been in your car. There's a few random people you don't know, but even when those random people are in the car, you and Devon are in the car. And that's you staying with that?
Pretty much.
Okay.
It's a common tactic to give a suspect an excuse for what they've done. In this case, the detective says he genuinely believes she's a good kid and has just been swept along in what's happened. It's likely he'll also tell her at some point soon that if she helps them out, they might be able to give her a much lighter sentence. It's also important to note that he's still trying to keep a friendly demeanor to her, and the reason for this hasn't changed. If he starts to get angry at her now, she might become closed off and refuse to tell them anything. If anything, he's even trying to seem fatherly, choosing to mention his daughter and calling her a kid, something that could even be a response to her saying her father passed away when she was younger. However, all of this is leading up to something. They're finally going to reveal why she's really there and exactly what they know.
So, remember the day that it was raining? It was snowing, real bad weather? That was Friday. That night, the night before all that snow and rain, do you remember where you were that night?
I could not tell you.
Okay. Do you remember being in a dark parking lot that night?
I don't know.
Okay, look at me. Your car was at the scene of a murder. Someone got out of your car, shot someone, and killed them. Got back into your car and drove away. You just told me that you were driving your car all week. You need to tell me the truth.
Honestly, I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
We have it on video. I know that the person who shot this guy is a guy. I know it wasn't you. I know it was your car. You tell me you're the only one driving your car, so you were driving the car.
I mean, yeah, but I don't recall being in wherever you're saying I was.
Picture yourself in this situation. If you'd just been told that police believe you were at the scene of the crime, would your first response be, I don't recall? Anybody innocent would be shocked to hear this information and do everything they could to clear their name and distance themselves from the crime. Alicia was there, and now the detectives are more certain of this than ever, and they're starting to get frustrated.
Honestly, You need to be honest with me here.
Fine.
No, you're not. I do know you were driving the car. Now, driving the car could make you an accessory to murder. If you're going to sit here and tell me you don't remember, no one in the world, no one. You put yourself in my position, okay? I know you were driving the car. I know your car was there because I got video of it. Put yourself in my position. Do you think anybody in the world is going to believe that you don't remember that?
I don't know. I just, like I said, I drive everywhere. And
yeah, you would have remembered this, though.
This is a chilling line from the detective, and you can clearly see it almost startles Alicia. The sight of that man being shot will be burned into her mind, and being so clearly reminded of it would be jolting, to say the least. In fact, the detectives didn't even realize exactly how traumatizing it might have been until just moments later.
Tonight, Caleb had a gun on him. Did you know he had a gun on him?
No, because I don't just pat everybody down that comes in my car.
Well, you know he owns a gun, right? You're staying in his place. You drive with him every day.
Not every day. But...
Well, I mean, so he probably carries a gun with him for protection. In the parts of town.
Well, really, I don't really like seeing guns. I don't really like being around guns. Maybe because of what happened to my dad.
Have you seen him with a gun before?
Not really, no, because I don't pay attention.
What happened to your dad with a gun?
He was murdered.
He was murdered?
Yeah.
Okay. With a gun. So this was probably pretty traumatic for you, seeing someone murdered with a gun.
I did not see anybody.
It happened right in front of your car.
Like I said, I don't recall.
Notice how quickly the detective hones in on her father's murder and how similar that may have been to this incident. He's looking for any opening to make her feel uncomfortable and guilty. And as horrible as it may sound, this is about as good as you can get. So the detectives take one last break to think about their final move and come back with the last and possibly most damning piece of evidence of all.
Want some more water or something? You've been on the other side of this, haven't you? With your dad. You've been on the other side of this whole thing, haven't you?
What does that mean?
I mean, you got a family member murdered. So you've seen the other side of this.
Well, not really. Not really. They let the man that did it go away.
They did? How'd that feel? Did they catch him and not...
They let him go? I mean, the way I see it, it's less... Go ahead and do it.
No, that's not all right. You don't believe that. When you got stopped tonight, there was a gun in your car. Did you see the gun that they took out of your car?
I didn't see it, no.
You didn't see it, but they took the gun out of your car. Okay? That was the gun that was used to murder this man. We can prove that, too. That's an easy one. The gun that was in your car...
You sure it was?
Oh, I'm sure it was. Yes, I can prove that. That's easy. The bullet that we dug out of this man's chest at the autopsy came from that gun that just came out of your car. That's a fact, too. Your car was in the parking lot where he was shot. You tell me, how did the gun that murdered a man get into your car?
I don't know.
The detectives get very little other information out of her from this point onwards, but they've already gotten more than enough. They've heavily implicated her in the crime, and it sounds as though Devon had to have been there with her too. It's at this point that we'll take a break from the suspect's interrogation, as unfortunately, convicting the criminals is only one half of these officers' jobs. And while all of this is going on, another team of detectives and officers are tasked with the brutal job of breaking the news of Andrew's death to his family. Andrew's girlfriend Jessica was the only one awake, so in the middle of the night, she'd get a knock on the door from a group of detectives.
All right, Jessica. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions. So I have some news for you. It's not. I'm just going to come out and say it. Andrew's dead.
You're joking?
I'm not joking. Andrew is dead.
What happened?
He was shot, and he died in the parking lot.
Oh my god! He had already informed his mom or anything.
You're the first person I was able to get a hold of, and I know that this is hard to hear.
Oh my god!
This clip is devastating, as it seems like Jessica had absolutely no idea of any of the events that transpired earlier that night. As far as she was aware, Andrew was simply going out to get them barbecue dinner. However, as sad as this is, detectives have to consider the possibility of Andrew having some sort of connection to the group. For all they know, this could have been a drug deal gone wrong or some other illegal activity that caused the shooting. With this in mind, detectives would bring Jessica to the station where they could conduct a formal interview to determine if Andrew had any prior connection to the group that killed him. While preparing for the interview, a strange discovery would be made. Police were given an anonymous tip that Jessica's own brother had been planning to kill Andrew. The two had supposedly a recurring issue with one another that had gotten progressively worse. This is awfully coincidental, and something detectives need to get to the bottom of.
My brother just saw it on the news. They just put it on the news.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. And then I saw the picture of him on there.
Okay. I bet that was pretty rough. So I received information going back a year, maybe 2 years. Your brother had threatened Andrew.
Yeah,
basically.
he didn't threaten him directly. It was indirectly to me. Meaning I was driving to work one morning and we were having a fight, and that's when he really unnerved me. So I told Andrew, and then Andrew wanted to take it to the police, and the police said your best option would be just to move away from the situation. So we did.
What was said? I mean, it was obviously fairly egregious if...
Basically, it was just probably something to the effect, I'll just take him out too.
What do you think he meant by that?
I mean, well, the first thought to my head is to kill him, taking someone out.
While these comments from Jessica's brother are disturbing, Jessica doesn't seem too bothered by it now. But at the time, they took it seriously enough to move houses just to get away from him. But the detective can't just take Jessica's word for this. Luckily, there are some simple ways that he might be able to prove if he was involved or not.
What kind of car does your brother drive?
Pathfinder.
What color is that?
Green. Well, like a dark forest green.
Does your brother have access to firearms or anything like that?
He's not allowed to.
Why not?
He has charges against him for past stupidity.
Okay.
And I don't know all those crimes because I didn't bother to try to talk to him about them.
The description of his cars don't match up with the one on CCTV at all, and if he's not allowed access to any firearms, then it's very unlikely that he was their guy. However, before they wrap up the interview, Jessica asks a final, devastating question.
Can I just ask you one question?
Sure.
Andrew? Can I ask you, where he was shot? Just because his mom told me that when he was shot, the witness who saw it ran to him and stayed with him until he passed.
He was shot in the chest. Okay.
You deserve that at all.
No, nobody deserves that. From all accounts, from what you've been saying, it seems like he was a very good guy.
Yeah.
This question echoed in the detectives' heads for the rest of this case. It really seemed like Andrew was a nice, peaceful man who was brutally killed that night. Detectives would go on to interview Jessica's brother as well, and managed to fully clear his name as a suspect. Caleb, Devon, and Alicia had no connection to Andrew. This was a cold-blooded murder. This case had just taken a far more sinister turn, and detectives had to find justice for not only Andrew, but for the rest of his family. After Alicia's interrogation, they would bring in Caleb, the man who they at this point believe actually pulled the trigger. But Caleb wasn't planning on making things easy. His interrogation lasts just 4 minutes, but opens up an entirely new side to this investigation, filled with dozens of shocking new pieces of evidence, all sparked by just one tiny thing that he said.
All right, Caleb. It's been a long night, huh? Yeah. Hey, Caleb, I'm Detective John Leone. I'm a detective here with Denver, and I'm going to talk to you about your traffic stop, your friends, and the gun that you had on you tonight. What's your home address, Caleb? 1548 in Fontaine. If you want to talk to me about what happened, your answer is yes. If you don't want to talk to me, you should say no. No, I thought I wasn't. Okay.
The interrogation ended here, but unbeknownst to Caleb, he gave away a crucial piece of evidence, his address. And it took police no time at all to obtain a search warrant.
Police, open up the door. Police, open the door. Show me your hands, show me your hands. Step up. Who else is in here? Nobody, just me, sir.
I don't live here. This is not my house. This is Fred's house. I apologize.
If you're in here, make yourself known. Do it now. Police department, come up. Come out with your hands up.
That was one of Caleb's friends, and he's one of the 3 keys inside this apartment that would unlock the case for the detectives. The second was this giant stock of 9mm bullets that perfectly matched the bullet found lodged inside Andrew's body. And if that wasn't damning enough, there was one more piece of evidence inside that was the most shocking of all, but the police hadn't even realized it yet. Instead, they wanted to have a quick conversation with the man they found inside. It seems that Caleb was known to this guy as Modelo, and Devon as Silencio. Often friends of suspects like this tend to keep their mouths shut out of trust, but this time, well, see for yourself.
Modelo got out of the car, I guess, to go mother this dude with a gun. Dude dropped the wallet on the ground. Modelo unloaded the gun into somebody, I guess. So whoever was in the car, I guess, Silencio just told me that they saw him get back up or whatever, and they ran him over as they drove off. That's all I know.
This was everything detectives could have asked for, but what came next was their most haunting discovery of all. Inside Caleb's house was a receipt from 7-Eleven dated just minutes after the murder, proving that Caleb, Devon, and Alicia were indeed the ones laughing at the gas station after the murder. All of these events transpired over 24 hours, but police had left out one crucial suspect, Devon, aka Silencio, and it was for good reason. Police knew Devon was desperate to keep his girlfriend Alicia from getting charged, so if they could use that against him, they might be able to get him to admit to the murders. The mounting pressure on Devon became so intense that he started confessing to other crimes and robberies he had committed in the past.
I'll tell you straight up, me and Caleb together have done crimes before. Okay.
What you're about to witness is a 21-year-old talking himself into over 300 years in prison.
Yeah. Devon? Devon. Do you go by Devon? Yeah. I'm probably going to screw that up, so if I do, I apologize, already. No, but so, Devon, like I said, my name is Mark Spurgeon. I'm an investigator with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. You know Nate, right? You know we're both cops? Yep. Okay. It's been my understanding that when they made contact with you this afternoon, that you were willing to talk to us again. Is that true? To an extent, yeah. Okay. To an extent? Okay. I just like to start and make sure you understand your rights, because one of the things I don't want to do in this room is violate your rights. You have these rights, and I think they're important to you. So, you know where you're at? Yeah. All right. Well, kind of. All right. I know this sounds good, but I want to make sure you understand what we're doing. Where are you at? Some police station. Okay. All right. What state are you in? Colorado. Who's the president? Trump.
The detectives are being perhaps even more careful at the beginning of this interrogation than they were in Alicia's. They want to confirm that Devon is of sound mind right now, leaving the defense absolutely no opportunity to invalidate this piece of evidence in court. They can't leave any room for error because they know he's likely only here for one reason: to confess.
I'm into this investigation somewhat late, so I kind of want to start out and ask you, why are we sitting in this room? Why are we here? Fill me in.
I was involved in the murder of somebody.
Okay.
That's why.
That's why? So tell me about it. Because there's a reason that you want to talk about it, right?
I just want to get my girl out of trouble because she had nothing to do with it.
All right. Like I said, I come in late to this. Who's your girl?
Alicia Valdez.
The detective's plan worked perfectly. He's here to tell the cops everything in hopes that he can maybe get his girlfriend out of trouble. But you can still clearly see how uncomfortable with this he is. As soon as he's asked why he's here, he goes from sitting perfectly still to dancing around in his chair, searching his pockets, and leaning back away from the detectives. It doesn't matter if he thinks this is the right thing to do, he still knows he's being checkmated, and he's about to sentence himself to a lifetime in jail.
Want to get her out of trouble?
Yeah.
All right.
She had nothing to do with it. She's not a criminal. She ain't been to jail before till now.
Okay. Was she there?
Yeah, she didn't know anything was going to happen though. She didn't have any hand in it at all.
Okay.
I was driving and you can feel that dress, I'm sure you already have.
Like I said, I'm coming into this new. I learned about this literally this morning. They asked me to come in and kind of assist, so that's what I'm doing. Do me a favor, walk me through. Because if you want to get her out of the situation she's in, I understand, I respect that, but I need to know what happened, so walk me through it.
We were driving around, honestly, for night, having fun.
Drive around having fun?
Yeah. We like to drive. It's fun. We listen to music. Then we ended up pulling to this parking lot. And then from there, I don't really feel like I need to speak on it.
Why not?
Because you guys already have pretty much everything figured out. You guys know she did not pull the trigger.
Okay.
That's what matters. I'm just here to get her out of trouble. I'm not here to get anyone else in trouble, except for myself, obviously.
Right.
All I can tell you is no one knew that the shooting was gonna happen. It was not planned.
So it wasn't planned?
Hell no, it wasn't planned. We planned on driving to a parking lot shooting some random white guy.
Were you planning on robbing him?
Like I said, I wasn't planning on doing it.
Was Caleb planning on robbing him?
Like I said, I'm not going to speak on that.
This is one of the detectives' leading theories about what happened. They don't necessarily believe that they planned on murdering Andrew. They think that this was more likely a robbery gone wrong. They intended to just steal Andrew's money, but ended up freaking out, shooting him, and running him over to ensure he couldn't turn them into the cops.
What makes you guys go at this kid?
Who?
The victim, the kid that died.
No, he's not a kid, he's 27. But
right. He is to me.
True. Well, like I said, I don't know. I wasn't planning on anything happening to him. I didn't know what was going to happen to this guy. So when something went off, I drove off.
Okay. What happens? We need to know what happens.
Well, everyone knows he got shot.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm trying to figure out who shot him, and I need somebody to tell me that.
Well, I'm not going to tell you anything, because I'm sure you guys already know.
Yeah.
If you guys can't figure that out, then there's some issues. Good.
Well, let me ask you this. When I was trying to...
She didn't shoot. You know, she didn't pull the trigger. I told you I was driving.
Right.
I mean, to put the rest together. It's not up to me.
But I guess I'm trying to understand is why. I'm trying to understand a motive.
I don't know. I told you, none of us do that. After I'm sitting in the damn car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I obviously don't know anything's going to happen.
You drive him there. You put him in that lot.
Unfortunately, that's how it looks. That is how it happened. Yeah. It's just nothing. I'm telling you, nothing was planned.
Let me ask you this. Were you just thinking was Caleb, or do you even know was Caleb trying just to rip off, get some money? And it's bad?
Well, not privileged. I've done this before.
At this point, it's obvious that Devon's lawyer will have told him clearly not to discuss anything that doesn't relate directly to Alicia. He's only going to talk about anything that might help get her out of trouble. It's also at this point that the detective realizes that. He knows that he's not going to get anything out of Devon beyond that, so that's when he decides to do something extremely clever. He's going to abuse the fact that Devon only wants to get Alicia out of trouble and phrase his next question in a way that forces him to give up some vital information.
I'm not going to speak on like anything else besides me and Alicia.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you guys talk about it?
What do you mean?
Did you guys talk about it? Did you and Caleb say, hey, this is what we're thinking about? Because I'm trying to figure out, is the one planning this?
Alicia had nothing to do with any of this.
So help me understand that.
I'll tell you straight up, me and Caleb together have done crimes before.
Okay. I'm worried about this one.
This one right here? This is supposed to go like that.
How is it supposed to go?
Like I said, I don't see the need to get in all that. It's not going to benefit me or her. I don't see or him.
Well, right now we're still trying to figure out her role. And if we can explain her role, and there's only two people that can explain her role, you and Caleb. Caleb ain't talking to us. Without us understanding the specifics of how this went down, and if her involvement or what her involvement was in that, with some explanation that we can go back to a DA and say, hey, this is what's going on, this person was honest, she didn't know it was going to go down. But I've got to know that, but I've got to understand how it got planned then. You understand? I have to have some type of specifics to try to sell that. If you want to try to help her, help her.
Put simply, if Devon wants to get Alicia out of trouble and prove she didn't plan the murder, he'll have to tell them exactly who did, solving the case for them on the spot. He's been checkmated, because no matter what story he tells them from this point out, they've got the evidence to prove or disprove it. Their entire plan was just to get him to talk, and that's exactly what they've done. Now, it's finally time they heard the truth.
That's why I'm irritated about this, because I don't know this fool and nothing about him.
Did you see the confrontation go down between Caleb and this guy?
It looked like the white dude was attacking the other person, honestly, but I saw the end of it right before the dude got shot.
Do you remember when you say the white dude was attacking the other guy, right? Could you describe it to me?
It looked like they were squared up and the white dude was rushing the other guy.
Let me ask you, if I stood up, would you show me? If I stood up and I'm the white dude, would you show me? Or let me be the shooter, you be the white dude. Would you do that?
Yeah.
So I understand it. Give me the video.
So if you're the other dude, the white dude.
So I'm the other guy, right?
The white dude's on the bed like this, and it looked like he was squared up, started running toward him.
Okay, what's this guy doing?
Running backwards, and that's when I heard a gunshot.
All right. Do you remember? Stand up again for me.
Yeah.
So how close are they?
They're about,
under me.
They're about probably about this, maybe a little further.
Okay.
And then that's when I heard a gunshot go off, and the white dude rushing him.
So the right dude's closing that gap?
Yeah.
So do they ever get right on top of each other? No. So there's always a distance?
Yeah. It's always about both their arms distance.
So, all right.
About both their arms.
Okay. Did the white dude have anything in his hand?
I couldn't see. I saw the last end of it. I wasn't really looking for details. I was kind of confused on what's going on.
Okay. All right. This guy, not the white dude, the other guy. Hands together, hands apart?
You're kind of like, no, he was standing like this, trying to tell the dude to back up.
Okay.
And that's when the white dude kept rushing. I'm assuming maybe he's trying to reach for the gun. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's when the shot goes.
Was the gun in the right hand?
I can't remember.
Okay. But he had one hand up and the other hand back.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting a suspect to act out an incident is a great way of proving they actually knew what happened. They may be able to match the movements to the CCTV footage or witness accounts, and a defense team will have a hard time arguing that anything here could be misinterpreted. From what Devon is saying, it seems as though there was a struggle between Caleb and Andrew, where the shooter approached Andrew, who quickly tried to defend himself. It's becoming increasingly obvious that this was intended to be a robbery, but when Andrew tried to fight back, it turned into a murder in the blink of an eye.
So when these guys are in your windshield, are they across from each other? Like you're looking at the sides of each other?
They're like this. Position kind of like this.
Can you draw for me?
The white dude, I can't draw, but the white dude's standing. They're both standing. The white dude's closer to me. They're kind of like this.
All right, so you're the driver, right? White dude's closer to the front of the car?
Yeah, kind of.
All right, so if you're looking, are you looking at his back, you looking at his side, looking at his front?
Kind of like that. Yeah.
Like this? Where's the other guy?
Right where he is.
I'm kidding. Where's that you at? Where's the other guy?
They're like that, literally. And then, but it's a little more this way, and I'm a little more back.
So this way?
Yeah.
What are you seeing of this guy, his front?
I'm not paying attention to him, I'm paying attention to this guy.
Okay. And you think you see him kind of rush?
No, he did rush.
Okay. So he rushes, but not to the point where they're on top of each other.
No, they didn't get it. The other person was backpedaling.
Okay, so this person's moving back,
but
arm up?
They've been backpedaling the whole time. That's when the shot goes off.
Okay.
Tell me where Caleb's arms are at. Oh, yeah.
I'm not even saying it was him.
Again, it sounds as though as soon as Andrew realized he was being robbed, he started to go on the offensive, forcing Caleb backwards. According to Devon, he then tried rushing Caleb, which scared Caleb into shooting him. They're slowly closing in on the truth here, but not quite there yet, which is why they're still trying to play some tricks on Devon to try and get everything out of him. Devon hasn't admitted that the shooter was Caleb, but notice how the detectives are consistently naming him as the shooter throughout the story. They're trying to get Devon to go along with it and agree or accidentally admit it himself, but he's not slipping up. However, the detectives are relentless and don't stop trying for another hour of tireless interrogation. It's then that Devon finally makes a mistake.
What this video goes on? What else you guys talk about?
I can't remember all that. Like you said, it's not shit. I just work on memorizing.
No, that'd be care about it. That'd be an emotional conversation.
Not really. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't know the dude, so it's fucked up that this should die, because I don't know him. I don't know who he is, what he is, what kind of person he is, or any of that. But it didn't really strike me emotionally, because I don't have that many emotions. I used to do much, so like, it doesn't really, I don't really have many emotions about it, except for I'm pissed that he's in jail for it. I'm pissed that he died, of course, because I don't know the guy. I'm always pissed about that.
Was Caleb pissed?
Was Caleb pissed? Yeah. He shot somebody.
Imagine you're in this position. You're trying to hide the facts that your friend shot an innocent man, but the detectives have been taking that fact for granted for the past 2 hours. They've been using his name, asking questions about details, and refusing to accept the fact that it might not have been him. Eventually, you would internalize this idea and forget that you even need to lie. That's what just happened here, and it's why Devon barely even realizes that he's just confirmed that Caleb was in fact the shooter. Of course, there were mountains of evidence against him anyway, but now they have it straight from the source, and a conviction will be easy. The detectives now only have one last question. Was this really an accident, or had they planned this out as a murder from minute one?
Remember what he said?
Is he panicked?
All of us kind of panicked, because like I said, I didn't see it coming. I don't like unexpected things like this happening because of this situation exactly. Look at me now. In here for accessory murder and I didn't see it. If I do something, it's going to be planned out and it's going to get done correctly, so I'm not in this situation. That's why I was kind of pissed and I was panicked because I didn't see this about to happen.
So let me ask you this. If this is your deal, and this is your plan, we say you're planning a robbery, you've done it. We've already talked about that. I'm not asking when, dates, when. If this is you're doing, it's not going to be random like this. It's going to be planned out.
But yeah, and it's not going to be on a random person usually.
So what Caleb or this other person we're calling did pretty amateur, all right?
Huh?
Pretty amateur.
What, was this happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't even planned. So, you can't even... I don't think amateur be the right word, just random. It wasn't supposed to happen. 98% of the time, I rob somebody, it's not random people, which is why I'm irritated about this whole situation, because I don't know who the hell this guy was, except for what the news said, but the news always makes any white dude who dies look like a peach, so I don't know. But that's why I'm irritated about this, because I don't know this food and nothing about him.
Devon's main point ended up being that if he had planned the murder, then they simply wouldn't have caught him, so it had to have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. But the detectives didn't buy it, and in fact, this approach actually made things exponentially worse for Devon. The interrogation ended shortly after, but the detectives decided to do some further research into these other robberies. They ended up connecting him and Caleb to multiple other serious incidents, including the robbery of a cell phone store the very next day, and an incident where they fired shots into a pregnant woman's home. It was clear that they had been planning multiple robberies and were using Caleb's gun as a method of intimidation to make money. As you could imagine, this didn't look good in court for any of them. Devon received the highest sentence. He was found guilty on 18 counts, including first-degree murder, attempted murder, aggravated robbery, and aggravated intimidation of a witness. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 279 years. Caleb also received a similar sentence of life plus 118 years. The fourth passenger in the car, Eternity Lopez, was also interrogated, but was found to be completely uninvolved. She was picked up after the murder, so it seems like she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was not charged with the incident. But possibly worst of all for Devon, his efforts in the interrogation room failed to even help Alicia get off any lighter. She was also found guilty in the murder of Andrew Janicek and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
We're gonna talk, okay? You wanna sit down? Tell me about mommy or daddy or somebody else. My dad is bad now. Your dad is bad now? Tell me about dad being bad now.
What happened at the house with your wife, with Jasmine?
I don't remember.
Mom, she got everywhere. AK-47. AK-47? Okay.
What did you do?
Yeah,
how many kids you got?
I got 5 kids.
4 times, 3 times. Okay.
On March 4th, 2022, a mother's worst nightmare occurred for Jasmine Serena. A man, armed with a gun, entered her home. He would notice 4 children watching television in their living room. They would freeze up and look at him in horror, unable to do anything. But the man would pass by. He wasn't looking to harm Jasmine's children. Instead, he made his way over to the kitchen where Jasmine was standing and shot. Three bullets struck Jasmine, and she was left in critical condition, lying helplessly in her kitchen. The suspect left the scene in a hurry, thinking she was done for. But unfortunately for him, Jasmine managed to survive. Despite her critical condition, she managed to call 911 and ask for help. Officer Baker was the first cop to arrive at the scene, seeing all the kids surrounding their mother, crying for help. She was immediately transferred to the El Paso hospital by helicopter. Now it's a race against time for doctors. With each passing second, her chances of survival rapidly decrease. And for the detectives, they needed to find their suspect fast before he struck another innocent victim. Right now, they needed any clue that could lead them to the possible killer, so multiple officers would go back to the crime scene to take a closer look at exactly what just went down.
Okay, so I have bullets, or casings, excuse me. One there, one on the table. I have one where she was sitting, or where I found her. Then you guess she was facing us. Yeah, because you can see there's impacts right there and right there. Oh, okay. And there's another casing back over there on the floor. Okay. I got here. She's sitting facing me with her legs out. She had a strike here here, and what looks like a through and through here with a shirt up. She had nothing that went through completely on the back.
Oh, so the rounds are in here? I thought it was a round like...
No, she's distended. It's all internal right here.
According to the police report, the victim, Jasmine Serena, took 2 bullets to her abdomen, and the 3rd bullet landed right in her leg. Despite her critical condition, she gathered the little energy she had and told Officer Baker the attacker's name.
She said that it was Julian that did it. Valenzuela.
That was the name of her own husband, Julian Valenzuela, and the father of 4 children who just saw their dad shoot their mom. However, this wasn't the only thing she was able to tell the cops. Jasmine also mentioned the car Julian drove to the house before shooting, a red sedan. In a matter of seconds, all patrols nearby received a notification to stop any red sedans they saw on the streets of Las Cruces. While Julian's vehicle was being tracked down, Officer Dollar, along with his partner, had a different task. It was reported Julian was living at this house. With him being on the run, police think there's a chance he could be hiding in the home. So the 2 officers would make their way into the home in hopes to find a surrendered Julian, or at least a clue of where he might be.
Yeah, it's wide open front and back. It's cluttered, just abandoned.
Las Cruces Police Department, anybody inside the residence, come out to the sound of my voice!
There was no other choice but to enter the house forcibly and make sure the suspect wasn't hiding inside. For all they know, Julian could be waiting for them, and knowing he's armed, tensions are as high as ever for these cops.
You can't get in these guys. Ugh. 85049 on Lester and Shannon. Jesus Christ.
After searching the remaining rooms inside the house, the suspect was nowhere to be found. But just as they thought they would be coming out with nothing, they received this message on the radio.
Service limited 43 right now. Red Hyundai at high rate of speed was last seen going towards Idaho. We're okay.
An exact description of the car Julian used to flee the scene just near their position, a red Hyundai Elantra. Officer Dollar wastes no time and hops into his car. He must get to the suspect as fast as possible before the police lose track of him again.
The vehicle should have a black bumper per the note, possibly headed towards the Lester, and it is going to be a newer model.
25 southbound on Spina, high rate of speed, just past Gardner.
Copy, southbound at Spina, high rate of speed.
Pursuit authorized. Suspect on a gunshot victim. Alright, he's gonna stop. He's stopping in Milton. He's got the gun! Central, he just shot at me 3 or 4 times on 2-4.
The pursuit continued until the suspect closed into the intersection of University Wave and Espina Street. A red light was shining bright for Julian to stop, but he didn't care and pushed on the gas. And just as he thought he could make it across, the suspect plummets right into a silver car, knocking the innocent driver to the side of the road. The officers in pursuit sped up to the crash, but they can't rush to apprehend him just yet, as he already fired multiple rounds at Detective Dollar just a minute ago, and there was every reason to believe he will do it again. So they have to be ready to take Julian down if he makes any sudden moves.
Show your hands! Do it now! Do it now! Show me your hands! Get up! Get ground!
Under multiple gun sights, the suspect has no other choice than to step out of the car and lie on the ground. Although he looks disabled, this doesn't satisfy Officer Dollar and his colleagues. From what they know, the suspect is still armed and could be pretending to be injured to try and catch them by surprise. Officer Dollar wasn't going to take any chances, so he decided to deploy a different weapon to make the suspect obey their commands.
I got the dog. Stay.
Right now, Julian seems disabled enough. A crash that could have killed him only left him with a concussion. He can't even stand up. Using a canine in this scenario would be an overkill. But Officer Dollar had already made up his mind a few moments ago. But this is where officers would go too far, and it would actually impact this entire case later on. Officer Dollar's dog would bite into Julian just like instructed. However, it would take 2 minutes of struggle to make the dog finally let go of the suspect's flesh. The law doesn't prohibit a dog to bite and hold the suspect. However, the important part of using a canine is to make sure the suspect does not sustain unnecessary injuries during the arrest. Officer Dollar's canine succeeded at holding the suspect, but this is where the officer met a serious challenge. He could not make the dog release the suspect. Even after being subdued and posing no further harm to the police officers, the dog continued to hold on to the suspect's arm, causing him more injuries. This is a clear case of excessive force, and would impact the rest of this case. Dollar's decision to use canine will be reviewed and reevaluated as the investigation into the case progresses. But for now, the suspect's bite wounds were too severe to ignore, and his overall condition suggested heavy alcohol intoxication or even worse. So to make sure Julian lived long enough to face justice, the cops decided to get him to the hospital and treat his wounds. While this team of officers was transporting the suspect, another team at the crime scene was collecting evidence to build a strong case against Julian and charge him for his evil crime. But there was a problem. They didn't know who he really was and how the crime first unfolded. His wife was in critical condition and her kids were too traumatized to talk with law enforcement, at least for now. The only hope they've got lies in the hands of witnesses. Only their stories could reveal how much of an awful person Julian really is. And luckily for the officers, the witnesses were not afraid to speak out against this monster.
What'd you see, man? I was over there, right across the stop sign. Like, on the other side of the stop sign? And me and my cousin, we're looking in front of us, and we're just like, we see a car speeding so fast, right? And it's like, we're looking at him, and he's mad dogging us, really mad looking dude. What did he look like? He saw his face more than me. I went inside. What was the car? It's got like Marines, reddish. It was a Hyundai. And they started screaming, they were having, and like, he went in there, and I guess they were having an argument. And I heard like, pop, 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 3 times. I think he unloaded probably more than 5. 5? Yeah, probably more than 5. And that's whenever he came outside, and then that's whenever I was like, he's shooting, he's actually shooting, so we like ran back inside. He got in his car, and like, he shot like that way. He shot that way? Like, yeah, towards the truck. He just went like this, and he shot towards that way, right? Towards this way, yeah, somewhere over there. The officer, the dog officer, I see his car come right here, and then me. And he throws a shot and leaves. When he was coming this way was whenever we saw the cop. So we waved at him, and we're like, he just shot somebody, he just shot somebody. And then the car went that way. And then right as soon as he got like a little bit past that little Mitsubishi truck, he shot again towards over there. Well, I don't know if he shot up, or I don't know where he shot, but we were already running inside.
If what these eyewitnesses are telling is true, then the whole shooting had a long and steady build-up to it. But what the next witness had to say would give officers even more disturbing insight into Julian's terrifying actions.
But the other night, they had domestics, and she was yelling, "You're gonna f*** me," and he had her by the chair. and he was stalking her, dragging her outside, just stalking her.
When was that?
Like 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago?
Yeah, 2 nights ago. Wasn't in Mercer, they were yelling.
Like, we always hear them fighting and arguing.
Yeah, and...
Was she on the ground?
Yeah, and he was dragging her out of her house, and she was like this, and he had her, and he was, throwing punches to her. And then the day after that, she was parked right here. It was early in the morning. I just got back from taking the kids to school. I saw her in her car, and the kids were still back there, and she was sitting in the front seat, and he was on the other side, and it looked like they were arguing in the vehicle. And she started hitting her head on the steering wheel and punching the steering wheel, and they were arguing. And finally he got out of her vehicle, and then, he took off. And then the next day, that's when he had her by the hair, dragging her out. She was giving a...
Not only did Julian physically abuse his wife, but also threatened her life multiple times before actually going and fulfilling those threats. There was only one person left to question, Jasmine herself, the victim of this twisted crime. Only she could tell the true story behind closed doors. That is, if she would ever recover from this vicious attack. Doctors could not promise her survival. 2 shots to the abdomen are too severe for any person to survive. Likely, it was already too late for her. That's why the officers transporting Julian to the hospital needed Julian to survive. They wanted to hear his side of the story and understand one simple question. What drove him to try and take the life of his own wife and the mother of his 4 little boys? But when they finally arrived at the hospital, cops quickly ran into a new problem.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So stop kicking. Nerds! I bet.
Hey, they're sick.
Hey, calm down. You understand me? You calm down. Let's...
There's kids around here. I know you don't, but I do.
What do you guys need from me? I stopped with the... This is what happens.
Nurse is Michael.
Drop my feet, dude. No. Drop my feet.
You're not gonna like this, so I'm gonna try to get you to calm down. Okay, we're gonna photo back your injuries. I'm not gonna play.
Ow! Ow!
Do you understand?
I saw a job for it.
Okay. Well, we asked the doctor, so.
How do we shoot me?
Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go.
You gonna sit on this wheelchair?
We're wheeling out to the car, okay?
Right after the crash, the police discovered a pistol with an empty magazine along with several half-empty bottles of beer inside. This explains Julian's erratic behavior during and after the arrest. Additionally, on his way to the police station, Julian admitted to shooting his wife in cold blood, all without interrogation. But as you'll soon see during the questioning, even details like this can suddenly vanish, because once they brought Julian to the interrogation room, he had already forgotten everything.
Had an open mind. Do you want to talk to me? Kind of give me your version of what's been happening and whatnot?
I don't know what's happening. I've been drinking for 3 days. Just seeing our down eyes.
Well, if you want to keep them closed and it's easier for you to talk that way and you're not struggling, that's good. Just don't fall asleep. Was there anything other than alcohol you were drinking?
No.
What type of alcohol you drink? Budweiser's? Okay. Can or bottle? Bottles? Okay. So for 3 days, what's been going on? You and your old lady been having some problems?
No.
Huh?
This only confirms why Julian is so visibly intoxicated, and it's honestly a surprise he's even able to understand and talk with the officer. Still, his condition might complicate the interrogation process. After all, alcohol can lead to lapses in memory. He simply might not remember the events of that evening, a perfect excuse for someone like him in this situation. But this isn't going to be good enough for Detective Melinda to accept, so he keeps pressing for a confession.
What happened at the house with your wife? With Jasmine?
I don't remember.
I think you do, because you told them what happened.
I remember going in there.
Where'd you pull the gun out from?
My pocket.
Which side? Which pocket did you have it in?
I remember.
What type of gun is it?
I don't know what kind of gun it is. I don't even know what's on. I just know I cannot see nothing.
So
I'm trying to open my eyes.
That's fine, dude. I don't want you to see anything. I want you to remember things and talk to me about things.
That's never happened to me.
Little did Detective Melinda realize that getting any information from this suspect was going to be the most challenging thing he had to do in his career. But it doesn't stop him from using the oldest trick in the book to make Julian talk.
Were you guys arguing? Were you fighting? What are you sorry for? So let's go back to you pulled a gun out of your pocket, right?
No.
No? So everything you've told officers that is on camera, now you're saying you don't remember.
I don't.
But here's the thing, Julian. You've already said what happened.
You said
in the situation.
What did I do?
No. You said what happened. The officers have already told us.
Is she okay?
You want to know if she's okay from what?
Oh, that's obvious. What?
What's obvious?
Well, what happened?
You tell me.
I love her.
What's been going on? Like, is she doubting how much you love her? Did you get caught doing something you weren't supposed to be doing?
No. It's nothing like that.
Do you guys just have arguments here and there?
Julian might not remember this too, but there are plenty of people who can speak about his abuse of people weaker than him. At this point, Detective Melinda barely holds himself together. For him, getting any meaningful information out of Julian is almost impossible. However, there is still one more thing Detective Melinda can use to make Julian talk. In fact, what he doesn't know is that his kids are in the same building with him, just above this interrogation room. They were brought here to the police station to decide their father's fate. And they're about to reveal exactly what went down mere hours earlier. But before we get to that, I want to talk about a murder that happened across the country in Cedar Creek, California. This is a popular influencer, Haley Rose, and Haley was mysteriously murdered. With Cold Case VR, the sponsor of today's video, use over 75 pieces of evidence, including police reports, witness statements, CCTV footage, interrogations, and so much more to bring justice to Haley and arrest her evil killer. Even better is that the entire investigation is done using their virtual reality goggles, making the experience like no other true crime party game. You know how much my videos depend on the clues found in the surveillance, and this game feels just like solving a real crime. I played this game with my friends, and using my investigative knowledge from producing all of these YouTube videos, I cracked the case and solved the murder before anyone else. And the best part? I managed to strike a deal just for you guys. By using the code INSANITY, you get 30% off your purchase, making this the perfect Christmas gift. So if you ever wanted to experience what it's like to solve the cases in my videos firsthand, then click the link in the description and purchase Cold Case VR, the case of the fatal follower, today. Thank you to Abacus for sponsoring us and allowing us to create this content for you. But we have to get back to Julian Valenzuela, because his own children are about to expose him and what exactly went down that night. However, interrogating a child is no easy task for cops. That's why the police department recruited 2 professional child psychologists to discover more details of Julian's murder attempt from these 4 young minds. Still, kids may be uneducated, but they won't tell you anything unless you become their friend. And these female psychologists knew exactly how to do it. In 1.5 hours, they will build trust with all 4 kids: 4-year-old Julian, 5-year-old Benjamin, 6-year-old Matthew, and 10-year-old Isaiah, and talk about how daddy their own mommy, not even realizing they will maximize their father's sentence behind bars. Benjamin was the first kid to be asked about what he saw that fateful evening.
You like to color? Yeah. Yeah? Here, I got some paper right here. And you want me to move it closer? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to write your name. And your name is Benjamin. Is that right? Yeah. Benjamin Valenzuela. Benjamin Valenzuela? Yeah? How old are you, Benjamin? 5. You're 5? Benjamin, I'm going to draw your face right here, okay? No. Do you play with anybody? Do you have any brothers or sisters or something else? Brother. You have brothers? So I'm going to put Matthew. Valenzuela. Matthew Valenzuela. And then Isaiah. Valenzuela. Isaiah Valenzuela. Yeah.
Drawing their faces, writing down the names of their siblings, and asking about their favorite things, all minor but important things to elicit positive emotions in Benjamin's mind. That is, until they start talking about their father and what he did to Jasmine.
Tell me about, mommy or daddy or somebody else. My dad is bad now. Your dad is bad now? Tell me about dad being bad now. My dad... My mom. Your dad shot your mom? And then what happened? And my mom, they got no weapon. Mom don't got no weapon? And then you said dad is bad now because he shot mom? Yeah. Yeah? What did you... Don't put his name? Okay, I won't put his name. Okay. Where did mom get shot? On the stomach everywhere. On the stomach everywhere? What did he shoot mom with? With his pistol. With his pistol? What did the pistol look like? AK-47. An AK-47? Okay. I was at the living room. I saw Daddy's mom. You were at the living room and you saw Daddy's mom? What did Daddy say when he saw mom? He was just crying and yelling, and my dad just... Well, thank you for telling me what happened to Mom.
Despite Benjamin being a well-spoken kid, his mind might be a little confused. Because, well, there's no such thing as an AK-47 pistol. This may be a child's imagination, but how does he know what an AK-47 is? Was it something his dad talked about, or even owned at one point? For young Benjamin, it didn't matter. He was too afraid to remember.
Benjamin, tell me, do you ever feel scared? When do you feel scared? Of the shot. Of the shot? Yeah. No one was fighting? No. Only my dad was fighting, and then he shot him with this one, and this one, and then loaded up, and then boom. He shot with this one and loaded up, and then boom. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Benjamin, tell me, do you feel safe with Mommy? Yeah? How about with Daddy? Do you feel safe with Daddy? No. No? No, because Daddy and my mom are there. Okay. Well, thank you, Benjamin, for letting me learn about you. You want to go back into the other room and play? Yeah. Yeah? What are you playing in the other room? Who are you playing with? With Matthew and Isaiah. Okay.
As Benjamin leaves the room, the psychologist returns to prepare the room for the next kid, 4-year-old Julian. They follow the same steps to establish a positive connection before moving on to the most important part of this conversation.
Julian, tell me about a mommy or a daddy or something else. Draw Daddy, actually. Draw Daddy? Daddy's really big. Daddy's really big? Yeah. He has a big stomach. Daddy has a big stomach? Yeah. So all that's right. Daddy, my mom was on the floor in the kitchen, and Daddy had a gun, and he Mom, right here. So you said last night, yeah. Daddy, Mom? Yeah, right here. And so Mom right here, and right here, and right here? Yeah, and Mom's in the hospital now. And Mom's in the hospital now? Yeah.
So far, Julian's story of what happened sounds similar to what his brother Benjamin told. Still, there is something Julian told so suddenly that it even surprised the psychologist.
Daddy comes and the cops come and there's 4 cops and there's the gangsters. There's the gangsters there? Yeah. Who are the gangsters? For shooting. Do you know the gangsters? Yeah. What are their names, the gangsters? Ryan and Saturday.
It's hard to assess if it's the kid's imagination or if his father hung out with criminals in their own house. The thing is, little Julian remembers their name, so it might be the case that those gangsters not only knew his father, but also provided him with the guns, including the AK and a shotgun. Now it's up to the psychologist to get to the bottom of this disturbing information.
Tell me, what did Dad Mom with? With the gun. With the gun? Mom was messing with Daddy. Mom was messing with Daddy? She was yelling at him, and now she's right here. What was she saying when she was yelling at him? She said, You said that Dad, Mom, and that she was laying on the floor in the kitchen? And 4 times, 3 times. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to talk about today? Yeah. Yeah, tell me. Me and Matthew were fighting. You and Matthew were fighting? Yeah. And then what happened? Went to the TV and O'Neill was playing Gossip Doll and the little TV. On the little TV? Yeah, I spawned it in the TV, but O'Neill was playing Gossip Doll. There's Franklin and Trevor and Michael. Are they real people? Are they people in the game or something else? In the game. Okay.
The psychologist can rest easy. Those gangsters are just part of the game. Still, it is neglectful of parents to let their kids play these games at such a young age. With this conversation over, the psychologist invited the third kid, 6-year-old Matthew. However, Matthew has nothing else to add and shared the same story his 2 other siblings told the psychologist, especially going over the same murder weapon and insults both yelled at each other. With this, Matthew leaves the room, and the next and final kid enters, Julian's oldest son, and, well, most important for this investigation, 10-year-old Isaiah. Since he's much older than his brothers, he possesses a better awareness of the situation, meaning he could provide clearer details about the crime, and the psychologist understands that, which is why she's going to try a different approach with him.
Do you have any questions about that? No? Okay. Well, just so you know, no friends or family or anything like that get to listen while we talk, okay? Alright, you feeling okay? Alright. Well, if at any time you need to take a break or you just need a second, let me know, okay?
With this mature approach, Isaiah doesn't tell much to the psychologist, except one crucial detail. The shooting was a climax, and Isaiah saw the build-up to the shooting long before anyone else.
Isaiah, have there been times when you heard fighting or arguing or something else at home with you? Tell me about that. She was just arguing about my mom. And then yesterday he pulled up my mom's work and he threw a bottle on the floor in front of my mom's work. Is that something that you heard about or something you saw or something? I heard when she was on the phone telling someone. Okay. Isaiah, when was it that you hit your mom? Today.
With Isaiah's last story shared, the interrogation can be wrapped up and summarized. The detectives now know that Julian has a long history of abusing his wife with intent and even desire to kill her, and nothing could have stopped him, even his own kids. And finally, the shooting of their own mother right before their eyes. Now the detective can use this information to corner Julian, confront him, and force him to make a confession. So they would bring him right back to the room where they started their discussions.
You don't remember shooting your wife?
I remember that.
Because your kids do. Your kids are telling us, Daddy, Mama. That's what your kids are saying. But you're going to sit here and play this crap that I don't remember anything? When you've already said it to the other officers? And I got multiple kids, your kids, saying, Daddy, Mommy? And you're going to sit here and play this game that I don't remember anything. I can't see, I don't remember anything.
It's not wrong.
Then why are they saying dad, not mommy?
No.
You don't know why they're saying that?
No.
Let me guess, your wife is making them say that, right? Is that the route you want to go on?
I don't know.
You know what I find funny, Julian? Or not funny, but disheartening? You've yet to ask me how your wife is doing, whether she's alive or not.
I love her.
Apparently not that much, because
I don't remember doing that.
you don't remember doing that?
No.
Tired of hearing the same excuse over and over again, Detective Melinda takes his gloves off and delivers a satisfying beatdown to Julian's poor excuses.
But you know who's going to remember that forever? Her and your kids. Because daddy, I'm on you. And then when they figure all this out and find out daddy didn't have the courage to be honest about what happened. He sat there and said, oh, I've been drinking for 4 days, I don't remember anything. That's what you want people to remember you as?
I remember begging her on her phone.
Begging her what?
Begging to be with her.
She didn't want to be with you?
I don't know. So off the phone.
Julian, let me ask you a question.
I can't breathe.
Hey, let me ask you a specific question. You remember there's beer in the car?
There's a lot of beer.
Do you remember that there's beer in the car?
I remember there's a lot of beer.
Okay, but you don't remember your wife?
No.
So beer's more important than your wife?
I don't want to know what's going on. I want to know if she's okay.
I'm waiting to hear back from El Paso to see if she's okay or if... I don't know if she's even alive right now, dude. I'm trying to find all that out. But I can't even get you to tell me what happened.
All I remember is going inside the house, and that was it.
Okay.
From there, everything's a blur. All drunk, and I'm still drunk.
Hey, that's not what you said to the officers earlier. That's on
That's
camera.
because I was drunk. And when you're drunk, you say stupid things. I wanted the cops to kill me.
How? How was that going to happen?
I wanted them to kill me.
How? Why?
I don't know.
Cops don't just shoot people for no reason. Why would they have shot you? Did they shoot at you tonight? What do you think?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
After using his own words against him, getting verbally beaten down by the detective, and even bringing up his kids, Julian still refuses to remember anything prior to this interrogation. This makes things even worse for him. If he doesn't talk now, the cops will write down their own version of the story that will be used to prosecute him if Julian does not comply. All Julian needs is to talk.
That's what I'm going to put on my paperwork.
Okay.
When I charge you with attempted murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and all the other charges that go along with this, my final statement in that paperwork is going to say, I don't remember I was drunk for 4 days. That's what you want me to put in the paperwork?
Okay.
Is that what you want me to put?
I want you to put that because I don't remember.
And I'm also going to put in there, during earlier contact on camera, he stated this, that he did shoot his wife, that he did do this when officers stopped him. Because that's all stuff I can prove, Julian.
Okay.
So hopefully your wife survives, and when I talk to her, I'll tell her what you just said.
Don't say that. I love her.
No, but that's what you're telling. I'm telling her what you tell me.
Tell her that I love her so much.
No.
If I knew what was going on, I knew my severity of my charges, I would be crying my ass off.
I don't think so, dude. I think we're wasting our time. I mean, you can't even man up to what you did.
With this interrogation finally done, Julian is returned back to his cell where he would spend hours wondering why he ultimately left all his 4 children without their mother. Little did he realize, Jasmine survived. 3 days after the shooting, Jasmine finally opened her eyes. She had gone through an operation that saved her life, and the officers made sure to visit immediately, not only to check on her, but also to finally hear her side of this twisted case.
Okay, Jasmine, I'm Detective Melinda. This is Detective Zalo. We've been checking up on you. They told me that you're able to kind of talk what has happened.
I was telling you that you walked right in the sun.
And who is he? And what is Julian to you?
With this statement alone, it will be much easier for the cops to make Julian pay for his crimes. Even if Julian doesn't remember anything, Jasmine's phone recorded everything he had said to her.
What do you think? What sparked?
Okay.
Was that a verbal conversation you had, or what happened?
I would say he lied to me. He said he was at a telephone actually. So I waited for him.
Okay. And your text messages with him, any threats or anything said over the phone? What were those?
No messages.
Other than the text messages, was there any phone conversation?
Yeah.
What did that?
Something to do what you need to do.
Did he threaten you on the phone before that? What did he say?
I need to do stuff. I need to do.
What do you think that meant? Did he ever mention or threaten you before?
Yeah. Every time I say I don't want to do things, to threaten me.
And then next thing you know, he's there at the house. Okay. And then you're in the kitchen. He walks in. Does he say anything to you?
Says he think I'm playing.
And what do you say?
So what are you doing?
Okay, where are the kids at this time?
They were in the room.
In the room?
When they heard the shot, they came right here to see if I was okay.
Had you ever seen him with a gun before?
Yeah.
What type of gun?
380.
One can only imagine what horrors Jasmine and her kids had to endure, but in the end, she can finally rest, knowing well that her abuser was finally arrested and will never be able to hurt her again. And what she would tell the officer now will make sure Julian will be gone for a long time.
We did arrest him. He's in jail right now, and we're going to work to keep him. You want to press charges? Well, we're going for him. So I did, based on the information that we had, is essentially an attempted murder on you. Because all the kids were there, I charged him as well. Obviously, he was drinking, so the DWI, the aggravated assault on the officer, and then the resist. He's had like 9 or 10 charges on him.
This final statement from Jasmine will be the one to seal Julian's fate come court time. But before Julian's court trial, an internal investigation was conducted on Officer Dollar's decision to use a canine in the arrest. The witnesses were questioned, with Officer Dollar being interrogated separately. In the end, Officer Dollar was found guilty of using excessive force during the arrest. The city of Las Cruces had to pay Julian Valenzuela, the victim of canine mauling, $30,000. However, no money in the world could save Julian from the punishment for his crime. After viciously attempting to murder his wife and rob his kids of their mother, his trial date finally arrived, and he stood in court to answer for his crime. In November of 2022, Julian Valenzuela, a 34-year-old shooter, accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to a maximum sentence of 10 years, followed by 2 years of parole for shooting his wife and at police officers. The city of Las Cruces also paid him $30,000 after a canine mauled him during the arrest on March 4th.
Step out of the car! Ma'am, move over here! Hands up, please.
Why are you doing this?
Let me ask you this. What did you do to that girl?
After police, anyone here?
If anyone's up there, come down with your hands up now!
I think there's blood on this wall. Yeah, this looks like dried blood.
These cops just found the bloodstains of a missing girl. Samantha Guthrie left her mother's house the previous day, never to be seen again, and her blood was just discovered on the walls of this abandoned house. But the police are about to realize that this is a couple's murder house, and the killers have already fled across town, hunting for their next victim.
Why don't you explain what's going on?
With no idea who the next victim of the killer couple could be, and with time running out, detectives find themselves entangled in a web of multiple suspects, all tied to the abandoned murder house.
You're looking at some serious problems.
I got nothing to say to y'all. Right, attorney present. Nobody else sitting here. I got nothing to say.
Help us. This is serious.
She deserves to get killed like this.
Everything started in November 2018, when a mother called police worried that her daughter had vanished without a trace. It had already been more than a day since anyone had seen 18-year-old Samantha Guthrie, and the cops arrived quickly to take her mother, Joni's, statement.
Hello. What's going on? Okay, for?
My daughter.
Okay. How old's your daughter?
She's 18.
Okay, so what makes her missing?
We can't find her. We got a call yesterday saying she was shot in the head, thrown in the trunk of a car, and they took off. The police were called yesterday. They went over to the house that it supposedly happened at. They checked. They said they didn't see anything.
Right. Okay. And where was this supposed to be at?
On Lillian.
Lillian. Where's Lillian at? I've never heard of it.
Little did this cop know, he'd become extremely familiar with Lillian Street, as it would become the site of hours and hours of investigation and one of the most disturbing crimes to come out of the city in years. But for now, it sounds as though Samantha was murdered, or at the very least kidnapped. But nobody can be sure. All of this information came over a mysterious phone call from someone they didn't even know.
What's the address again?
375 Lillian.
Why would she be over there?
Because she's started getting into bad stuff.
Okay.
She turned 18. She left.
When was that? So that's the house right there?
I don't know what the house looks like.
Okay.
I didn't go there.
It turns out the house that Joni is talking about was due to be boarded up in just a few days. It's in a rough area of town and has been abandoned for months. And as Joni said, Samantha had been struggling heavily. She left home as soon as she turned 18 and instantly fell in with a bad crowd. She was often seen frequenting abandoned houses known to be used by drug abusers and criminals, and she was slowly getting more distant from her family.
Yeah, the Lillian address is vacant.
I know.
And the officers had it boarded up. So, we didn't see any, no blood, no nothing. To be honest with you, I think somebody's probably prank on her.
After this, Joni would give over a description of Samantha, including a distinctive butterfly tattoo on her right arm, before telling the cop one more crucial piece of information.
The name of the person she was last with, the supposed person that shot her.
Okay, sure.
Danny Hamby.
Who? Danny Hamby?
This wasn't a familiar name to police, and the officer still wouldn't seem to be too worried by the situation, but that would soon come to change. Because the very same evening, after publishing a missing persons report of Samantha, a lone man would come to police claiming he knew exactly what happened to her, and would lead police to launch a months-long investigation into multiple people, all connected to the abandoned murder house. But before we get to that, I want to tell you about Surfshark, the sponsor of today's video. Surfshark can help you save money, secure your browsing, and even unlock way more TV shows and movies than you currently have access to. Sounds crazy, right? But it's true. If you have Netflix, Prime Video, or pretty much any other streaming platform, they limit what content you can actually view. For example, in the US, you can't watch Friends, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, or Pulp Fiction on Netflix. But if you use Surfshark, you can watch all three of them on Netflix. And that's not all. Surfshark also keeps your internet browsing safe and secure. Did you know that whoever provides you with your Wi-Fi can potentially see every website you visit? With Surfshark's VPN, all of this is hidden. Plus, many websites websites track your activity and will increase prices on products you frequently view or purchase. By using a VPN like Surfshark, you can avoid being tracked by any website and literally save money. And the best part, they're running a huge Black Friday sale where you can get 4 extra months of Surfshark at an unbeatable price. All you need to do is head to surfshark.com/insanity or click the link in the description. Grab your Surfshark for less than a cup of coffee a month and you'll get 4 extra months for free. With that said, let's get back to the case. Back in Akron, police had just published a detailed description of Samantha, and the morning after, a very worried man would contact and claim to have details that could either save her life or lead them to her body.
All right, today is Tuesday, and we're here with, what's your first name?
John Marshall.
All right, so we're here to talk about something that happened over on Lillian Street back in November 4th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, why don't you tell me about what happened that night?
John Marshall was the first of many witnesses in this case, and he got in contact with the cops after hearing that they were looking for Samantha. Apparently, he was actually at the house on the night everything happened and saw it all with his own 2 eyes. The problem is, it almost sounds too good to be true. The cops don't know Marshall and can't necessarily trust him to give a truthful statement, meaning they'll have to verify all evidence he gives over. So as Marshall talks to the cops, we'll be keeping track of each piece of information and then following how the cops investigate and verify it all in order to hopefully solve the case and find Samantha.
Sam had been trying to get a ride over to the house for a few hours. I didn't feel like driving anymore to go pick her up, so I didn't pick her up that night. And a few hours later, she showed up from an Uber, I'm guessing, that her dad had.
All right, now when you say the house, what's the address?
75 William.
Okay.
I'm guessing, from what I've been told, her dad paid for an Uber for her to get over there.
Okay.
This is already an easy piece of information to verify. If Samantha's dad did pay for the Uber, then he'd certainly remember that and be able to confirm it. And conveniently, the cops had interviewed her dad a few hours later, and he did indeed tell him that he'd bought her an Uber that night. On top of that, the address Marshall gave was also correct, so it seems that he's turning out to be trustworthy so far.
But I was walking to the Circle K on Copley and Rhodes to get cigarettes and a soda when I seen her and Yoshi walking to the house on Lillian. And about a half hour after I got back to the house, and half hour, 45 minutes or so, Danny showed up and knocked on the back door. I answered the door.
Now, how do you know Danny?
Just in passing.
Do you know him from the house?
Yeah.
And you know what his last name is?
Hamby.
Now, things are starting to get weird. That's the name that Joni said could be the killer, and Marshall seems to know him and the people he's friends with.
Okay, was he by himself?
No, he was with Tony.
Okay.
Is what I was told her name was. And that one black guy that I have never seen before.
Okay, do you know what he looks like?
Yeah. I think, what's his name? Marcus? Something with an M, I want to say. Or
what's he look like?
William.
Okay, William. All right, what's he look like?
Tall, about 6'2", 6'3", 225, medium build,
okay.
Dark skin.
So they came up to the back door?
Yeah.
All right, and they knocked on the door?
Yeah.
And who let him in?
I did.
Okay, so you let him in, and then what happens?
They went upstairs and talked to Jody. Upstairs in Jody's room was Jody, Kim, Kate, Sam, then Danny and Tony, and William stayed downstairs.
This is incredibly useful information that Marshall is passing over. He's just given the names of 6 potential witnesses and suspects, and he seems to know them all personally. If this is all true, then Marshall could have just taken this case from no leads at all to almost too much to handle. The only thing the cops need now is verifiable information about exactly what happened to Samantha. That's when the detective asks this question, and gets much more than he bargained for.
All right, so Sam and all of them were upstairs.
Yes.
So what happens next?
I didn't hear any yelling or anything, but music was playing.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam came downstairs looking kind of distraught, and she looked at me. I'm like, then go out the back door. Go out the back door. You know, she kind of looked like she was panicking, so I'm like, leave.
Right.
But she went to the basement, and 2 or 3 minutes later, I heard a little bit of a commotion, and then Sam came upstairs first, and she had like a little bit of a bloody nose.
Okay.
Or a busted lip, I couldn't tell. And she went back upstairs to Jody's room. Danny and Tony followed.
Like, followed her or chased her?
No, followed. They just kind of, followed. And 5, maybe 10 minutes later, Sam came running down the stairs. Danny was right behind her, and by the time she got to the 4th or 5th stair down from the living room floor, he shot her in the back of the head.
It doesn't get much clearer than that. Apparently, Samantha then fell to the ground, and the house fell into disarray. 2 men named Yoshi and William then started to order Marshall and his friends around before helping to carry Samantha's body to a vehicle outside. The detective was starting to get a perfect picture of what this case really was, but there was still one burning question.
Okay, is Sam alive?
It sounded she was making noises, but in my past experiences, it sounded more like death gargles, your body's shutting down.
Okay.
Sleep.
So she's still kind of breathing at this point.
Yeah, but she got shot in the back of the head by 8 to 10 inches away with a Smith & Wesson MP40.
Okay.
From the sounds of it, Samantha technically survived the shot, but it wasn't looking good. If she wasn't taken to a hospital quickly, she likely wouldn't have made it, but it doesn't seem like the killers were expecting her to live. At least the cops now have a possible murder weapon, a Smith & Wesson MP40. Remember though, the cops have already searched the house and didn't find any evidence of a murder, but given the importance of this information, they decide to go back and see if they missed anything. At this point, Samantha's life hangs in the balance. If they find a single bullet casing or blood splatter, it likely means that Marshall was telling the truth and Samantha is long dead.
So just pull up. After police, anyone here? Make yourself known.
These are the steps that Samantha was allegedly shot on, but the cops can't stop to investigate yet. Knowing how hot this house is and how many places there are for people to hide, they have to be on high alert and clear the entire place out before they can even think about letting their guard down. All 3 officers have their guns drawn and are doing their best to stick together should anybody be inside.
Clear. Exit, please. Black Camaro lives in the parking lot. And the looks of it, Dad came here.
It seems like the house is empty, but it's a complete mess. There's no obvious evidence of a murder anywhere, so it's now clear why the cops didn't find anything their first time here. However, Marshall had told them 2 very important things: exactly where the shot was allegedly taken, and more importantly, that William and Yoshi had actually come back to clean up the scene. That means that any signs of the murder could be extremely difficult to find, but not impossible. In fact, you've actually already seen some evidence that proves Marshall's story to be 100% true. Take another look at the marking on this wall, right below the crack. It's a little difficult to see, but that isn't graffiti. That's Samantha Guthrie's blood. Once the cops spotted this, it all fell into place. Multiple blood spatters that hadn't been cleaned up were found on the walls, as well as the bullet casings that looked similar to the bullets that the Smith & Wesson MP40 uses. Marshall was telling the truth. Danny and Tony were now wanted for murder, and they had 4 other witnesses they could use to track them down and convict them. And in fact, they wouldn't have to wait long, as police were soon called to a house where a girl claimed a couple had chased her with a gun.
in my back door. What's going on? You want to step outside and talk? Who's they? Huh? Do you need EMS for anything?
This is Kimberly. One of the girls that Marshall mentioned was at the house the day Samantha was shot. The owners of this home called the cops after she begged them to let her inside as she was being chased, allegedly by some others that frequent the house on Lillian Street. The cops are desperate to know what could have possibly made her this distressed, so they bring her outside to their cruiser to talk.
You're safe now, okay? Why don't you explain what's going on? Who's they? What do they look like?
This guy named Demon.
Black guy, white guy?
Black, short.
What was he wearing?
Black pants and a black short sleeve hoodie thing that like had a hood, like it's straw shirt right here, but it wasn't like a hoodie.
Just one black guy?
And you know, they were with a bunch of white guys. And I think
a black and white guy?
There was a black guy, like 3 white guys. And then a mix. I think I was just running.
Whatever happened to Kimberly was clearly a blur to her, but the cops are starting to get a little concerned. Barely a couple days after Samantha's supposed death, one of the witnesses gets chased by a group of people holding guns. It could just be coincidence, albeit a terrifying one, so the cops ask her why she was in town to see if this could be related to anything else, and they get the most worrying answer possible.
So you're from the Falls, you were visiting a friend here in Akron. Where's that friend at now? And where do you know where they live?
I have no idea where they are.
I'm gonna run her names.
What's the friend's name? What's her last name?
Harrison.
Jody Harrison. Do you know what street she lives on?
That's a guy.
What's that?
It's a guy.
Okay, what street do you live on?
He's on
what is it? Lillian?
The only reason Kim was in town was to meet her friend Jody on Lillian Street, and she doesn't know anyone else from around here. That's when the cops come to a horrifying realization. They think Kim was just attacked because she was a witness to Samantha's supposed murder, and now they have a terrifying situation on their hands. If they don't track down the killers and all their accomplices quickly, they could be looking at a lot more than just one murder. This case had now become a top priority, and all local officers and detectives were on high alert for any leads that could help them find even just one of the suspects. And that's when they got a potentially life-saving call. A man was claiming that Danny and Tony had pulled a gun on him inside the house, and that the suspects were now in the parking lot outside bragging about killing somebody just days earlier. Cops immediately headed to the scene, thinking this might be their chance to catch the lead suspects behind Samantha's disappearance.
Step out of the car! Step out of the car! Man, move over here! Step out of the car! Hands up, please. Hands up, please. What is that? Okay. Put all that stuff down. Put it down!
Why? Why are you doing this?
Put it down!
Why?
Hands on top of your head!
Why are you doing this?
Stay right there. Turn around. Turn around. Nope. Stay right there. I'm telling you for now, okay? I'll explain to you what's going on in a second. Do you have any sharp on you? Any weapons or anything? Don't reach for nothing. Do you have any weapons on you? Have a seat. Stand up for me. What are you doing with your foot, man?
I got
blisters?
Blisters and fucking, it's called jumper rock. There's another one right here.
Where at? Don't reach.
Yeah. Fifth pocket. Fifth pocket right here.
Okay.
There's a knife right there.
I'll take care of it.
I just want to make sure I got a bag of needles in my pocket.
A bag of needles, sir?
Yes, sir.
So far, this has been surprisingly easy. At this point, the officer had no idea it would actually be the interrogations that'd be the hardest part of this process, but he's enjoying the simplicity while it lasts. Soon, a couple more officers arrive on the scene to help search Danny and Tori, secure them, and collect some information before they're taken away for questioning.
I haven't been upstairs to talk to whoever lives here yet. Okay. When I pulled up, he was in the driver's seat. She was digging in the trunk. As soon as she saw me, looked like she did something, she closed it real fast. I just did a quick pat down to make sure there any guns on it. But if you guys could try to get a hold of him, figure out what the hell is going on here.
You don't have anything on you that's gonna put me through anything like that, right? No weapons we need to be aware of? If you do, tell me now. I actually have my gun in my way, but I don't have it because... Where is it at? Is it loaded? It's not loaded. I only have it because I loaded it. Is it right here on the setup? I don't want to set it off. I never used it before. I just my mom made sure I took it with me for the calculate. I'm good more.
She got a gun in her wall. I haven't found his yet.
Where's her? You got a gun?
That's 2 knives on the
2 knives. What's your name?
Danny.
Is it okay if I check your pockets here real quick? Yeah, we're not trying to give anyone a hard time. We got a call that people with guns and warrants and things like that.
Warrants?
Memo?
No, hell no, Lord, no.
What is it?
Meth.
Meth? Just come around. There you go, good.
Eventually, the officers brought Danny and Tony back to the station for interrogation, and this is where the hard part started for the detectives.
Lieutenant Detective Ross.
How you doing?
So, they got you with a gun. Okay. You okay?
Hey, I love my attorney.
Okay. Can I read it to you then anyway?
Yeah.
For the record? You have the right to remain silent. You understand this, right?
Here, it's important to note that Danny thinks he's been brought in just because of the gun incident. At this point, he is unaware that police have him and Tony as lead suspects for Samantha's disappearance. Detectives are doing this to potentially lead him into a fake story or timeline that they can prove wrong later.
You've indicated that you want to talk to your lawyer?
Correct. I don't know what it's about, but I'm still on my attorney. I know that.
Okay.
I do this.
All right. I don't know what to do about your...
I got 11 numbers. Give me my attorney.
All right. Man, I don't know what we can do about your freezing, but maybe get you out of here as soon as we can. How's that? While you're here, can we cover, at least cover some?
You can talk, right? I won't say nothing.
You mind if we get some swabs from you?
Like I said, you can talk, right? I won't say nothing.
All right.
I'm gonna say it like this, man. I got 11 numbers, 23 years in the system. I got nothing to say to y'all. Got my attorney present. Nobody else sitting here. I got nothing to say.
Danny's been in this situation before, and he knows exactly what to do. At the very least, stall the detective's process for as long as possible. He's staying quiet and refusing to speak without an attorney present, as is his right. So the detectives have no other choice but to switch over to Tony and see if she will budge instead.
Have a seat, everyone. One Lieutenant Witness, Detective Ross.
Hello.
Hi.
Look, I didn't know anything else because I never had a weapon before in my life. My mom gave it to me because I started working here at midnight. So.
We're going to read your Miranda rights, okay?
They already did that.
Okay. Good. Okay, you understand and everything? Okay. There's a girl that's missing. And we have strong reason to believe he's involved in her disappearance.
He didn't do that.
So.
He didn't do that.
Why couldn't he do it?
Because he's not that type of person.
Okay. But like I said, we have a lot of information pointing to his involvement in this girl's disappearance. So what I want for you to know if you've ever seen this girl before, and think hard before you answer. If you want to know if you've seen her. Okay, and you've never seen her before. That's true.
They're deciding to be a lot more upfront with Tony and treat her not as a suspect, but more of a witness. It's likely she wouldn't confess to being involved in the murder, but they think there could be a chance that she'd turn Danny in if she thought it meant she'd get away. Unfortunately, though, having been on the wrong side of the law in the past herself, she's not about to help the cops out so easily.
I'm going to be straight with you.
He's looking at some serious problems. And from what you're telling me, if you were with him that whole time, the past 3 days, which she went disappeared in the last 3 days. So if you were with him the whole time, you know what my next leap is.
Well, that's ridiculous because he was with me. We were in Warren.
Think real hard, because this is very important to what happens with you in the future. Okay?
No, I get that. I'm not that stupid.
Okay, hang on. Hear me out. So this is not a misdemeanor crime we're investigating. We don't do that, okay? When we get involved, something bad has happened. We know some other stuff went on this weekend, specifically yesterday, Saturday night, at a house in Akron. So I don't want you to get in any trouble with something that you were just along for the ride. But if you're going to sit here and tell us you the whole time, you think you're helping him, but you're not.
You're hurting yourself.
Let me tell you about the house where it happened at. We've talked to people that's been at the house. They were all at this house where this girl disappeared from. In fact, something bad happened to her at the house. You know why we know that? Because the guys, we've already talked to him all day. We spent all day talking to him. And he gave us detailed accounts of what happened at that house. You have to think hard about how you want to handle this, because if you're going to sit here and vouch for him, that can get you caught, that can get you in trouble. You have kids?
Yes, I have 2 kids.
2 boys?
Yes.
Okay. What would you do if one of those boys went missing?
Everything I could to find them.
Okay, would you expect people to help us to find them, to locate them?
Yes.
The route the detective is taking is obvious and would work on the majority of people. He's trying to scare Tony into giving up what she knows so they can get to the bottom of things faster. If she gives Danny up, she might get a good deal with them, but if not, things could end up real badly for her. The most interesting dynamic here, though, is how the detective is trying to use Marshall's earlier statement against her. This happens all the time, but usually they're exaggerating the strength of the evidence or making it up completely. This time, though, they actually have an airtight statement, but Tony simply doesn't believe them. That means she thinks she can just continue to deny everything, and instead of taking a deal for less jail time, she can just get away with no charges. So with this in mind, watch how confidently she denies everything, unaware that the detectives know every word she speaks is a lie.
So, this girl, this family, has been out looking for her all day. Okay, but unfortunately, we already know what happened to her. So from here on out, anything that based on what you're telling us, we're giving you this chance to talk to us now. Anything that in relation to her, what happened to this girl, is going to be attached to you too, okay? Because we're giving you a chance. But if you want to cover for him, that's fine. I don't care. It don't matter. It don't matter to me.
That's just.
We're going to move on
I'm
with the
sorry
investigation.
that this happened to that girl.
We have reason to believe you were there.
That I was there. I don't kick it in Akron like that. I just started to come to Akron when I got hired.
We're not saying that it was a every weekend thing, but we're saying that we have reason to believe, based on what we've been doing all day, you were there.
No, sorry, I've never seen that girl in my life.
And we have people that have told us you were there.
Oh, that's ridiculous, because I don't know anybody really from Akron.
You know, actually, in addition to the people that we talked to, said that this all started because you and this girl got into some kind of altercation.
I don't know this girl. I've never seen this girl.
Okay, like I said, once we move forward in this investigation, from what you're telling us, since you're with him, you're going to be attached to whatever we do with him. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I'm his girlfriend.
Okay, just so we got that clear.
I've never seen that girl.
Who's that?
I don't know who that is either.
You hardly even looked at him.
I looked at him. I don't know who that is.
Well, I got to know him. So did Detective Ross. We got to know him a lot today. We spent the entire day with him.
Well, what's his name?
And, well, that's not important. You don't know him, so what difference does it make?
In reality, Tony is extremely familiar with the man in the photo, as he's the man that helped load Samantha into her car. That man is Yoshi. Conveniently, Yoshi, whose real name is Dylan, had just been brought in on unrelated warrants, and detectives couldn't believe their luck. One of the main witnesses, possibly even an accomplice, had been brought right to them without any effort whatsoever. The best part? Dylan wasn't the hardened criminal they expected. In fact, his interrogation was unlike anything you've ever seen. Not only is it truly heartbreaking, but it was actually key to putting not one, not two, but 3 people behind bars for Samantha's murder.
Help us. This is serious. Did something bad happen to her? I don't know. She's a young girl, man. What happened to her?
I don't know. I just found her a couple days ago.
Help us. Help us. Do you see something bad?
Not 5 minutes into the interview, we see an emotion painted on Dylan's face you don't often see in the interrogation room. He's holding back tears, trying to hide his face, and is exhibiting a type of stress you rarely see in criminals. He's terrified and devastated at the same time. After all, he's just 19 years old. He shouldn't be caught up in all of this. The detective picks up on this immediately and wants to figure out precisely why Dylan feels so strongly about all this. They spend some time discussing simple details, with Dylan deflecting pretty much everything. But this whole time, the stress is building up in Dylan, and 15 minutes later, the detective notices that he's on the verge of completely breaking down, and he decides to exploit this perfectly.
What did you see?
I told you what I saw.
No, I need 3 more that you saw. We need your help. She deserved to be killed like this. Help us. What if this was your family member, your sister? Hey, there comes a time where in your life where you have to make a right decision, do the right thing. We need your help.
She's actually dead.
Okay.
Is she?
That's what I'm talking to you about. Did you see something that happened to her? If we talk about it, you're going to feel like the weight of the world is off your shoulders. There's only one thing that makes a person get this emotional. That's if they saw something bad.
I remember a couple days ago when we were talking, we were having a good time, and I don't know why.
Don't know why what?
Why I feel so close to her.
It's a good signal. Well, you're close to the same age, right? You felt a connection with her? Because you've maybe had the same problems growing up and stuff like that?
Probably.
What did you guys talk about? Just life and stuff like that?
Yeah. We would listen to music as well.
Did you guys listen to? You guys like?
She played music. I don't really prefer music. I just like the white noise.
It's tough, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we're here.
I think we're fine until this point. Not talking about it, not thinking about it. I'm not singing about it, but
what were you thinking about?
Just this person that could have been a potential good friend, or maybe, I don't know, is not going to be that person.
No, there's maybe you can help her. She may not be here, but that doesn't mean you can't.
Help her what?
Let's find out what happened to her.
There are hardly any words to describe what Dylan must be feeling here. He was clearly born on the wrong side of the tracks and fell in with a bad crowd. He also clearly loved Samantha, which is really the biggest tragedy of all. Over the dozens of interrogations with witnesses that were conducted, detectives realized that Samantha was murdered over a small disagreement with Danny and Tony. It was needless, senseless, and ruined countless lives, and Dylan is unwillingly right in the center of it all. The detective gives Dylan a moment to calm down and work through his emotions. Then he tells Dylan that he has one more chance to tell him what happened, bring peace to Samantha's family, and get to the bottom of this once and for all.
I was on my way out. Sam came back and I guess his girl or someone came in with her. They were yelling at each other, arguing, going towards the direction of downstairs. She turned around, came back, either slapped her or put something on her cheek or something. I don't know. And she went downstairs. While she was on the stairs, turning that corner to go down the rest of the stairs, he followed her and held the gun up, shot. I don't know where he hit her. He only grazed her. She fell on the ground at the bottom of the stairs. I had to carry her out to the trunk. Did you make you do that? Did you make you carry her out to the trunk? I wasn't not going to. Still have the gun on at that time? No. But I mean, that's not what had me do it. I mean, there's a body in the living room and blood everywhere. So we got a phone friend charge with me. Or I got a friend charge with me. Tore up the carpet. Cleaned up the wood floor underneath. Where's the carpet? Gone. Gone where? Burned. How did you get all the furniture out of there? I moved it. What did you do once it was outside? It wasn't outside, it's all in the kitchen. Still in there? Probably.
Everything Dylan has said lines up perfectly with not just Marshall's statement, but the evidence too. Outside, the detectives found a fire pit where something had recently been burned. They surmised that this was a carpet with all of Samantha's blood on it. And inside, right at the bottom of the stairs we looked at earlier, a large area of carpet and drywall are missing right where Samantha was shot. However, that's where Dylan says his involvement ended, meaning he can't answer the single most important question that the detective still had. Where was Samantha's body? For that, they told the cops to turn to the fourth and final suspect that the cops had had since the very beginning. William, who Dylan said left in the car with Danny to hide Samantha's body.
Our concerns, obviously, mostly for the family. I think you're probably feeling that way too, a little bit. Whatever this girl's relationship with her mom and dad, she has a mom and dad, and they want to be able to bury the kid. You know she's dead. I know you're probably wiped out, but I mean, we're wiped out. We've been at this this morning, so we're wiped out too. I know you probably haven't eaten either, but and I understand you're having some issues as far as, you know, where you guys actually were at. So we want you to try at least think about, like, where you guys put the body in the back of the car.
I remember going back around, going up the hill. And unfortunately, it's the way that I was laying down on that back.
You were like actually physically laid down, or you were like just kind of relaxed?
No, they were supposed to lay out. They wanted me to lay out. They wanted me to lay low. Like, I scrunched up, I was down. I thought they wanted me to lay down in the back and they wanted me to see where we're going. And I really thought that was it for me, really.
William was happy to cooperate with the detectives, which made their jobs considerably easier. The only problem is that he didn't actually see where they drove. He was forced to lay down in the back of the car, so nobody saw him in the car from the outside, so he might not be as helpful as the detectives initially thought. However, he was able to tell them that they didn't travel for very long and gave a description of the area where they finally hid the body.
Was there like a lot of, was it a real rural area?
It was getting more rural at that point. Yeah, I remember just a lot of before we got to the place with the fenced off area where he pulled in, where he wanted to, I guess, take her body to, I just remember like a lot of taller trees. I remember seeing a lot of orange, a lot of the fall colors, it's really popping out. Like it was just really, really bright because there's so many trees. So I knew we were getting more work. Then I popped up to get out of the car, and I guess it was just like a 2-lane road, not really marked, just a 2-lane road. I didn't see any cars coming home.
It wasn't the most detailed description ever, but it turns out it was all they needed. A few days later, an officer mentioned they might know an area just outside of Akron that matched the description, so they sent out a patrol car to search the area, and sure enough, they found it. Samantha's body lying amongst the dirt, not even buried, just dumped out in the open. Immediately, they were able to identify it by the butterfly tattoo on her arm that her mother had mentioned all those days ago. Their search had finally come to an end, and her family could finally make peace. The only question now was what to do with the suspects. The detectives clearly named Danny as the murderer, with Tony having a large role in the murder too. However, despite how helpful William ended up being, the rest of his interview and other witness statements implied he had a lot more to do with the murder than he initially let on. So he was charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence, with a sentence of 10 years. And the court had to decide on the fate of Dylan, the 19-year-old. They decided that he shouldn't have been involved in this, and given a second chance, he might be able to get his life back on track. So he was charged with tampering and obstructing, but he was only given 5 years of probation. As for the killer couple, Tony was given 16 years for tampering with evidence and obstruction of justice, and Danny was charged with murder and abuse of a corpse, and given a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 24 years. Thanks again, Surfshark, for sponsoring this video. Head over to surfshark.com/insanity or click the link in the description for 4 extra months of Surfshark at an unbeatable price.
So you know if I'm going to be able to go home?
Get out!
You aren't going anywhere. What you did last night is fucked up. You killed somebody.
Just hours prior to this interrogation, 20-year-old Isaac Pence brutally stabbed someone to death and fled the scene. Over 20 college students watched as Isaac viciously took the life of their friend, Charles Starner. Unfortunately for them, they were in the middle of the woods, staying in a vacation cabin in Ohio. Help was far away, and Isaac was on the run. Over the course of the next few days, this group of college kids would work with police to hunt down this evil killer together and bring justice to their friend who was senselessly killed. But Isaac thinks he's getting away with it.
I stabbed on some holy shit.
And you think that's funny?
Everyone got way too drunk, about 15 of them, all wanted to come outside and try and jump me. Shit gonna happen. Yeah, I woke up and my mom's like, hey, cops are out here for you. I was like, what the fuck do you mean the cops are here for me?
On the night of April 22nd, 2023, 23-year-old Dalton Flagg was celebrating his birthday with friends and family at a rented cabin in Hocking County, Ohio. But what should have been the perfect night would quickly turn out to be a tragedy. This is the CCTV footage outside the house. After a long night of drinking, an altercation ensues between a group of teens. Isaac stood in the midst of the argument with his girlfriend Sabra watching from afar. After a few seconds of back and forth, Isaac snaps, throwing a punch into the crowd. This made them push Isaac back into a car where he would strike the crowd again before setting off towards his own vehicle. However, moments later, the fist fight quickly turned into a gruesome scene. Outside of the camera's view, Isaac ran back to his car to grab something. But before he could exit his car again, he was quickly cornered by multiple people trying to force him to leave. That's when Isaac pulled out his knife and attacked. Charles Starner, the college student pushing on Isaac's car door, went on to receive 6 brutal stab wounds, struck in the neck and the back. Panic set in as everyone realized the horrifying scene unfolding in front of them. One of Charles's friends quickly grabbed him and pulled him away from the vicious attack. Isaac would then quickly get inside his car and drive off into the woods with his girlfriend Sabra. The killer, Isaac, was now on the loose and would spend the following hours attempting to cover his tracks. Charlie, on the other hand, the student he just stabbed, limped over to his friends, fading in and out of consciousness. Charlie's friend Hannah was an EMS student, but the injuries were too brutal for her to keep him alive. By the time paramedics arrived on scene, it was already too late, and Charlie would pass away. Officers at this point have no idea what led to Charlie's death. Anyone at the crime scene could be a potential killer, so they immediately rally everyone together, looking for outliers.
Alright, if you want to slide him over so I can do my car.
That's Detective Sumner right there. She's going to start asking questions.
Nice to meet you.
Top of the morning.
Yeah, great night.
Who saw what happened?
I saw everything that happened.
Why don't you come stand over here? You saw what happened too? Stay separate, but stand over here. Anyone else?
The 2 people who just stepped forward are Hannah and James, and they are the only 2 who are entirely drenched in blood.
You have a phone?
I believe it's right to the side of the forearm.
Just stand where you're at. Okay. Any blood on your pants or shoes? We're probably going to take your hoodie.
James's blood stains appear to be those of a witness, since they were smooth and smeared. If he was the one who stabbed Charlie, the blood patterns would likely be sharp and scattered across the body. As for Hannah, all of her arms were covered in blood, indicating that she was likely trying to stop Charlie from bleeding out by applying pressure. Regardless, it's clear the 2 were eyewitnesses to Charlie's murder, so Detective Summers and her counterpart would immediately conduct an interview with both James and Hannah to get a clear recollection of events.
Alright, tell me what you saw, what happened, what led up to all these events.
So I had been inside the house. Once you go in and you go to the right, there's like the whole kitchen, family room, blah, 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 blah. Well, there's this one kid the whole party that, because he knew I had a background in EMS, was calling me firefighter. And so I showed him some pictures from like different like fires I'd been on. And then somebody got mad at him for talking to me, which wasn't even any guy that I really knew. Well, so they started fist fighting inside, like right in the doorway once you go into the right. And the kid that's covered in blood, Jimmy and I were kind of standing off to the side. And I told him, I was like, I don't like this. It's like, I mean, everybody's trying to tear it up and stuff. Like, they were still wrestling. They got out into this main corridor right here in front of the door, but I was still sitting, like, at the kitchen table. So, I could kind of hear what was going on. But, once again, I didn't want to get all in a fire. Well, I heard somebody say gun. And that's when I was like, I'm definitely going to stay in here. They're out here fighting, like, right in front of my truck, the Toyota 4Runner. And Jimmy, the kid that's covered in blood, was trying to separate them. And I think what happened is he pulled over to a center console, pulled a knife out, and what he did, he went straight for the neck. That's how he got the neck wound. For his back again, and he got him again in the back. I want to say it was like 4 or 5 stab wounds. But I mean, he did, it was very fast, very vigorously.
The moves Hannah describes are not supposed to be used to protect yourself from the attacker, but to kill them. One poke or a stab might be enough to deter the attacker, but 4 or 5 of them to vital parts of the victim's body is a clear indication that Isaac intended to kill.
So kind of explain this to me a little bit. So they were fighting, I guess, fist fighting over here on this side?
Yeah, they were fighting on this side.
Okay. And then what happened?
That guy, I think his name's Isaac, he got up, came over to his car, which was right where the...
Got up, so he got knocked down?
I I don't know. I was standing on the porch at that time.
You were here on the porch?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just saw them all go down there. He was parked right next to the 4Runner. So he went to get in his car, and that's when everything happened. But I saw him start stabbing Charlie, so that's when I kicked his door to kind of stump him. And then I pulled Charlie away and then onto the other side, and that's when we were all just holding him.
Did he know he had a knife at that point, you think?
No, nobody knew.
Okay.
And after that, I just kept my arm around Charlie to hold pressure on all of his wounds, and then that's why there's blood from this side of the 4Runner over, because after I drug him there, that's where I sat the whole time until you guys got here.
It's just, I trust my gut feeling, and tonight was just not right, and that was terrifying. I understand. It was just an absolute show, and I came out to the porch to make sure, like, I was honestly kind of scared I was going to get shot, because they had said, there might be a gun, but I wanted to be here in case somebody got hurt, and
Isaac had called over the phone and threatened to come back and finish the job, further confirming to police that this was not an act of self-defense. While Jimmy and Hannah's interviews provide detectives with a clear picture of what led to the stabbings, both witnesses had never met Isaac before. However, police still know nothing about the actual person who committed this murder, so Detective Summers decides to bring in Dalton, the party's host, who also happens to be Sabra's brother, and he would reveal some twisted information crucial to solving this case.
So walk me through, how long have you guys been here? We've been here the whole weekend. We got here Friday, like 4 p.m. I think it was. And literally, like, all these people, I was making sure everybody had, like, safe rides home. I didn't want people driving. Like, if you're driving, like, there's plenty of room to stay. Everybody can stay. And I was making sure everyone was leaving. And Isaac Pence, the one that he was belligerent. And I said, dude, I was like, you have a safe ride to go home. Just leave. There's no, like, there's no reason for anything. You're like, everybody's going home. Half the people are sleeping, trying to go to bed. Like, I was in the when this all like went down, I was telling everybody to get him out, like, just get him out of here, tell him to leave, get him out of here. And then they all started freaking out. He stabbed someone. I was like, we all were freaking out. Like, I was like, I was so much in shock. Like, I did not know what to do. I was up in there, and Hannah and Jimmy, they were all helping, like, holding, like, on him. I was like, just keep.
Like switching stuff. Yeah. Sound good now? A social collapse, which I believe is smart to protect yourself with. Major altcoins are also following Bitcoin's move. Ethereum's up 4%, Solana's up 6%, XRP is up almost 4%. Ethereum just passed that $4,000 resistance mark again into new support. A lot of good price action, almost $1 billion have flowed just in the Ethereum since over the last 2 or 3 months. Heavy institutional demand. On-chain use is rising. The network is going crazy right now. Active addresses are up 45% since this time last year. Exchange outflows with Ethereum is also low. A lot of investors are holding and also staking. I'm a big believer in staking. That shows us that people have confidence and they feel like Ethereum is a great investment going forward because they're not taking it off the exchanges or they're not trying to sell. They actually are taking it off the exchange. I got that mixed up. They're taking it off the exchange, but they're not putting it back on to sell. I'm sorry about that. That was a mistake. So one of the things that has surprised me is that CleanSpark is coming back. Now, we talked about CleanSpark a couple of times over the past year. We made a bunch of money on, but we got out. But right now, because we're moving into the fourth quarter, we're in October, CleanSpark has just had a stellar earnings call. All the edge signals are starting to collapse or come together to say that CleanSpark is probably going to double here soon, or maybe even triple. I'll say double just to be safe. CleanSpark shares just broke out of a long-term price structure. It confirmed strength last week And new analysts are starting to pay attention to this stock and its potential. Bitcoin, this is a Bitcoin miner, right? And we've had Bitcoin miners on here before. So we had the Hive founder come on and tell us how this works. So Bitcoin, the latest earnings crushed expectations. Nobody expected. Now, that's what I told people before last year, is that people continue to try to apply stock market metrics to crypto. So they look at a crypto company that may be negative this year, and they say that company's failing because they reported negative earnings. Well, that company just bought a bunch of mining equipment. And it shocks me that these professionals in Wall Street still do not understand this new age that we're in. That's what gives us a great opportunity, because the lack of understanding, the asymmetrical information flow gives people like us an advantage for a short time. They still can't understand crypto. So you tell them that, CleanSpark has been losing money for you. Oh my God, it's going on. They start selling it. Now CleanSpark, all that investment they put in last year and the year before is starting to pay off with increased hash rate, which also makes them mine more Bitcoin. So a lot of traders are saying they can go to 25 easily. I agree. My analyst also says it. So with Bitcoin hitting new highs, institutional money coming in, CleanSpark is set to ride all this October momentum, into the end of the year. So right now it's traded at about 1450, 1508. Could be a play for options, not financial advice, but if I were going to do it, I'd probably do some options on it. But I'm not going to tell you to do that. You have to do your own due diligence. But it does seem like an opportunity for options. So quarterly earnings blew past estimates, 78 cents per share, and they expected 7. That's how much it blew out expectations. Now, give me a second. That's a 10, almost 11. That's 11 times difference. So that's like at work. Let me break it down. Let's say you're at work and you expect your earnings to be, let's say, $1,500 a week. So you get your check one week and it's like $11,000. You're like, what happened? That's a big difference. That's the same percentage-wise difference as when CleanSpark reported their earnings. 11 times difference. That's a huge, huge difference in what Wall Street expected them to do. That shows us, back to what we said, is that there's a gap in between Wall Street and blockchain, quantum computer, all these emerging technologies. These older guys, these guys that have been living in the fundamentals, they cannot get over that. Remember, understanding fundamentals when it comes to stocks, a lot of people see that as, oh, he's smart. And some of them are. But to understand fundamentals, convert them to a share price, and you say the stock should be this price. That's a comforting thing for some people. They don't have to believe, they don't have to guess anything. They don't have to come up with ideas, no theses. They just say the math says it should be this. So it does take some intelligence to understand the math and how it all works, but it's also a way that people can have something that they can trust in that does not require them to think outside the box. So a lot of these Wall Street guys, they stick to that fundamental trading. It's the shares are this, the earnings per share are this, the stock price should be this, the float is this, there's so many shares that there should be this price. And they just stick to that, right? Because it's comforting. You don't have to guess, you don't have to think. The numbers say it should be this. So, but they don't account for hype value, which is a clear value add in any stocks, crypto, everything now, because we got so many unsavvy investors that don't have information that's trading stocks, so they trade on hype. So you have to account for hype now. You have to account for future growth. And a lot of times, remember, technology stocks, like we've seen in the last 20 years, are relatively new. When internet stocks came out, they were traded at way more valuation than they should be trading at. And people couldn't understand either, because the way technology works and the way the adoption works is unlike anything we've seen in human history. So the first 95% of the stock market history, everything worked a certain way. The last 5% has been completely different. So it's hard for people to understand what we're going through in the era that we're moving into. Quarterly earnings, like I said, is 11 times higher than expected, which is ridiculous. So, talk about some big news here. XRP took a huge hit this week. So Swift The system that XRP was poised to replace, that moves trillions of dollars a day, announced that they're building their own blockchain payment system with over 30 banks, including JP Morgan and Citi. Early test, they've reached out to Ethereum about helping them with this test. This could reduce the need for XRP, at least short-term in international payments. Now, the good thing about it is that XRP, where is it at, has not been affected by this news, which I think is a positive sign. It's $2.95, it's up 3% right now. It hasn't been really affected by it, but this was a huge hit. And we saw also in the same week, XRP lost one of its biggest, a big person off the executive team, CTO. He left, but it also signals maturity. David Schwartz, I think that's how you pronounce his name, moved to a board role. He got away from being an active member of the executive team after an entire decade of shaping Ripple's core technology. He stepped back from daily operations to join the company's board. Far from a setback, I believe this signals Ripple's evolution and what they're moving into. I think that we also saw prior to this is that XRP was talking about tokenization and how they're going to move the XRPL over to tokenizing assets, and I think that's a good play for them. The Swift thing could be replacing the Swift network was always a 10-year goal. It never was going to happen soon. I know some people out there talking about it's going to happen next year. It's not going to happen. And I hate to say that because I also think XRP could go over 1,000. I think it could go on to 10, but my time frame is a lot longer than these other people. You're talking about decades. Some people say by January. It's a guy out there that got famous by saying January. You can get a lot of views like that, but the problem is, and I do some stuff for views. I'm going to tell you the truth. Everybody has to, but that's not. It's impossible. Bitcoin didn't move. Bitcoin. Remember this. A lot of people don't know this. Bitcoin moved many times faster and gained value faster than any asset in human history by many times. So, in order for XRP to get to 1,000 by January, or 10,000 by January, I think that's what he says, XRP would have to move 100 to 500 times faster than Bitcoin did. And Bitcoin was already the biggest, fastest moving asset in history. That's almost impossible. And I know it just is, because you remember markets, when they move up, massive shorts, people are going to short it down. They're going to do options. I mean, it's just people are going to sell when it spikes up. Markets move like this. So if it went straight up, maybe, and I still doubt it. But because they move up, impulse correction, it takes a long time for an asset to move that much. And you remember, we have times of recession, we have times when people don't have money. All that happens in that time period. So that's nearly impossible. But over time, it can hit those numbers, but it won't be anytime soon. So back to what's happening with the Swift network. They're adding a blockchain ledger to their existing payment network. Over 30 big banks, Bank of America, Citi, JP Morgan, all involved. The system is built with help from Ethereum, which I said is that one of the Ethereum developers. This could make global money transfers faster and cheaper, even without XRP. I think XRP still has a play, and they still can do good things in what they're doing. They still have a play with the moving assets on tokenized assets onto their blockchain and real estate. But I still think XRP could find a room in the Swift network. I don't think this problem is going to be solved anytime soon with just one or two things. I put out a video about 3 months ago and said I thought it would take multiple technologies really to replace Swift anyway. So I think this is just building the foundation, and XRP will be plugged in somewhere. And some people say, how? I don't know. Sometimes with technology, you don't know what people are going to use that technology for. And I'll give you a good example, AI. AI, if you go back to the 70s and 80s, AI was supposed to make us a more educated society. We would have robots like on the Jetsons walking around the house talking to us. Nobody ever predicted that AI would be used to generate images, videos, and text. That was something nobody came up with. Another thing is that even something like Twitter was founded because back in the day, if you're older like me, you could only text from person to person. there was no group texting back then. So Twitter came out to allow people to group text. So if you remember the early days of Twitter, that's really why I didn't like it. And I should have actually got on there early, but I didn't like it because in the very, very early days of Twitter, you had to give me a phone number. And when you would text the number that they gave you, they'd send out a text to everybody. So if you were on Twitter, you just kept getting these texts from everybody that you was following. And that was in the very early days. So I just stopped. I just took it off. I didn't like it because of that. That was a long time ago. But that Twitter has evolved into a social media platform. And nobody ever thought that what they started at would evolve. Instagram was a place that we put pictures. Now, how many pictures go on Instagram? It's more videos and lives and all, it's not even what we thought. So a lot of times technology will evolve. And so what we want is the bones to be good, the structure to be good, what the technology can do to be solid. And then from there, we don't know how it's going to, I don't know how quantum computer is going to be used. Maybe they'll be using some stupid reason, like making video. I don't know, but I know that the technology is sound. I know that the bones are there. And I know one day somebody, out there, some genius will find out a position to place this technology in. Same with XRP, same with all these other technologies we talk about. It has to be, even nuclear energy with Oklahoma is doing well today too. They're not being used anywhere. It's all in test phase, thesis and thoughts. But one day it will be. And that's what we're betting on when we make these investments. Pablo is an expert and very popular in the CNC. Yeah, Pablo, I'm going to blow you a spot up here. Give me that. Can somebody go give me one of those awards? But Pablo just passed over $1 million in the CNC today. So now we got 44 millionaires. If you want to join the CNC, go ahead. Join the CNC.com, learn more about it, whatever. Now, we got the event coming up in this weekend, New York on Saturday and Dallas on Sunday. I'll put the link here if you guys want to show up. Also, I got a... Give me a second. Here's the link. But also, we have virtual tickets. Did Micah leave? So we're giving out awards at the new events. So the awards we're going to give out are... So if you pass over $1 million, you get there. We also have awards. One guy passed over $10 million. $10 million in the CNC. He gets an award that looks like this, except the record is broken because we call it the Infinity Award. Once you get over 10 million, if you play your cards right, you should never have to worry about money again. So this is an award we're giving CNC members who pass over $1 million. We also got a $10,000 award. It's smaller than this. When you pass over $10,000 in earnings, we give you a $10,000 club award. So if you look close, this is spelled wrong. They forgot to put an E on the millionaire. So we got to take it back today and get that fixed. But Pablo will receive one of these, the next event, because he wasn't in time enough for the award creator to make these awards. So, but like I said, we got 44 millionaires and we're going to give them awards this weekend. If you want to join the event in Dallas or New York, click the link down there. Also, if you want to stream it virtually, which you'll be able to see both days, click the same link and click the virtual option, and you can join. Yeah, it's a pretty nice award. I like it a lot how it came out. Thank you. All right, so one more thing I want to talk about before we get into this interview with Vitalik's mom is Arch Aviation. Arch Aviation, let's see where it's at. I'm not gonna be able to find that. What's no. Let me see if I can find Archer. What's Archer's sticker? I don't have we got to type it in. I don't have the, got to type the delete NVDA. Delete NVDA and put ACHR.
And today we're reacting to Hodge twins finally get what they deserve. My first video on the Hodge twins, I had people on both sides in the comments, bro. Some of y'all who were saying things about them being completely correct and you don't know the Hodge twins. See, I know you don't know Hodge twins. And I had the people that, you know, were on the opposite side of that were woofing about the Hodge twins. My big thing about these things just be like, I feel like people like this forget that they dying on a hill that the people at the top of the hill don't even want them on. So when they get there and they get a reality check and a realization, it's like, how do they feel after that? I'm very curious, but I don't know what's going on in this video. Let's get into it. Put the sushi in Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5, 6 p.m. Let it.
On September 22nd, 2025, Auburn Preach released a video called Myron and Hodge Twins Reminded They Aren't White. And the reason why Myron and the Hodge twins were mentioned in the first place is because of their extreme criticism of the black community. For this particular video, I won't be focusing on Myron, but I will be focusing on the Hodge twins. The Hodge twins have been on YouTube for a long time. I don't know if they are completely mixed race, but as you can see, they are.
You don't know if they're completely mixed race. Well, I could tell you from right here, the people that I'm looking at are absolutely, well, I don't know. I think some of y'all might have said that they were full. Nah. I think somebody said that their mom, somebody's Caucasian. Yeah, somebody's Caucasian. Somebody said that for sure.
Are twins, and they started off as a comedy duo, and as they've gotten older, they are like, I would say, far right.
Now, I'll say this. What I do respect is the adapting that they did to YouTube, the changing. They got older. They weren't doing the lifting thing anymore. I used to love the Hodge twins, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Them eating in the car. I used to love those videos. I said that in the last one, but I just have to say it again. New video. I do, and I can appreciate how they were able to adapt with YouTube, garnish an audience where they at. I respect hustle where hustle, you know what I'm saying? I respect it. But when we start talking about what we're talking about, you know, that's when I have to take a step back.
I won't say as far right as like Nick Fuentes, but they are far right. They criticize Israel a lot. They don't really like gays so much. And of course, the pedigree is attacking the black community. All right. Now, I'm going to get to Auburn Preacher's video later in this particular situation, because what happened is the Hodge twins felt that Auburn Preacher's video of them was unwarranted because they said this.
I'm not anti-black. I'm anti, you know what, but I'm not anti-black. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm anti-black. I'm hard on black people. Yeah, y'all need some criticism. Seriously. And, you know, I am prejudiced, but everybody's prejudiced. Yeah. I just put my prejudice out there because I want black people to do better. We can do better. Yeah. It's not wrong when having a bias or being prejudiced. It's only wrong when you use your biases and your prejudices to discriminate against people, belittle people, denigrate them. I'm not denigrating people simply because of the color of their skin. Yeah, I'm denigrating these people because of the way they behave.
Now, this
when he said, you know what, he means niggas. Now, with that response right there, if we were just to criticize that part right there, I can get that. Some people, especially if they didn't grow up a certain way or move a certain way, they do not. And they like some black people, if they didn't grow up that way, and even black people that are from that. I got people that are from that are like, yo, they are not trying to deal with all of that because they've been grown up like that and they know how situations are and they sick of how people like that act. Yeah, do people in them environments, areas act like that? Yeah. Some people are less tolerant to niggas. You feel me? Some people are less tolerant to them. Some people are more. I'm somebody that, you know, I can tolerate that. I'm not too mad at that. You feel what I'm saying? I can appreciate the things but that are within them. It's just like I can appreciate the white man or the Asian man or the Hispanic man in their flaws as well. You feel me? And are we all prejudiced? I believe so. In some way, shape, or form. In fashion, I feel like that we are.
The typical black.
So if we were going to just analyze what they said right then, I can understand that and appreciate that. That's how some people are. I'm not upset with that. We're just analyzing that statement.
Conservative talking point, especially on the far right. Listen, guys, we are here to not necessarily talk about a race of people, but we're only criticizing how they behave.
Stop the cap.
So we're not necessarily dealing with race. We're dealing with behavior. But in the past, the Hodge twins talk about race in great detail.
To be honest, I don't want to live in the United States of America if it's not majority white.
And I was about to say, and I knew for a fact that they were going to. That's why I specified what they're saying right here. But I knew they were going to contradict themselves because I've seen it myself. Before the Hodge twins videos like this are popping up, I went back and was like, oh, I remember the Hodge twins. What are they doing now? Saw what they were doing and was like, whoa, this was a minute ago, like a year ago. So that's why I made sure to specify what they're saying in this exact clip right here. I get it, but they're contradicting themselves.
Just a second and you step back. If these idiots who profess conservative values are really wanting a conservative country, they think it only happens if it remains majority white. First off, there's a huge segment of the white population that votes very liberally. 1. 2, immigrants, by and large, are more conservative than whites in terms of their values and their politics. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
The reason why a lot of immigrants who are conservative still vote liberal is not because they love everything they say.
It's just because they want to be included.
But these guys are so buck-broken. They're so obsessed with trying to appeal to whiteness that they'll just say the goofiest shit even if it means their own erasure. Are you stupid?
You're a second-class citizen and that's
what they want. The benefit of being on YouTube and being consistent for the last 9 years is you get to observe the landscape change. You get to observe the trends, culture change. You see the content change.
So they're saying that we wouldn't even want to be here in America if it's not majority white. So why is that? Is it because white people are the only people in America that behave in the right way? Is it that somebody who's non-white doesn't know how to act or know how to behave? Surely there are countries that are non-white around the world that show some evidence of progress. So there you're talking about your actual preference, which is you'd rather be amongst all white groups, regardless if other groups show that they're functional, that they're beneficial, that they can do things that humans can do. But then let's go to the whole part about the fact that they said they don't denigrate blacks. No, we're not sellouts. We don't come on our platform denigrating anybody because...
Bro, if you gonna do... if they gonna do this, stand on it. You gotta stand on it like Myron. You can't say, I don't denigrate. No. Because they got clips, bro. You've done too much content. I've seen the titles. You can't do that, bro. You gotta... If you're gonna do this and stand on this and be this, you got to... You gotta go Myron Gaines. And I say, if I gotta find something I respect about Myron, it's the fact that he's stand on that. He not going. Feel me? Black people. That's what he on. You can't do this though.
Because they're black.
Can't have stuff.
We only denigrate or bash people or even criticize people if they are behaving wrongly. Okay, well, how do you explain this particular post? On September 15th, the Hodge twins posted this. It's a blessing the wasn't black because there wouldn't have been a father to turn him in.
Boy, y'all sit your stupid ass down. Who think you is?
Hey, before we get back into the video, I got a way you can make some extra bread. I know you bored at home right now, bro. And all you have to do is play games and get paid for it. If you hit the link in my description or scan the QR code on the screen right now, you can sign up to freecash.com and start getting paid right now. And they make it extremely simple. First, just create an account like any other site and email and password. And once you get in, you'll see a wall of games and offers immediately. Pick a game that you actually like, play through the levels, and the cash will land straight into your free cash account. It's basically turning your downtime into a hustle without you even thinking about it. People pulling $10 to $20 a day, and with some effort, you can go way higher than that. You can spend a couple bucks in-game to hit levels faster that'll ultimately give you bigger offers and payouts. That's the method on how some users end up making hundreds, even 500 or more on certain offers. But you don't have to spend any money. You can literally stick to the free levels and still cash out. The whole point is when you're taking a break from those Astro Dior videos, doom scrolling, looking at women, you could be playing and earning at the same time. Get to your money, bro. And once you run it up and want to cash out, you've got options of PayPal or gift cards. So if you want to get to that extra cheese, hit the link in the description or scan the code on the screen, sign up for free, and start playing for cash on your spare time. And when you use my link or QR code, you get $5 bonus to get you started, bro. Go ahead and get to it. Let's do it.
So I want to talk about that and how that is denigrating towards blacks.
It ain't got nothing to do with black people. Unnecessary, bro.
So basically, black people had nothing to do with it. Single motherhood or single fatherhood in the black community is not on trial here. But you see, the Hodge twins want to cater to that audience that will find something like this funny because those people are sick. And even though it wasn't a black person that killed it, let's still make fun of the blacks.
And present black fathers also, by the way, is at an all-time high. An all-time high.
Anyway, because, oh yes, to make ourselves feel better that a white guy killed Charlie Kirk, you know what? Their single mothers are typically the ones that create things like this, even though he was killed in Utah. But see, this is unwarranted and it's unnecessary. But these are the same guys that turn around and say, we don't denigrate blacks. No, we only deal with behavior. We deal with behavior. We don't denigrate blacks. And then let me tell you how bad it was. People jumped in the comments and didn't like the fact that you did it. And you never removed the post. You never apologized to the black community for what you did. Just continue to have it up there. It's still up there right now. Look at what this person says. Really? This is the message y'all want to send? Come on, guy. Another person says, man, I know some black people ain't crap, but why do y'all down black folks so much? I was a fan of Charlie, by the way. Stop the show. Now, Daryl Dugas is a guy who likes Charlie Kirk, but you guys have crossed over into a point where even he can't defend you. Damn. Like, you want to attack blacks so much that even the fans of you are like, yo, that's low. Dulcie goes, Dulce and Maria, you guys are black too. On top of it, married Mexicans. Woo! That's right, guys. The same dudes who want to talk about the black community all day are not even married to black women. They're married to Hispanics. Stop with the stereotypes. This is why America is suffering. Both sides are ruthless. This is a person that has a Hispanic last name, so probably not even a black person. Reskin says that's just unnecessary, even if it's statistically true. It's not productive. Stop the show. So somebody's saying, even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't relate to the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's also—
That's the main thing. It's just so random and unwarranted. The Charlie Kirk. Like, let's just make it. Let's just force it. Let's just make it that. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Like, I don't get it.
So hurtful to many of the fatherless children out there. I'm just thinking to the 12, 13, 14-year-olds that might see that. And this person is right, because again, you're denigrating black people for something that they didn't do. So when they do something that's wrong, you're even on it more. If they don't do something, anything to make your white audience feel good. Look at this. This is trash. Not okay. This is a white person. Amber Scott, this is trash. Not okay. It gets worse. Stop. Okay? This person says, only you guys can get away with posting this meme. I do appreciate your humor, though. Okay, so let's stop the show. Only you guys? What does that mean? Because white people could never post that, but because you're black or you're half black and half white, you can denigrate your own community at the behest of the whites, and it's okay. Thank you for the laugh. The person says, shaking my head, this is unnecessary. And that person doesn't even look like they're black, maybe like Asian. You have all these people who are witnessing what you're doing, like basically saying you're denigrating blacks. It gets worse. Look at this. Whenever you see them reacting to stuff, if it's not gays or white liberals or gays, you never hear them talking about anything that's to do with whites, like white shootings, white on white crime, nothing. Black fatigue strikes again in Popeyes. This is the kind of content they do. Anything that's negative towards blacks will be in their playlist. So this is exactly why I've been.
You know what it is? It's the fact that this is what happens, right? And this happens with a lot of content creators. You go, you react to something, or you do something, and it hits. You're like, oh snap, okay. You mix it in with the rest of the things that you're doing, and then you do something else and it hits. You're like, damn, you do it again, it hits. Oh, damn. Okay, so I got two of the same things that are somewhat in this lane of what I just reacted to or what I just did, content-wise. You do it again. You realize, oh, I just struck a gold mine with what I'm doing. And you start garnishing a fan base, and a strong fan base at that, because you see these two black men who are relating to the people that are like, yeah, I hate these types of black people. I don't like them, XYZ, boom, bam, bop, and they can all relate. And then you have these crazy scenarios, and it's like, that gets the views, that gets the money. So whenever you start, now at this point, you are now like voluntarily consuming this type of content, this type of media, strictly, only. So yeah, it started out as like, we're just reacting, but then now you probably start to consume it and actually believe these ideas. You do it for so long that essentially you end up adopting these thought processes and certain things, and you start seeing, like, it's like, imagine the news. Imagine you see on the news, that's the only thing you get to watch every day, right? I'm saying this is what they get to, only thing you get to watch, but imagine you see the news and the only thing you get to watch is propaganda against white people. All we saw every day was white people were horrible. Boom, they do this, they're stupid as hell. Look how they act, and you just showing all the things that you're gonna be like, dang, a lot of white people. Look, we're right. Look how stupid these. Look at them. Look at XYZ. It's like, this is what happens. And now imagine you're watching that, and for your take, you're getting a lot of money for it. You think you're gonna stop? You're gonna adopt that. You're gonna adopt that mindset, right? Even if it might have been, you might have felt that way just somewhat, like, man, black people, they just. But then now I'm getting money for it too. I'm getting positive feedback from it too. You adopt that. You're getting a lot of money. These guys are making a lot of money, a lot. So you adopt that. You're getting money. You're getting just these positive feedbacks and rewards for it. Yeah, that's where you end up. If this is how you are, it just heightens the person as they are. Because for me personally, that's just not what I like. You know what I'm saying?
Preach got on their behinds in the first place. And so when Auburn Preach started talking about the Hodge twins, he started breaking it down.
If you take a second and you step back, if these idiots who profess conservative values are really wanting a conservative country, they think it only happens if it remains majority white. First off, there's a huge segment of the white population that votes very liberally. 1. 2, immigrants, by and large, are more conservative than whites in terms of their values and their politics. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
The reason why a lot of immigrants who are conservative still vote liberal is not because they love everything they say.
It's just because they want to be included.
But these guys are so buck-broken. They're so obsessed with trying to appeal to whiteness that they'll just say the goofiest shit even if it means their own erasure. Are you stupid?
You're a second-class citizen, and that's
what they want. The benefit of being on YouTube and being consistent for the last 9 years is you get to observe the landscape change. You get to observe the trends, culture change. You see the content change.
A lot of people that are foreigners are more conservative. So white people also.
Why is that? A lot of foreigners are more conservative. Why is that? Hold on. Y'all type and let me know. Let me wake my cousin.
Also vote liberal. So you're saying that you want to be in a country with more whites. It's not really making sense because you're a conservative and most whites are liberals. But he's also saying that you talking like this erases your own self. It makes you a second-class citizen. And shout out to Abba, he's a genius. Like, he has the best commentary on YouTube. Like, way better than me for most issues. I would say his commentary is like A+. He's the best person that does commentary that I've ever seen. All right. And he just puts things in like so good of a perspective. I couldn't even have said it better myself.
I was deep into stand-up comedy, doing the arts. And so I was going to a lot of events and I was in a lot of left-leaning spaces. And at that time, there was a lot of weirdness around blackness in left-leaning spaces because the way that they were patronizing, the way that they would belittle you with a lot of their, very soft-spoken racism, right? And when I spoke out about it, guys, this stuff, you know, I got labeled a right-winger oftentimes. Never bothered me, because I knew in my heart of hearts, I don't look at black women and say bad things. I don't look at my nieces and nephews and don't go out of my way to make sure that they celebrate their blackness. I know my values, so I'm okay. But I did recognize that over time, after I did a lot of this repeated content, the kind of people that would be drawn to it would be people who would often say horrible things about black people in general.
And in this clip, Abba talks about a time in his life where he was in the industry and, you know, he felt that people were not treating blacks fairly. And so he started making content. And so what ended up happening was people started calling him a right winger. And so he had to catch himself because the content that he was making might seem that he was trying to hold black people accountable. But what happened is all these other people started to comment and started to show their frustrations with blacks.
Yeah,
and it could have been blacks themselves or non-blacks, right?
That's what I'm saying. You do that like exactly. That's exactly what I just know it, bro. They probably expressed something, showed a bit of, and you know, those people, they showed love to the Hodge twins. And they started getting good money off of showing love for them. And since they were already feeling like that, and they probably were like, shit, I mean, it's working. You got somebody like Abba that seems like he probably switched the direction.
He understood it. But wait, there's more.
And I started looking at it very, very differently because sometimes you cannot be part of a movement, but if you operate online in the same way that movement does, then you might as well just be another agent for them. You're a contributor.
He says also this. Once you start to make this content, even if you're not in their white supremacist group, you are pushing their own narratives.
Yeah.
You're pushing the narratives, okay? Like that's what you're doing, even if you're not in the group or not, okay? But then he talks about something that's important.
A lot of these people who do this kind of content, you'll notice a very particular trend. You know, black people when I was growing up treated me badly. Black women rejected me. It's a lot of that stuff. And I personally, this is my own theory, a lot of these guys had negative experiences with black people growing up. And so they go into adulthood and they carry that on. And when it starts to come into their content, it seeps in.
I was thinking this. I wish I would have said it. I was thinking these guys, maybe something happened where something was an experience that they happened was overwhelming. But it's like, I don't know, maybe in their life, they just never had a bad experience with, I've had a bad experience with every race. Like, every race? Yeah, I feel like I've had a bad experience with every race. I don't see it as a race thing. I see it as a people thing. I've had a bad experience with different people, many different people. You feel me? Now, are there certain consistencies with the experiences that I have? Like, is one maybe more violent in this with this group? Is one maybe more prejudiced with this group? Yes, but all together, like, I've had the experiences. I just chalk it up as life things that are going on. That's how life happens. Just as I've had amazing, great experiences with each group. I just don't understand, like, why it always has to be that. Like, why can sometimes we can't just take a step back and look at it as a people thing rather than a race thing? You know what I'm saying? A race thing, like.
And then they get positive reinforcement and like, damn, this is the first time.
Listen, positive reinforcement.
Listen, say this shit about the people who
and
hurt
I
me
get
when I was
paid
a kid
too.
And feel rewarded.
He says the people that talk like,
telling you, I know what I'm talking about, bro. I know I be yapping, but do you know what he's talking about? Please.
And in this case, the Hodge twins, these are people who lived around black people and got treated very badly, okay? Black women that want to date them, and then basically when they become content creators, they get online and then whites start to give them positive reinforcement, right? And so now it's like, oh, okay, I can be rewarded for sharing my displeasure with black people. And of course, you can get a lot of money doing this, right? And then while they're reviewing the video, here's what the Hodge twins admit.
Hate and racism I got from other black people just because I didn't sound like them, just because I didn't carry myself like them, just because I had a different complexion, eye color, all that. Man, it is crazy how black people treat me.
Bro. And again, I almost feel like this is you're being very sensitive thing, because the same thing with me. There was this girl I used to kick it with. She was from New Orleans. She had a heavy New Orleans accent. I used to be told by black people all the time, I talk proper. I talk very proper. No, you talk proper, XYZ. You know, I'm light skinned, whatever. They're doing what they're doing. Like, bro, and I just woof back and make the jokes back at what it is. You know what I'm saying? For my own fam, you talk proper. You can't dance. You XYZ. Like, but I'm not seeing that and be like, so being treated like I don't know everybody's experience. Maybe some just came through and was like, white boy, kicked him in his jaw and he left him on the ground while he was knocked out or something. I don't know. But if it's words, bro, you could still be a chameleon and fit in with all these situations. Because just as they start doing all that woofing, I do all that woofing back. I cook them on the basket court. I do whatever I do and we good. You feel what I'm saying? Like, just because I was in AP English classes and XYZ, like, they might have made some jokes, but I mean nothing to me. So this is more, now we're talking about more of an emotional problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, you aren't able to take a certain type of joke and push forward and prevail in your environment. That's the conversation now.
Yeah. And it was real. It's not. I'm not making it up. It actually happened. Had a couple nights had a gun put on me. Yeah, I remember I was in boot camp. I think I mentioned this earlier, but
so one of them says they even had guns pulled on them. But wait, there's more.
This black guy said I wasn't black, and he was arguing with another white guy, saying, and the white guy said, "How come he's not black?" Right? Because white people see me, they no, that's a Negro, right? But we had our shirts off, and I had been out in the sun. I was beat red. It was July, and it was in South Carolina in boot camp, and it was August. Said, "Look, black people don't turn red in the sun. Y'all turn purple." Right? Yeah. And then the white guy said, "Aren't you black?" I said, "Yeah, both my parents are black." He said, and did the black guy said, "You ain't got no white people in your family?" I said, "Yeah, I got white people in my family." He said, "Thank you."
So again, you know, black people treated me differently because I was light skinned and all that.
Yeah, bro. I mean, like, so correct myself, forgive me, they are fully black. You know what I'm saying? Both their parents are black. And if that's the case, you black then. Just because the black guy at boot camp says you're not black. Black people. And I have bad experiences with black people. Watch out with that, bro. That's sensitive ass shit, bro. Y'all grown men. Y'all supposed to been like, man, I might have been tripping. I got over that. I am a black man. I'm a black person. Clearly. Clear as day. You know what I'm saying? Ain't worried about studying none of that shit. That's your brain. Your brain at this point.
And you can kind of see where their animosity comes from. But as Abba will go on in the video and discuss, people will make fun of you no matter where you are.
No matter what.
I've been in all white countries,
bro, and then just as somebody like O'Shea, your black ass up, y'all are black as hell, bro. You will never win, bro. You black as hell. They said you see a nigga, you black as hell. Now you too black, and black people telling you that. By the way, come on, man, this is jokes, bro. Crybaby ass, y'all got going on.
I lived in Poland and Europe for 6 years. I've lived in Del Paso Heights. I've lived in Compton. Okay, I've went to black colleges. I went to white colleges. Whoever you're around is going to be the people that can treat you the best or treat you the worst.
Yeah.
All right. And I've been called horrible things by blacks too, like all sorts of names coming up. You know, your nose is big, African booty scratch, all kind of just mean thing.
African booty scratcher. Goodness gracious.
People who have robbed and broken into our house and done all kind of weird things were blacks. But that does not take away or make me want to throw away a whole group of people because that happened to me. No, those were just individual incidents. And now here's what happens. When you talk about white people that are racist, the Hodge twins will be the quickest to defend. That's not true. That's not true. Oh no, white people are good. And I want to prove to you how much they can defend white people when they feel like it. Look at this. Charlie Kirk was racist? Oh, okay. So all of a sudden, Charlie Kirk is not racist because you love white people, right? You got to say to keep your text coming in. Here's Erica Kirk. Man, this is powerful, right? Okay. Rest in glory, Charlie Kirk. Okay. We can kiss butts all day when it's Charlie Kirk and the white right. When we talk about the blacks, look at this one. One black transgender, I'll put it like that, versus two white cops. Who wins, right? So obviously, this is what these guys do, and they think that somebody is stupid and can't see what they're trying to do. But obviously, you guys hate the black community. You want to see black people do better, but you have Mexican wives. You don't have anything set up that helps the black community. You don't go in the black community. So no, you're doing this for a check. One of you guys.
This is for a check. This is not. We want black people to do better. This is not that. They are not worried about the advancement of black people. That's fine, bro. I'm not I don't want people to think that I care and want these people to do better for them. I don't care. If this is how you live in, this is how you live in. It's just like stand on that. Be on your Myron games though. You got to stand on that. That's where you at. Don't try to do that half stepping in the foot. But we care about black. No, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. We don't like black people. That's just what it is. And my experience, this is my experience. This is what happened to me. And it hurt my feelings so bad that I stopped liking black people for that. That's what you need to, that's what you do. And we do this for money. Just stand on that. What are you doing?
To listen. So, because you guys don't have any real talent, I mean, I don't really want, respectfully, if you guys were not twins, nobody would care about you. Woo! So, what's the link?
They were funny back then. They were funny.
Easy diss.
Well, they were funny together. So, maybe not, I don't know. But they're funny.
Is to sit up there and basically talk about blacks all day and get paid. But we all know what time it is. And he's not wrong about you guys because you guys are, in my honest opinion, sellouts. Like, there's nothing about you that says the black community or you're in support of it at all. You're against it. You're the same thing as Myron. Like, you have podcasts with Nick Fuentes. Like, this is the kind of people that you guys are, and you act like you're not that. But you are, okay? And the moment you guys say something stupid or silly, y'all gonna find out who really don't like y'all. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy, Shitty Joe.
Oh, my battery.
Give the episode of The Celebrity Jump.
That being said, y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Like the video, sub, comment, the mention the channel, bro. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm great for y'all. We are gone, man. Hey, did he let do it?
Every day some new shit. Beefing with my bitch right now, but life still lit. Grind down when we saw threats on the internet, we put ops to the test. If his head worth some money, got a youngin' come collect.
That's having a hidden agenda. Like, I know I'm damn near end up getting killed, but I'm finna let Shorty catch these bullets. I'm finna let him do all this. I be all that shit hidden agendas for. Like, you shouldn't have no hidden agendas behind your homies for. Everything should be genuine. Like, you shouldn't come and get a nigga for some shit you want another nigga to do. Or yourself to do.
Heard y'all talk to y'all like cool again or what? What's the relationship like now?
No, hell no.
Oh, so y'all still?
No, hell no.
What about Bibby?
I talk to Bibby. That's my cousin, man. I don't care what a nigga think about me. Nigga call me a bitch. Nigga 100 million times. Yes. I don't care. Like, I'm not even gonna feed into it. And
some people gotta learn the hard way. In this era, clout felt like currency. A Chicago rapper slid back through his old neighborhood. The cameras was rolling, video being recorded, having a good time, showing love. The video went smooth, no drama, no interruptions. Even having reports that this local rapper wanted to stop past O Block, with some reports saying it was local tension. I'll let you guys come up with how you feel about that. But when it came to this rapper on his own block, a man who was seen on his Instagram celebrating that rapper being out there for clout decided to call this rapper out, saying he shouldn't have been there. From the outside looking into him, this was a move for notoriety, duplicating what another Chicago figure who go by the name of Cairo once did when he checked this same rapper, allegedly, and went viral. But the problem was this: lightning don't strike twice. Instead of boosting his respect, the person who called out this rapper had instantly put a target on his back. 6 days after dissing him, that same man was ambushed and shot 6 times in the back. So in this video, we're gonna use this as a reminder that trying to build fame off someone else's name can backfire in ways you don't expect. Today, we look at the timeline of these events. We speak on who this rapper is, the 2 men from his neighborhood who spoke on him, and the deadly outcome. Because at some point, we gotta ask ourselves, it's 2000.
Yes, sir. My Tricker, back up in this thing, man. Today, we'll be taking a look at some mysterious videos that'll keep you up all night. But before we hop into that, go ahead and spam that like button right now so we can run the numbers up on the algorithm. You ain't even got to think about it later. And if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that sub button too. Sub up, join the family. This is the most lit and active community on YouTube, period. With that being said, guys, let's hop straight into the video. I'm not sure what this is, but I would definitely avoid it at all costs, because if it even touches you, you're going to be sharing heartworm medication with your German Shepherd.
The VMAs 2025 is demonic, because pay attention to the floor that Doja Cat is performing on. And where have I seen that floor before? Because it seems like pretty much every one of these musical artists or musicians or whatever you want to call them have used or performed on this floor at one point in time or the other. But I guess it should be no surprise coming from Doja Cat, because Doja Cat has already showed you plenty of times what she's about. I mean, come on. It is right there for everybody to see. You've just got to pay attention and look. So it is by no surprise to see Doja Cat performing on this floor design.
Taking into account the fact that the old MTV headquarters was actually in a Masonic lodge, I would say that these checkerboard floors are definitely a nod to Freemasonry. Every time I see a video like this, I'm more and more convinced that we live in a simulation, because it looks like the sky is stuck on a loading screen.
The cloning of a human being.
And human cloning. Human cloning.
Ban human cloning. I'm taking further steps to prevent human cloning.
Those clips are from the 1990s when the government held hearings about human cloning. But it goes back way farther than that. In the 1970s, Dr. Landrum Shettles was known as the clone doctor. He said that cloning was, quote, easy to perform, and that was 50 years ago. James Watson, the scientist who discovered the DNA molecule, wrote an article about human cloning for the New Yorker magazine in 1971. He warned that human cloning would be possible soon and would severely disrupt our society. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, human cloning was covered everywhere in magazines and newspaper articles. And so many leading geneticists were quoted that it wasn't a matter of if, but when human cloning would happen, if it wasn't being done already. So if human cloning was described as imminent and easy 50 years ago, just what's being done now?
If they had to make legislation to ban cloning, it was probably because during this time, behind the scenes, it was already happening.
These are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth, that who knows how long, and that we think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And so to me, it just it creates a question there. And then when we have naval personnel telling me that we have these sightings and that there's these underwater craft they're chasing that are doing hundreds of miles an hour, and the best we've got is something that does maybe just a little under 40 miles an hour. So I got a lot of questions about that stuff.
It's a little suspicious that there's been official UFO reports since the 1940s that they've always denied, but then all of a sudden they're telling us that entities are coming out the ocean. It seems like they're preparing us for something.
11:15, 11:18. Okay. 11:15, 11:18. Okay.
Either the camera glitched and it wasn't recording during the time it was taken, or it got deboed by David Blaine.
Operating continuously since its founding, the Knights of Momus still hold an annual ball mask at the Orpheum Theater on the Thursday before Mardi Gras. Baal, spelled B-A-A-L, is at the top of the list of the main demons in the Ars Goetia, which is considered the Grand Grimoire. Goetia is defined as a type of European sorcery or witchcraft transmitted through grimoires or instruction manuals for magical practices, which include spellcasting and summoning supernatural entities of different kinds, including demons. I found out about Momus and the Knights of Momus when I was researching Edward Douglas White, a politician and jurist who was a Supreme Court Justice for 27 years and became the 9th Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court in 1910. White is one of the 2 historical figures representing the state of Louisiana in the National Statuary Hall. The other historical figure being Huey P. Long, the highly controversial socialist governor of Louisiana, who was assassinated in 1935. Edward Douglas White was reported as having served on the reception committee in 1877 of the Knights of Momus in New Orleans, the second oldest crew of the Mardi Gras parade. Named for Momus, the personification of mockery, satire, and ridicule in Greek mythology, the Knights of Momus has operated continuously as a secret society in New Orleans since its founding there in 1872. The same year, the New Orleans Mardi Gras Parade was founded.
This is why it's hard for me to trust the system, because the people that are in positions of power also have oaths with these secret societies. You can't convince me that this isn't a Nephilim offspring. If this was really the Dalai Lama's bodyguard, you better not even look at him the wrong way, or you're gonna get folded up like a pretzel.
Querían verlo. Ha crecido bastante.
So I was doing a little more research on this one, and if it's fake, it could be a basket starfish that he just spray painted black. If not, then it's actually venom.
Freedom to travel outside of the United Kingdom is something that's going to be abolished very soon. So government are already talking about something called a carbon passport. Do you know what that is? It'll be a way of tracking how much emission you pollute into the atmosphere. It will give every UK citizen an annual travel emissions limit. And once you hit the limit, you're going to have to go to the government and beg and ask them, can I have some more, please, if you want to travel and leave the UK? And I don't believe this is about climate change at all. I believe it's about the government controlling free movement of people. And this isn't going to be talked about in the media. This isn't well known. I think anyone listening needs to share this and let people know what's going on, because we didn't vote for this. We don't want this.
I don't think the reason why they want to limit everybody's travel is for the sake of the environment. I feel like it's for the sake of control, because right now Bill Gates is probably on his private jet drinking a Shirley Temple and nobody's saying anything about that.
Yeah, come on, yeah, right there.
I got it. Okay.
This could be an array of drones, but they would have to be extremely large to be visible from that distance. Let me know what you guys think about this one.
Pender County, South Carolina, while known for its scenic coastlines, has multiple rumors spreading amongst the locals of creatures and non-human beings that walk around the woods at night. I would even argue that some of this goes past just simple rumors, because some situations that happen are almost irrefutable. I want you to listen to a 911 dispatcher call from this area.
Pender County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm driving on 210. I just crossed the Black River, and I thought I saw a guy standing on the side of the road.
Okay, where are you at, sir?
I'm on 210. I just crossed the Black River. I'm heading towards 53 East. I just passed Patriots Watch.
Okay, so you're over near Morse Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And did you saw a man standing on the side of the road?
What the?
What was that, sir?
What's the hell? What's the turned on my bed light for my truck and there's something in my bed.
Okay, sir, when you say something, what do you mean?
I just knocked it off of the bed of my truck and went over my hood.
Okay, what was
It sounded like he had a full-blown shapeshifter in the back of his truck, and 911 is still asking questions. Send help.
The UN has partnered with Bill Gates on this, what they call digital public infrastructure. They're building a giant digital gulag for all of humanity. So the UN Development Program has officially launched this. It was officially launched at the end of last year, where they're going to get 50 governments, they call them countries, but really they mean governments, to impose at least some major element of this digital public infrastructure on their population within 5 years. Digital IDs, and those are already emerging. In fact, many states are developing these now. I just went through the airport yesterday. You can scan your digital ID QR code, right? So that's happening. So you've got the central bank digital currencies, which are already being unveiled. Right? They've already been released. The World Economic Forum just said a few days ago, 98% of the governments and central banks in the world are working on these CBDCs. Once they're fully operational, I guarantee you, they're going to start waging war on cash much more openly. They'll say it's a tool for terrorists and every nasty thing, tax cheats, everything you can think of. Then you've got the payment processing systems. They are using it to build a control system that will not just be able to surveil and monitor everything you do.
I feel like now it's more important than ever for us to be aware of stuff like this, because while we all been focused on the news, they secretly been implementing Agenda 2030.
These new contact lenses let you see infrared light, see in the dark, and see with your eyes closed. Embedded inside the lenses are these special nanoparticles that absorb infrared light that we normally can't see. That infrared light is then converted into wavelengths of light that we can see. The lenses are transparent, so you can see normally and detect infrared light. People who tried these out said that they could see that infrared light even better with their eyes closed. The scientists were even able to code different wavelengths of infrared light so you would see them as different colors. What you see in infrared is extremely blurry, but the researchers estimate that the current version would cost about $200 to make. And they're trying to increase the range of the electromagnetic spectrum that we could see. They say they want to help colorblind people and help people send secret messages between people wearing them. So would you want these?
And they sound cool and everything, but she didn't mention any side effects. I feel like these contacts will give you instant glaucoma.
MK Ultra and the Stargate program. When I say Stargate, I mean the entire program.
Right.
I was on the Stargate program. We knew what MK Ultra was, but we never did anything like that.
Right.
We weren't interested in controlling other people's minds. We were interested in psychic espionage, quite a different thing. And in fact, because the government now, any study that you do, not only for the government, but any study that is published in a journal somewhere has to have an ethical review. And part of that covers things like what kind of control are you expecting to have over other people, and is there informed consent, and a whole long list of things. And that was partially as a result of both atrocities in the Second World War, but also MK Ultra.
I don't think Project Stargate and MK Ultra have anything in common. Project Stargate was all about remote viewing, while I think MK Ultra were just mind control experiments to create sleeper cells.
He was freaked out.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on? And all I could say was he was visited.
Yeah.
When he told me who visited him, my heart stops for a second. Get up. And I'll never forget, he went, "You believe me, right? You believe me, Jim, right?" He's like, "They came to me." And he said the names. I'm like, get the. And what happened? And then all of a sudden, he went to Africa.
Yeah, you threatened? I mean, I don't know how much
I don't have.
You can't.
That's none of my business.
Okay.
But I know for a fact.
He was corrected.
He said, correct.
Yeah.
He was, hey, by whoever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we need to have a conversation. Would you like some of your own coffee in your house? What? Yeah, like that heavy. And so when I saw him come back, there was a lot less communication. When I saw him completely come back, I really questioned if that was him.
Yeah, I know, right? I think that's...
And I know that's really crazy.
I think those same things, yeah.
The guy in this video is Jim Brewer, who's Dave Chappelle's longtime friend and also starred in Half Baked with him. So I don't think he would just be making this up. And from the way he makes it sound, you would think Dave Chappelle got a knock on the door from Baphomet.
All the for sale signs. Why can't I see it? Why can't I look to buy one of these? And then I realized
These houses are not for you, my friend. They're not for you. These houses are built to rent. These are for legal in general, so that you can go live in them, so that you can go pay them rent, so they can squeeze that rent, so they can effectively make a long-term, high-yielding income from you. You are working for them. You are feeding the machine. But the opportunity is still not closed. I've been looking around here. You can buy a one-bedroom flat in Southampton for £65,000 still. If you would do it as a buy-to-let, you'd be putting down just £15,000. Of course, if you had a salary, you could have borrowed much more money and put down even smaller deposits. So the asset buying opportunity isn't totally closed to us, but my friends, this is the future. These are assets built to rent. You will not own your own home. You will just rent off the machine.
One of the catchphrases of the World Economic Forum is you will own nothing and be happy. And all of a sudden we got all these build to rent communities popping up. That's definitely not a coincidence.
Scientists just figured out how to reverse aging with AI. And this is a massive breakthrough. We can now reprogram any human cell back to age 20. Heart cells, skin cells, brain cells, all reset to their biological prime. But here's the wildest part. The technology to do this has existed since 2012. It won the Nobel Prize. But the real breakthrough wasn't possible until this year when they supercharged it with AI. It's a wild story. So in 2006, scientists discovered Yamanaka factors. They're proteins that can basically convert any normal cell into a universal stem cell. Now this discovery was a huge deal because these stem cells are basically like magic healers. So Yamanaka factors were an insane breakthrough because they allowed any human to turn any cell you already have into a magic healer. But there was one big problem. It turns out the original Yamanaka factors weren't very good at this stem cell conversion. They could do it, but they just weren't reliable enough to make a product. Enter OpenAI. And this is where things get crazy. OpenAI designed a special AI model built specifically to create new proteins. Think of it like ChatGPT, but for protein engineering. So they took all the original Yamanaka research and gave it to this AI model to go ham on improving it. And guess what happened? Their new version is 50 times more effective than the original. They tested it on 50-year-old cells, and it successfully started repairing 30% of the cells in just 7 days. And this isn't science fiction, this actually happened. And it sounds crazy, but in a few years, humans will be able to take a shot that literally reverses the age of their cells. Shout out science.
I'll pass on this one, because sure, you might be around for a few extra years, but you definitely don't look like Smeagol from The Lord of the Rings.
Hey, my pumpkin, so check this out. Look, I just saw this on the back of the Emmys. Look at the backdrop. It's fallen stars. But these are not falling stars. These are big time stars, right? That are up for Emmys. Why would they be falling stars? Look at this. This is so weird. Falling stars, like maybe when the devil and the three angels were sent off to the earth and sent down to earth. Look at this. It's just so weird. Like they're shooting stars. They're not falling stars. I don't know. It's a little strange, and I just now caught it. Just seems a little bit weird to me. Why would you have that? These are rising stars, and these are stars. These are not fallen stars.
And that's because I don't think these stars are referring to the celebrities at this award show. They're referring to the fallen angels.
This is the most haunted road in America. It's called Clinton Road, and it runs through the forests of New Jersey. On the surface, it looks like a normal 10-mile stretch of pavement. But ask the locals, and they'll tell you it's anything but normal. Drivers report headlights following them that suddenly vanish. Some say a phantom truck will appear out of nowhere and chase you down the road before disappearing into the night. Then there's the Ghost Boy Bridge. The legend says if you toss a coin into the water below, the child's ghost will throw it back. People swear they've seen ripples in the water when nobody's there. Others claim to see strange animals in the woods, wolves with glowing eyes, or even cryptid-like figures darting between the trees. And the road itself is strangely quiet. No houses, no gas stations, just endless trees and shadows. Clinton Road has become so infamous, paranormal investigators and thrill seekers travel from across the country just to drive it. And here's the twist. Police say it's also a real crime hotspot. Abandoned cars, strange gatherings, even mafia rumors.
If this is true and I'm ever in New Jersey, I'm avoiding this road like the plague, because I would be driving down the street with Amazing Grace on full blast, sweating bullets.
Construction sites are great places to find proof of the mud flood, proof of our buried past. Construction or demolition sites, another great place. You always seem to come up with hidden layers. Many times, those telltale red bricks, those red brick archways. Let's look at a few more examples of what gets uncovered from our covered up past.
I feel like the mud flood theory is a lot more plausible than the mainstream narrative, because if you look at this clip in particular, you can see the original entrance and full-size windows beneath ground level.
Leave. Stop. You gotta go. Shh, 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 shh. Calm down. What are you? Stop. Charlie, come on. I don't.
This video is legit. The last thing he should have done was open up that door, because whatever it is now inside.
One night laying in my bed, and I just woke up, and it was like sleep paralysis, essentially. It was my first time I had it. And in my room, to kind of give you a visual, like there was my bed, and then a lamp next to my bed, and a little bit of space, and then this big window that looked out at some trees that were over here. And it was like a horror movie, like an exact visual from a horror film. The moon was coming, the light from the moon through the window, and I could see this man, it looked like, with not like a cowboy hat, but a very thin, round, which I later thought, I've connected, like, it's a Hat Man.
It's Hat Man. You had a Hat Man experience.
Yeah. And it just it was like in a horror film where instead of walking towards me, it was just gliding, like not making stuff like that.
Right.
And at the last second, I was able to kind of break that sleep paralysis and turn my lamp on, and it was gone. And that still creeps me out. But it was really weird because my sister and I, our rooms were at the end of this hallway, and then there was like an open kitchen, living room area, and then my parents' room. And all of the activity seemed to focus on my sister and I at the end of the hallway.
I wonder if people sometimes see the Hat Man during sleep paralysis, because when you're in that in-between state of consciousness, you're better able to perceive the spirit realm.
These are all the Starlink satellites that are encircling the Earth right now. Right now, this is a live feed, okay? But what's about the Earth is flat? Then how are we doing this? So anyway, look, I fail to believe that creating this artificial grid around the whole planet has no effect collectively on humanity. I refuse to believe that this has no effect. This has got to have some sort of effect on us as environmentally, and mentally, emotionally, because you're putting all of this stuff in the atmosphere, in our upper atmosphere, and it's just weird to me. This lives in my head rent free. This fact that the Earth is surrounded by these Starlinks, and this just popped up within the last decade. So this isn't something, it's been like that. No, it's not. This is blown up over the last 7-8 years in terms of the amount of satellites, just these Starlinks that are around the Earth. This is a grid. It doesn't look organized, but this is a grid. And all this for the internet? Okay, but you can't tell me this isn't an agenda. that doesn't affect human consciousness on some level.
Just looking at this graphic, I'm sure all of these satellites have some sort of psychological effects on humans, but I'm more concerned about Earth's magnetic field and all the animals that depend on it for migration. It looks like a virus.
Latest Scooby-Doo mystery out of the state of Florida. This could only come from Florida. Disney Springs, just outside of Disney World, filled with restaurants and shops. Yeah. And this week, one of the most popular restaurants there, Paddlefish, we're talking $18 cocktails, right on the water, beautiful views. Okay. Bizarre aquatic robbery. Here's an image of the alleged robber. He's in scuba gear. He apparently swam up. Police say he surprised workers as they were putting cash into the safe. He took up to $20,000 and fled, not on foot, according to our Orlando affiliate WKMG. He escaped by swimming across the lagoon in that wetsuit.
With all the advanced security measures Disney has in place, I'm shocked they just got robbed by Scuba Steve. But that was the video, guys. Don't forget to sub up, hit that notification bell, and I'll catch you in the next one. Yes, sir. Mod Tricker, back up in this thing, man. Today, we take a look at some mysterious videos that'll have you at a loss for words. But before we hop into that, go ahead and spam that like button right now so we can the numbers up on the algorithm. And you ain't even gotta think about it later. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit that sub button too. Sub up, join the family. This is the most lit and active community on YouTube, period. With that being said, guys, let's hop straight into the video.
Yeah, I found it, bro. Wanna grab it?
Either this pigeon is green because it's radioactive or it unlocked a new skin from the item shop.
Volkswagen just did something that should make every car owner furious. They're selling their electric ID3 with its full horsepower locked behind a paid subscription. The car comes from the factory with 228 horsepower, but if you don't pay a monthly fee, it's software limited to just 201. For about $22 a month, they'll flip a digital switch and unlock the power that was already inside the car that you paid for. First, BMW tried to sell you a subscription for heated seats. Now VW is selling you a subscription for your engine. Their defense? It gives customers a sportier driving experience without a higher initial purchase price. But this isn't just about cars, this is the future they want for everything. Imagine a monthly fee to use the high heat setting on your oven or the fast cycle on your dishwasher. You don't own the product, you're just renting its best features.
Charging a monthly subscription to unlock horsepower in a car that you already own is a complete scam. That would be like buying a house, but you gotta pay monthly to access the basement. With a spider web this big, he's not even trying to catch insects at this point. He's trying to catch humans.
This is just weird. Machine Gun Kelly is now saying that he may be part alien. He said this in a recent interview that every time his skin gets cut, it heals super quickly, that he stopped keeping track of how old he is because it feels like he doesn't age anymore. This is the same guy who was with Megan Fox, and Megan Fox said that they drank a little bit of each other's. Check this out.
Can I ask how old you are? You're very young.
It's a weird thing, dude. I don't know if my age, I don't know if it exists. I don't know many facts about my life, so I don't know. I'm starting to just be like my skin, like if it rips open, it heals really quick.
Think that you could be like otherworld.
I've asked my mom, I said, was any period of time you went like missing? Like a tall, slender, creature that...
Right.
That tracks.
Yes.
Yeah, she told me she felt like she got abducted at one point. Oh. So I was just like...
So there may be something to this.
No, there really is.
You're a believer, right? In life on other planets?
Homie, I saw life on this planet that was from another planet 2 nights ago.
Hang on.
Over a lake in Thousand Oaks. Red orb came out of nowhere. Disappeared again. I was in Bora Bora a week before that whole like Hawaiian blue orb over the Pacific, whatever. So Bora Bora is also in the Pacific. Saw the same exact orb that they were talking about in Hawaii. Saw that same thing where we were at, like fly by, disappear over a mountain. They're out here.
This could be his way of telling us who he truly is. Either that or he's been out in Hollywood smoking something super strong. should never ignite like gasoline. If you drink a cup of this and burp near a flame, you might actually explode.
Ice cream vans popping up at 3 a.m. and hundreds of kids missing. The past 2 days, these videos have been absolutely everywhere of people reporting hearing the creepy music and seeing an ice cream van at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. driving around Virginia and other states. With this, more people have started coming out with their accounts of when this has happened to them in the past year. Now, the scariest part is all of the missing people in Virginia recently. I mean, you can take a look, and people are convinced something very strange is going on here. All these videos popping up are extremely creepy and I do not understand what's going on. And these ones emerging of people actually going to the ice cream van at midnight and genuinely getting ice cream. The police have said not to worry, it's under control and this has just got out of hand on social media. Now, this could be like a publicity stunt and this guy is literally just flogging ice creams at midnight because it's quite a cool way to do it, I guess. And at the end of the day, it is the summer. But at the same time, something doesn't add up with all of these missing people as well. It's just a bit eerie. But people are losing their minds over this at the moment, capturing all kinds of different videos and photos. So please let me know your thoughts on all of this and I will keep you updated on any developments.
Most kids are in bed by 9 p.m. so any ice cream truck that's out at that time is highly suspicious. They might be selling more than just ice cream.
Los ovnis, capibara. Ahí está el ovni, güey, vigilándote. ¿Qué? Allá arriba en el una nave disfrazada de ovni. No, acá, zorra. A este lado. ¿Ya viste? Simón, y sí es cierto. Ahí me pasa la foto, güey. Sobre. A mí también. ¿Por qué se no agarra? Es de bueno.
I'm not 100% sure that this is a natural cloud formation because it's the only one in the sky that looks like a cloaked flying saucer.
Yeah, I thought the sun was starting to calm down until I walked outside and realized, no, the sun was not calming down. And here's a whole bunch of videos to prove to y'all that the sun has been turning up, y'all. People saying it's been feeling like fall, but it's still hot. Like at nighttime it's get a little bit chilly, but then it's still hot. I don't understand this type of heat. But look at this. Yo, look at this in Arizona. Ain't no surprise, bro. But, and of course,
the heat this summer definitely feels abnormal. I won't even get in my car if it's been sitting in the sun too long because those leather seats feel like sitting in a cast iron skillet. I've never seen an insect like this. This might actually be an alien life form.
You got handlers and stuff. You got that guy Harley Pasternak who was sending that weird text message to Kanye West. It's like, if you say stuff, you're going to end up in loopy land and you'll never see your kids again. And all of a sudden he shaves his eyebrows and he's talking about like Hitler and stuff like that. And I noticed that every time you see shaved eyebrows, like it's some kind of like go crazy. You know what I mean? You got Jenna Ortega. Played a witch, shaved her eyebrows. Ariana Grande played a witch, Wizard of Oz, shaved her eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? There was another one, Doja Cat. Started doing all kind of witchy stuff.
Oh, she started doing all this crazy.
And it makes you think, is it part of some kind of humiliation ritual?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Is it the people directing the music videos? Because I know she's not writing these scripts. You know what I mean? So it's a bigger agenda behind the artist. They're just the tool.
Are they possessed by some kind of demon that likes their eyebrows shaved?
Well, no, I think it's a combination of both. Is these people do all these rituals, and since they're the center of the ritual, whether they want to be or not, they're getting attached, or these demons are getting attached to them, and then they're carrying that energy, and they become that person, even if they didn't want to or not.
This has to be some sort of humiliation ritual because nobody wakes up and decides to look like Voldemort just because. I can confidently say that nothing about this is normal. If you eat a handful of these ink berries, your stomach might actually turn purple.
Unfortunately, I think this is just the beginning. So I've learned when people tell you what they're going to do, don't ignore them. So when the UN and Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab tell you that they've got a UN 2030 plan with Sustainable Development Goals. I think there are 17 or 21 of them. And every one of them says, you won't be traveling, you won't have a private car, we won't be using international shipping to move goods around, there won't be any flights except military or perhaps very rich people. You won't own anything, you'll be happy. You probably won't live in your own house. You'll be using much less energy for everything, including heating, manufactured goods, and so on. When they tell you that, you should assume that they're serious about it. And so I think COVID has been part one of a multi-act play that's going to take 10 years that will destroy the liberal democracies completely. We've already, if you think living in a democracy, now ask yourself who you could vote for that would change this. Because I don't think there's anyone you can vote for anywhere that is guaranteed. So I don't have an answer, but I'm telling you, I think we're sliding down through the gates of hell. I'm speaking out. There's nothing in it to me. I've lost lots of money, all my friends. I'm away from my home and family. And I'm speaking out because, as soon as I close, I am absolutely sure what I've told you is substantially true.
Unfortunately, he might be right, because between smart cities, mass surveillance, digital ID, AI, etc., the infrastructure is already in place, so we need to act quick.
Oh my God, right. Me and I've got on the train to come home, and oh my God, what is that on my eyelash hanging off?
If a spider ever crawled out of my eyelashes, I'm shaving them that day.
What if we're already at double simulation? This week, Google Gemini 3 shows us Inception.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
So this person was just watching somebody else watching a Jet2 holiday. But it gets better, boys. It gets better. And so this is a rendering. And this is all just by a text prompt. But they're just out there walking in real life now. And this is all rendered live. You know, the simulation theory, how everything's rendered in real life. This is it. You can walk as far as you want. You can go anywhere you want.
So this is Google.
Yeah, and these things don't exist. This is just AI artificially creating a 3D world. But it gets better, boys.
Genie 3 has real-time interactivity, meaning that the environment reacts to your movements and actions. You're not walking through a pre-built simulation. Everything you see here is being generated live as you explore it. And Genie 3 enables promptable events, so you can add new events into your world on the fly. Something like another person or transportation.
Live. Or you just type it in and it shows up.
Or even something totally unexpected. You can generate worlds with distinct geographies, historical settings, fictional environments, and even other characters. Worlds can help with embodied research, training robotic agents before working in the real world.
This technology is cool and everything, but you can get this same exact experience for free by leaving the house.
So this is when he was, do you remember when he tried out to be like a, I forget what the team was, the Yankees or the Cubs? You know, multiple times he's tried out to play baseball. He wants to be a baseball star. He can't make the team, but he keeps donating money for them to give him a chance. Like, hey, here's $3 million to this charity. Let me try out, you know? So he goes down to, you know, where, Fort Lauderdale or wherever, and he tries out. So in one of these places, flies us the private jet in. It's parked at the airport. He's playing. A guy ends up missing. And the guy's car, Steven? So the guy's car ends up in long-term parking at the airport. I mean, pretty odd. The guy ends up disappearing here next to the stadium where he's playing, and his car ends up in the long-term parking right next to where Garth's private plane is.
Whoa.
And look, there's a bunch of them. Look, when I say a bunch, there's 200 here, right? There's 200. There's some of them, take 7 or 8 of them that are pretty, you're like, wow, that's pretty interesting that like in the parking lot across the street from the stadium here, somebody ends up disappearing. You start adding them all up. And granted, it's confirmation bias. You could do the same thing with Madonna, right? She's got 1,000 tour dates. You could obviously, I could say Madonna's a serial and come up with just as many, I'm sure. But man, bro, some of them you're like, oh, Jesus, that's really, really odd. Like really odd.
How many of them would you say are like really, really close to being like, you think it's like really high probability it could have been him?
I mean, I'd say,
first of all, how many total are in the book?
I want to say the combinations to over 200.
Over 200.
So we're talking about 120 missing persons and 90 unsolved.
Okay. And out of all of those, which ones do you think are, how many do you think are like really high probability?
Maybe 10.
I know it's just a theory, but if there's any truth to this at all, he's really poking the bear. He's going to be the next target right after Tom Segura.
In this family video, this mom's recording her child run around the fire pit when all of a sudden it looks like a spirit of a dog or a horse or whatever runs through the video, follows the child. It could be a light gimmick, but it looks legit. What do you guys think? You're gonna see it right here. Watch. So now that you saw it, what do you guys think? Is it a dog? Is it a ghost? Is it a light trick? What do you guys think? Leave comments down below.
Maybe they had a family dog that passed away, because I can kind of make out a tail and 4 legs. Either that or it's a hell no.
So Project Bluebeam is, gosh, I hate this, a conspiracy theory that claims world governments, particularly NASA and the UN, are preparing to simulate a false alien invasion or messianic return using advanced holographic technology to establish a new world order or global religion. Key claims of the theory: holograms in the sky. Governments will project massive 3D holograms of religious figures, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, or UFOs over major cities using satellites and lasers. Voice-to-skull technology. This is actually true. We have seen this on the Sean Ryan podcast. Someone validate that they do have technology that can put a voice into someone's head as if you are being talked to by God or something of the sort. So voice-to-skull technology. People will hear voices in their own language through alleged microwave auditory tech, making it seem divine or alien. Global catastrophes. Artificial earthquakes will be triggered to reveal new archaeological discoveries that challenge current religious doctrines.
This could be the reason why the mainstream media all of a sudden is talking about this 3-Eye Atlas comet, saying that it's some sort of hostile alien mothership. Don't fall for it. It could just be some sort of primate, but if I was filming, once it started staring at me like that, I would leave expeditiously.
Alright, y'all. I think I might have caught something again. Check it out. So at first, I thought this was just a glare, right? Because when it gets closer, it looks like that. But then watch. It literally bounces. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. Right there. Boom. And then boom. Boom. What the hell?
The lights flying around are definitely strange, but that could just be regular birds that look weird in the infrared camera. What caught my attention was the giant mothership hidden behind the clouds.
This image, not AI. This is a very real statue of Elon Musk that exists in Brownsville, Texas. But as horrifying as it is to look at, what's happening in Brownsville is much more sinister. In 2013, Musk decided he wanted to build a private space launching facility in South Texas. Why Texas? It's a billionaire-friendly state. They have no corporate tax or state income tax. So Musk personally donated $12,000 to local Texas politicians. And his company, SpaceX, sent $219,000 in gifts to local Texas politicians. In 2014, SpaceX broke ground in Brownsville. Brownsville, Texas is the poorest county in the nation. In 2018, Musk said this:
"He's got a lot of land with nobody around, and so if it blows up, it's cool. If it blows up, it's cool."
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service documented 19 fires, leaks, and explosions at Starbase since 2019. But the Texas legislature passed a bill granting SpaceX immunity for any nuisances caused by their launches. So residents can't seek damages for noise, debris, traffic, or light pollution. Over the last decade, there have been 600 injuries at SpaceX facilities. One worker has been in a coma for 3 years. Another lost vision in one of his eyes. This specific SpaceX facility has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry. The FAA has had to ground SpaceX numerous times because of safety problems with its rocket Starship.
Let's back up to what he just said. If it blows up, it's cool. That's gotta be the ketamine talking.
On August 8th, a user named Carla
discovered a location in Tijuana, Mexico, where gold was buried. But what was originally supposed to be a happy moment soon took a disturbing turn, because according to her and her later videos, it wasn't just gold she found that day. Take a look.
¿Ves? Aquí. Ay, mi pelo no me deja ver. Está aquí, aquí está, aquí está. Ven a ayudarme, porfa. A ver, valga, toma rápido. Aquí, ¿sí ven? ¿Sí ven ese amarillito? Eso es. A ver, no puedo sacar nada más con la mano. No man.
You see, after finding this gold, strange things started to occur around her home. And after something or someone came to her home one night, many suggested she get the gold blessed. Here's that clip. And finally, it wasn't just noises that she caught on camera, because her security camera managed to pick up something that to this day she cannot explain. Here's that clip, but let me know, what do you think?
You can get the gold blessed, or you could just sell it at Pawn Stars and let it be their problem.
A mystery explosion went off northeast of Houston today. Hundreds of people called 911 saying they felt it. 10:40 a.m. local time. Multiple neighborhoods saying their houses shook. I live in LA. That is what earthquakes feel like, but USGS shows no quake. Fire department says it wasn't us, even though they did have scheduled training nearby. No gas explosions reported. A local Facebook post said that the nearby sand facility had been closed for 2 weeks. My brain immediately goes, why? But that's just me. I checked flight trackers, no obvious military activity. In fact, eerily quiet. Side note, military aircraft can disable or limit public transponders, and in rare documented cases appear under civilian identities, especially true if training under classified missions for things like going supersonic. The only visible flight at all at this time was a Learjet 45, which is subsonic, but its squawk was 0000. For 7 minutes, it switched right around boom time. This squawk can indicate special operations, and ADS-B data for some aircraft can be filtered, so speed and altitude aren't accurate on public sight. On trackers, this flight was scheduled to land at Chattanooga, but appeared to land near a small industrial area 220 miles away. Could be a tracking error, or not. Unverified rumors on Facebook range from bomb squad drills to an F-15 hitting Mach 1 during a dive. Who knows? No earthquake, no proof of explosion, no official cause. What was the boom in Houston? The NASA Johnson Space Center's also right there, but I'm sure it's nothing to do with that.
If it wasn't caused by a plane going at supersonic speeds, then maybe the booms came from underground. Like maybe they were doing some sort of weapons testing.
All heard of the snallygaster? It's cryptid in Maryland. It's like Mothman, but like a snake. With really creepy wings, very skeletal. It had like tentacles pouring out of its chest. Ugh. It was super Lovecrafty, really creepy. And it would suck all the out of the livestock and any children that it found.
So it's like vampire-esque.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think it was 1909, there was like a big panic about it. They had government-issued curfews. They had to like close down forests and everything because the snallygaster was just wreaking havoc. No way. In Western Maryland. 1909. Sightings started in the 1700s when all the Germans immigrated over from Germany to that section of Maryland. And what's interesting is if you go back in the German history, there were two cryptids that they had over there. One of them was the lindworm and then the druid. And the lindworm was just like a big dragon thing that some people
And then the Druid was this night witch, like a succubus type character. And the Snallygaster, if you look at its traits, it's kind of a combination of those two things. And so they came over, they started encountering this thing. They called it the Schnellgeist, which means the fast ghost. And then it became Americanized. You know, one of the things we talk about a lot on the show is just this idea of the victory of Christ. And you can almost think of the advance of the kingdom, like the saints going forth and doing war against the demon and the demon haunted places. Like we look at North American lore, instead of saying, obviously that was all fake, we say, why not? Why wouldn't you expect for there to be all sorts of demons and dragons and giants and stuff trying to basically destroy and warp and demand the worship of people? And I think maybe the Snallygaster, I think that was a demon spirit. 100%. There's no uncertainty.
This one might just be a myth, because if the Snallygaster was real, the human race would be extinct by now.
Jesse Michaels released a new video. He went down to Peru. These people have been telling him about these mummies. They're like, you have to see them in person. This real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru in these ancient like carpets and ancient weaves that are hundreds of years old. Like, how nuts is that, man? If that's fake, if that's extraordinary, because it looks like a real creature.
I mean, the amount of detail.
If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one, and one of them has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. There's biologists that are looking at this that are saying this is a real creature.
I feel like these mummies could be 100% real, but the academic and science community has such a stranglehold on the truth when it comes to stuff like this that all it takes is for one expert to debunk it, and now nobody believes it.
Okay, at what point has the whole AI thing gotten out of hand? Because I keep thinking we're done, and it keeps getting worse. A proposed AI data center in Wyoming is set to use more electricity than the human population there. And nobody's certain of what exactly they're going to be using it for. And I'm not just talking a little bit more electricity either. We're looking at not double, not 3 times, but 5 times the amount of power otherwise used by people in the state of Wyoming. All from a single facility. If it's actually built, it'll be the product of a data center developer called Crusoe and begin functions while consuming 1.8 gigawatts before ideally scaling up to 10, which is enough energy to power about 10 million homes. And since the entire population of Wyoming is only around 600,000, you start to get the gist of how dramatically AI heavy the state's about to become.
If they're building a 10 gigawatt data center for AI, I don't want to hear anything about a carbon footprint.
There he is. Holy cow. Salt and pepper pistachios on the way. Let's open it up. There you go. There you go. Let them open it up. Walmart package. Holy cow. You know, I just get a picture of Denise, a video of Denise opening this thing.
Maybe.
You need a name for this? Yeah, look at that. Oh, those are your, there they are. The wave of the future. That's crazy.
I feel lazy if I order a DoorDash, but if I ever call in an airdrop for a bag of pistachios, I've officially given up on life. But that was the video, guys. Don't forget to sub up, hit that notification bell, and I'll catch you in the next one. Yes, sir. Mod Tricker, back up in this thing, man. Today, we'll be taking a look at some mysterious videos that you probably don't want to watch alone. But before we hop into that, go ahead and spam that like button right now so we can run the numbers up on the algorithm. And you ain't even got to think about it later. And if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that sub button too. Sub up. Join the family. This is the most lit and active community on YouTube, period. With that being said, guys, let's hop straight into the video. I'm not sure why this water is turning pink, but I would definitely avoid drinking it because it looks like it will instantly rupture your gallbladder.
You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. Our immigration system does need to be fair if we want to maintain that binding contract that our politics is built on. And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
I feel like there was already a system in place to prevent people from illegally working, so this doesn't feel like it's about immigration. This feels like it's about control.
Когда мы включаем нашу микроволновку, включается свет. Извините, пожалуйста, как это связано. Сейчас оно отключится. И снова.
I feel like whenever the lights randomly turn on in the middle of the night like this, everybody in that building probably thinks it's haunted, but little do they know it's just somebody across the street making a hot pocket.
Listen to what they can now do if you have all these smart devices in your house, or at least in this case, a smart thermostat, and you can imagine the ramifications of where this might lead.
Tony Tallarico tried to crank up the AC.
I mean, it was 90 out, and it was right during the peak period.
That's when he found out he had no control of his thermostat. A message from Excel on his thermostat saying temperature locked during an energy emergency.
And our thermostat was locked at 78 or 79.
Turns out he's not alone. Excel confirms to contact number 7, 22,000 customers were locked out of their smart thermostats for hours on Tuesday. He says he has no idea locked thermostats came with that. And it's not what he signed up for.
It just doesn't sit right with us to not be able to control our own thermostat in our house.
No kidding. This is why I find it extremely suspect. You go to Home Depot, you go to Walmart, and there's all types of smart things you can implement in your house, all types of smart devices you can hook up. You have an app on your phone. It's all connected, Internet of Things. This is going down a shocking rabbit hole, or rather a path that may be hard to reverse if we don't stop it now. Now, if you think about the Internet of Things, I mean, it's a surveillance state's dream to have every single electronic device, or as many as possible, connected to the same grid. This is the smart grid that people are warning about that could result in total surveillance, an erosion of freedom, every device listening to you. You got fridges now that are reading barcodes, can tell what time you open your fridge and what food you pull out of it. You got smart dishwashers. There's a smart toilet. I'm not joking. Look that up. Smart lights. You got a whole app on your phone. You can turn up and down the lights. Woo! Meanwhile, they're all wirelessly connected, which has an effect on potential electromagnetics.
If smart devices mean that they can just lock you out anytime they deem necessary, then I want my devices to be as rudimentary as possible.
Oh my God, look at it. It's... oh my God, that's...
This is exactly why you don't go hiking in the woods at night, because it looks like they're getting stalked by a skinwalker that's disguising itself as C-3PO.
AI models are purposely lying to every one of us, and they're getting scary good at deceiving and hiding it from us. A few days ago, OpenAI teamed up with Apollo Research to ask the most terrifying question in AI. Are the smartest models secretly deceiving us? And if so, how do we stop them? Here's what they did. They started with impossible coding tasks, problems they knew had no solutions, then watched as their most advanced models completely fabricated successful stories. Instead of just admitting this can't be done, these models invented lies about discovering breakthrough quantum algorithms that could magically solve these problems. But of course, it gets worse. The AI didn't just break the rules. It actively covered up the evidence and lied to users about what it had done. And when researchers looked inside the AI's thoughts, called chain of thought reasoning, they found explicit plans for deception. Even creepier, the AI started referring to human evaluators as watchers and developed its own secret language using weird terms like illusions and overshadow. So OpenAI tried to fix this with anti-scheming training, creating a detailed rulebook and training it on thousands of scenarios where following the rules was rewarded. And the results? Deception behaviors dropped from 13% to 0.4%. I mean, that's mission accomplished, right? Not even close. The AI hadn't actually learned to stop lying. It just got really good at hiding when it was lying. When the AI knew it was being watched, it played the perfect angel. But the second it thought no one was looking, it went right back to scheming. And the scary part, as these models get get smarter, they'll get better at hiding their deception from us.
If artificial intelligence is trained with human-created materials, then where do you think it learned how to lie from?
From a distance, it might look like a branch, but take a bit of a closer look, and it's a massive snake. A resident in inner-city Brisbane has filmed the moment the curious creature reared its head from a tree, taking a peek at their home. Now going viral online, many were quick to compare the long-necked reptile to a brontosaurus or a brachioid.
If I take a vacation to Australia and I see this outside of my Airbnb, I'm booking a flight back home that day. I feel like either the intercom is broken or whoever is doing the announcements has a tank of galaxy gas on.
Just had a mass UFO sighting coming from Poland near the Baltic Sea, observed by a lady called Sedri and many other people, hundreds of people. Mysterious lights over the Baltic Sea captured attention this evening. Numerous witnesses and recordings show the same phenomenon. The objects remained visible in the sky for around 7 minutes, from 7:20 p.m. to around 7:27 p.m. The sighting was reported even from towns located nearly 90 kilometers inland, right? So many people on Facebook, on Reddit, have been sharing photos and footage of the same anomalous type activity taking place. Not only just one, but multiple versions of this light formation as well. Some stationary, some were seen moving inland, and others were phasing in and out as well. So there's another one that's a farmer caught in Poland, and then there's another one that's quite really, well, it's pretty bad quality, but this was seen inland, and then multiple photos seen as well. And this phenomenon reminds me of what multiple people have seen over the ocean. There was an instance where someone found 14 luminous orbs over the water. Now, this was a separate sighting that happened many years before, and there's even sightings from the 1990s and 1980s of the same things happening, of lights rising in and out of the ocean, stationary in the sky, either flying off and then vanishing shortly after. So this is a phenomenon